Chapter 1022. Well, the Lianyao flask was not refined properly, and your cultivation of the Shindao sect's mantra is not up to par. Why is the Lianyao flask controlled by a disciple with a weak cultivation like you? This. Bai Yanqiu was speechless. Is there anyone else here? Ask them to leave. No one is allowed to come within 500 feet or else I will kill them all. Wan Wuxin said expressionlessly, this is the friend I brought here. He needs to stay. Yes. Bai Yanqiu replied and then said to the crowd, all of you leave. No one is allowed to come within 1,000 feet of this hall, or else you will be killed. Everyone understood that the matter was confidential, and immediately left. Zhang Xiaohua, who was next to him, looked bitter. Looking at the situation, Wan Wuxin was going to tell them what he told her in the ruins of Huanshu. This matter was unusual, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Now that her body was fixed by Wan Wuxin and she could not move, she had to listen even if she did not want to. Sure enough, Wan Wuxin said, as the disciple who controls the treasure of the Shindao sect, you must be a disciple with a high status in the sect. Do you know who I am? Bai Yanqiu said respectfully, I have seen the portrait of the founder of the Shindao sect in the secret chamber, so I naturally know who you are. Well, it's good that you know I. However, your cultivation is so weak, I think the Shindao sect has declined. Yes, good master, you know that our Shindao sect has been destroyed by the incense cult, the Misty School, the Dalan Temple, and other sects thousands of years ago. The remaining disciples of the Shindao sect have never dared to show up in Jianghu, and only carefully passed down the orthodoxy of the Shindao sect. Since a few hundred years ago, a genius disciple appeared in the sect and found the remains of the immortal Tao, and carried forward the orthodoxy of the Shindao sect. However, in order to hide it and not forget the old shame, the Shindao sect has changed to between the clouds and the water. I am not talented, but I have been taught by my master, and now I am in charge of between the clouds and the water, and have been promoted to be the head of the between the clouds and the water. Wan Wuxin turned a deaf ear to her words and nodded. There is no sect in the world that has not declined for thousands of years. Even in the cultivation world, the replacement of sects is like the stars in the sky, and the sun rises and the moon falls. As long as the orthodoxy is still there, even if it has declined, it does not matter. That's right. Since there is a primordial spirit projection, between the clouds and the water will naturally restore the name of the Shindao sect. Under the leadership of the Grand Master, we will unify Jianghu and revitalize the immortal Tao. Bai Yanqiu's face flushed red, and she was obviously very excited. However, although Wan Wuxin could not hear her, he seemed to have seen through her thoughts. He smiled and said, silly child, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I have left all the orthodoxy in the Shindao sect, so how can I help you again? Moreover, I am only a primordial spirit projection, which is not even a primordial spirit. Other than being able to speak, I can only judge the situation based on some mana. What are you talking about? Whether you are a man or a woman, I don't even know. How can I help you? Huh? Bai Yanqiu almost covered her mouth in surprise. Her face was full of disappointment, but there was also a trace of relief in her eyes. Okay, I won't say any more. I have limited mana. It is already very rare for you to bring me here and meet the descendants of the Shindao sect. The Taoist who brought I here is not a disciple of a big sect. He seems to be from an unorthodox small sect. You all take a good look at him. I have already promised him that I will leave some benefits for him. Later, give him a copy of the jade slip that I left behind. Then Wan Wuxin cupped his hands towards Zhang Xiaohua and said, Taoist, thank you for bringing I to the Shindao sect. It must have been a bumpy journey. Thank you for your hard work. I have already told my disciples that I will give you some things in a while. In addition, if what I said happens in your lifetime, my disciples will definitely reward you handsomely. In addition, I have some important things to tell my disciples in private. I hope you can understand. With that, she waved her hand. Zhang Xiaohua felt that there was no movement around Wan Wuxin and Bai Yanqiu. Their mouths were moving, and even their hands were sometimes pointing to other places, but she couldn't hear a single word. Mute restriction. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. She wanted to shrug her shoulders, but unfortunately, her whole body was restrained by Wan Wuxin. Even her shoulders couldn't express her feelings. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua stood in the main hall for more than an hour like a clay statue. Within the restriction, Wan Wuxin's primordial spirit projection gradually dimmed and finally turned into specks of brilliance. Like fireflies scattering in all directions, they finally turned into dust and disappeared between heaven and earth. The mute restriction also dissipated. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua felt the restriction loosening and was about to move, Bai Yanqiu, who was still frowning and thinking hard, suddenly moved. It was the Immortal Way's levitation technique. He came directly in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to react, Bai Yanqiu's 2 fingers pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's major acupoints. Zhang Xiaohua understood and unconsciously her face changed. Bai Yanqiu's series of acupoints sealed her whole body's power. Moreover, the technique used to seal her acupoints was Immortal Way technique. Bewitching finger? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, but immediately understood that this was not some bewitching finger, but another Immortal Way technique in martial arts. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's face change, Bai Yanqiu let out a long sigh. Without explaining anything, he turned back to sit on the chair and looked around the main hall in a daze. He seemed to be digesting Wan Wuxin's appearance and the shocking news that Wan Wuxin brought. The entire main hall was dead silent. Except for Zhang Xiaohua and Bai Yanqiu, no one would have thought that just a moment ago, the founder of the Immortal Way, the founder of the Shindao sect, had appeared here. Bai Zhangmen? Zhang Xiaohua waited for a moment and made up her mind. She asked angrily, "What's the matter with you? Just now, didn't you say that as long as I answered some questions and brought the matter of your sect's visit to my sect leader, you would let me go back to the Fragrant Way? What? Are you going back on your words?" Bai Yanqiu was pulled back from his contemplation by Zhang Xiaohua. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, he smiled faintly and asked softly, "Ren Xiaoxia, please don't blame me. What my founder said I'm sure you know. This is a great opportunity for the revival of the Immortal Way. If my Shindao sect, no, between the clouds and the water can seize this opportunity, wouldn't we be able to suppress the Tenryu sect and become the #1 Immortal Way sect? We can also wash away the shame of my Shindao sect's previous extermination. For such an important matter, do you think I can let Ren Xiaoxia go? By the way, how did Ren Xiaoxia meet Senior Huan? Can you tell me? Bai Zhangmen, by treating me like this, you have completely violated the promise made to me by Senior Wan Wuxin. Tell me, do you think I can tell you anything? Ren Xiaoxia, you worry too much. I will definitely fulfill Senior Huan's promise to you. I'm just considering the consequences and want to keep Ren Xiaoxia for a few more days. Well, I forgot to tell Xiaoxia that the technique I used to seal his acupoints was left behind by the Immortal Dao. If I didn't do it myself, only Nanjing Yi and Nanjing Gang of your sect, or Elder Chang Sheng of the Dalan Temple and Di Shi Tian of the Tenryu sect can undo it. If Xiaoxia doesn't want to suffer and wants what Senior Huan promised, then answer my questions honestly. I like obedient children very much. Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill run down her spine. She seemed to think for a moment and then told him about her trip to Huanshu. Of course, everything was simpler and more detailed than what she told Nanjing Yi. When she finished, Bai Yanqiu was surprised. What? Is that simple? You went to that 5 elements formation and met Senior Huan? Oh, the projection of her primordial spirit? He had only said a few words and then disappeared? She also said that she wanted you to find the Shindao sect and get the secret book of peerless martial arts? Zhang Xiaohua spread her hands and said, "That's right. Didn't Senior Huan mention it to you? Actually, I already said that I was a disciple of the Shindao sect, and I've never heard of the Shindao sect, but she didn't believe me. I couldn't do anything about it and I don't know when she hid it on me." Bai Yanqiu stared at Zhang Xiaohua, seeming to be considering the authenticity of what he said. After a long while she said, "I don't know if what you said is true. It sounds really simple. However, I believe that you're an honest child who doesn't lie." Zhang Xiaohua was quite proud and raised her head. "Of course. Well, that's good. What Senior Huan wants to give you is the jade slip of the Immortal Dao. I'm afraid it's not useful to you, so I'll make the decision first. When I come back, I'll let you choose one of the secret books of peerless martial arts from our sect. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. "Why don't you give me the things of the Immortal Dao? The jade slip of the Immortal Dao can't be seen with the naked eye. Giving it to you is like casting pearls before swine. What's the point? It's better to give you some practical benefits. Also about that matter," Bai Yanqiu smiled mysteriously and said, "Didn't Senior Huan say it? As long as you're still alive, I'll definitely give you some benefits." As long as I'm still alive? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, and then her face changed dramatically. She said angrily, "Senior Huan's words are clear. If you don't meet Ren in your life, then you can only blame your bad luck. But, look at Bai Zhangmen's actions now. He actually wants to keep Ren until. If you don't meet him in your life, won't Ren die of old age between the clouds and the water?" "Can't I?" Bai Yanqiu was extremely surprised, but also extremely innocent. Senior Huan didn't say that I can't keep you. Moreover, I've done everything Senior Huan said exactly according to what you said. Aha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in anger. What a good promise. Ren understands now. Maybe Senior Huan doesn't have any bad intentions, but when you make a promise, you have a countermeasure. Chapter 1023. Since Ren Xiaoxia understands, I don't have to explain too much. Bai Yanqiu sneered. I heard that you have a good relationship with your senior sister Zixia. If I preach the incense cult here, I'm afraid that Jingyi won't allow it. Since you've come to between the clouds and the water, I'll leave her here. You two can live here peacefully for the rest of your lives. Won't that be great? Good plan, good plan. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to clap her hands. Alright, Ren Xiaoxia has contributed a lot to Between the Clouds and the Water. I'll definitely treat him well. If Between the Clouds and the Water can become famous in Jianghu and become the first celestial sect, half of the credit will belong to me and half to Ren Xiaoxia. When that time comes, I'll definitely. Bai Yanqiu gave her a flirtatious look. Do I still need to say it? Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body. She almost shivered on the spot. Bai Yanqiu floated in the air and came to the outside of the main hall. Sure enough, there was no one within 1,000 feet of the main hall. Men, gather the troops from the Heroes Gathering Palace. I have something important to do between the clouds and the water. Immediately there were a few drumbeats. Many disciples, old and young, male and female, came out of nowhere and swarmed into the main hall. Before everyone arrived, Bai Yanqiu asked a disciple to lead Zhang Xiaohua out. Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciple and walked slowly out of the main hall. She turned back to look at Bai Yanqiu, who looked hesitant, and the disciples who were in a hurry. She couldn't help but smile mockingly. This matter really needs to be considered carefully. Not only for Between the Clouds and the Water but also for my beta school. Isn't this an opportunity? When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the abode, Meng was already waiting for her. She asked anxiously, "What took you so long? What did the sect leader ask about? When are we going back?" Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let Meng worry. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. This so-called Bai Zhangmen is very interested in our incense cult. He even inquired about our senior sisters and sect leaders' daily life. You think about it, how would I know? But I was also afraid that she would come and disturb you, so I made up some nonsense. She was so confused that she thought highly of me. She even said that she wanted me to be a guardian disciple of Shuiyun Club. How can I do that? How can I have the mood to drinks? Meng's here, my heart. Meng is here. Where do I have the mood to drink to the wine? Pft. Meng burst out laughing. She had long forgotten her previous worries. She pointed a finger at Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and laughed. You're so charming. Nye Qinyu from Rejuvenation Valley is still thinking about you. Zhang Pinger from Distant Fire Temple. Haha, I heard that she's become colder than before. She doesn't speak much to male disciples. Bai Zhangmen, why did he do that the moment he saw you? He eagerly gave you the position of guardian's disciple? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, I'm not talented. I'm better than Pan and, ha. Meng seemed to really see a flower on Zhang Xiaohua's face. She laughed so hard that she almost bent over. I heard that the immortal cultivator who attacked Rejuvenation Valley was very handsome. If that immortal cultivator is you, you can say the same thing. Hehe. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged for no reason. Anything is possible. I'm dying of laughter. If you're that handsome immortal cultivator, I might be the founder of the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see Meng laughing so hard. She chatted with her for a long time before they went to rest. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in a quiet room. She checked her meridians. Although Bai Yanqiu used the immortal cultivation technique to seal Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints, he couldn't bear to use the vital energy in his own meridians. Instead, he used his internal energy to simulate vital energy. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only used the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to open one acupoint. However, Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that Bai Yanqiu would find out the next day. She immediately stopped the Heart Sutra and kept the other acupoints in a sealed state. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up the next day, she found that all the acupoints in her body had been unsealed. She could only smile bitterly and prepare to adapt. The next day, the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water didn't disturb them. They only served them fruits, vegetables, wine, and other food. Meng Bai didn't ask anything because he and Zhang Xiaohua were by his side. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go out and see what Bai Yanqiu was doing. However, she was afraid that there was a powerful restriction between the clouds and the water, or that Bai Yanqiu had some secret magic. Therefore, she suppressed her anxiety and found some excuses to use the bewitching pointers on the disciples who served her. She got some information from them about between the clouds and the water. For 3 days in a row, Shuiyun Club seemed to be doing something big. Bai Yanqiu simply forgot Zhang Xiaohua and Meng at the back of her mind. She was busy appointing generals and dispatching troops. As for what she was busy with, the status of the disciples serving her was limited, so their knowledge was also limited. Meng was also anxious. While she nagged Zhang Xiaohua, she also urged the disciples. The disciples only smiled and didn't say a word. Meng didn't know how to deal with them and could only look for trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhang Xiaohua found out from the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water that most of the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water had left the island. Bai Yanqiu also left the island in the early morning of that day. As for where he went, he still didn't know. After waking the disciple, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Needless to say, Bai Yanqiu must have 2 plans now. One was to return to the Jianghu, and the other was to do what Wan Wuxin said. However, she didn't hear what Wan Wuxin said. He only leaked some information in front of her. As for when and where, she didn't know. However, according to what Bai Yanqiu said, perhaps even if she waited here for a lifetime, it still wouldn't happen. Therefore, what Bai Yanqiu wanted to do this time should be to return to the Jianghu Between the Clouds and the Water. This guy actually wants to turn I into a white-bearded Zhang Xiaohua. How abominable. If I don't cause some trouble between the clouds and the water, how can I be worthy of this guy sealing eyes acupoints? However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt depressed. On the way in from outside Between the Clouds and the Water, he could see clearly that without the guidance of the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water, he wouldn't be able to get out easily. If he wanted to get out, he could only take Meng with him and use the power of flight. However, looking at the thick smoke above the giant island, Zhang Xiaohua was almost certain that the smoke was caused by the formation. Whether the power of flight could get him out was still a problem. Forget it, let's not think too much first. Let's cause some trouble between the clouds and the water first. Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he heard Meng shouting, "Xiaohua, where are you?" "Here. I'm talking to this junior brother Between the Clouds and the Water." Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile. "Xiaohua, it's been 3 days. The time to get back to the fragrant religion is extremely tight. Why don't you hurry to find that Bai Zhangmen, Liang Cangshu or Li Su? Didn't you say that even if they had 10 times the courage they wouldn't touch us? Why is it that now? I think they've already set their sights on us." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already told that disciple to go back and see Bai Zhangmen immediately. I'll let him tell Bai Zhangmen that if she still wants to make a living in Jianghu, he should quickly send us out of this place. Otherwise, the fragrant religion, the Dalan Temple, and the Tenryu sect will immediately unite and destroy Between the Clouds and the Water as soon as they hear the news." "Ah?" Meng covered her mouth and said, "Xiaohua, if you say that, won't their first thought be to kill us to silence us?" "Io." Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright and said, "Isn't that so? Meng, you're really smart. I didn't think of that." Then he muttered, "But this is good too. We can't live together, but we can die together." "Bah." Meng's face turned red and she spat, "You're really not serious. Hurry up and catch up with that disciple." "Yes, I'll go now." Zhang Xiaohua solemnly stood up and ran out of the room in a jog. "Be careful." Meng's concerned words chased after Zhang Xiaohua's butt. Zhang Xiaohua didn't leave the abode and he went underground. When he came out, he changed his face and looked like the handsome immortal cultivator. He hid his body and floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense openly. There was a faint white fog in the air above the giant island. It was thicker than the daytime. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was bounced back the moment it touched the fog. He couldn't leave the island. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, he couldn't leave the island with the flying technique. Moreover, the giant island was surrounded by ponds and there were restrictions in the ponds. Zhang Xiaohua knew only the earth and fire escape techniques. He had only heard of the water escape technique. How could he escape from the water? It seems like I have to break the restriction in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment before he released his divine sense to examine the origin of the smoke. Who knew that after looking at it for a long time, he only felt that the smoke was seamless without any flaws. Zhang Xiaohua also couldn't see what kind of array this smoke was, so he couldn't help but scratch his head. At this moment, in the distant lights, there was a faint sound of clappers. It seemed to be the sound of a night watch. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. He pinched a spell and went to the light. The light was in the main hall where Bai Yanqiu asked Zhang Xiaohua about the matter. There were many rooms and pavilions behind it. There was a large area of darkness in the brightly lit area. It was a palace with carved beams and painted pillars. However, there were very few rooms with lights. According to Zhang Xiaohua's guess, this must be Bai Yanqiu's residence. If he wanted to find out the secret of the fog array, he would have to start from Bai Yanqiu's residence. Please vote for me. Please add me to your collection. Please tip me. Chapter 1024. Before Zhang Xiaohua's figure landed, his divine sense had roughly scanned this large area. As he expected, his divine sense was bounced off at a towering palace and couldn't penetrate it. The palace was also pitch black. Zhang Xiaohua flew to the outside of the palace and looked at the closed door of the palace for a long time. He was just about to make a gesture to try to break the enchantment outside the palace, but when his gaze casually fell on the ground, his face unconsciously showed a trace of surprise. Then, regardless of the enchantment outside the palace, he just made a gesture and escaped into the ground. When he popped his head out, it was inside the enchantment. It turned out that the restriction only protected the palace above the ground, but the underground was completely unprotected. It was completely naked. Scratching his head, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't understand why this enchantment was so lame. Even the enchantment that he set up at night when he cultivated also considered the underground. It was not like this enchantment which only cared about the head and not the butt. Most of the palace inside the enchantment was no different from an ordinary palace. It was plain and there was no fluctuation of primordial qi. Only in one of the large rooms, Zhang Xiaohua found a very obscure fluctuation. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and went straight into this room. As soon as he entered the room, a strong smell of cosmetics hit his face. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and took out the luminous pearl. With the brilliance of the luminous pearl, he could see the room clearly. The inside of this room was very luxurious. A large bed that could sleep 10 people was placed in the middle of the room. The bed looked to be made of a date red wood. Above the bed, there was a huge pink transparent cover hanging down from the thick beam of the roof of the palace, covering the entire large bed. On the large bed there was also pink satin piled up. Whether it was the bedding or something else, it wasn't Zhang Xiaohua's concern. He looked at the row of cabinets on one side of the palace wall. The cabinets didn't have doors and were open. At a glance, he saw that the cabinets were filled with all kinds of clothes. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi, so he turned his gaze away. What was left was an extremely gorgeous dressing table on the opposite side of the cabinet. There was also a bronze mirror that was about the height of a person in front of another wall. Furthermore, there was a small bronze mirror on the dressing table. There were also a few beautiful dressing boxes. However, there were no yuan qi fluctuations from them. Did I make a mistake? Zhang Xiaohua was rather surprised. He used a seal to protect this palace, but there is nothing valuable inside. What is the meaning of this? Or, does Bai Yanqiu have a way to hide the fluctuation of primordial qi? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin. His eyes flickered as he released his divine sense. While he was carefully inspecting, his eyes were also looking around. He first looked at the large bed. That bed was really too big. Even if Bai Yanqiu rolled on it with all his might, he wouldn't be able to roll down. Why would she sleep on such a large bed? Zhang Xiaohua was an immortal path qi practitioner. Every night, he would sit cross-legged and cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Even ordinary martial arts experts would use their inner energy to replace sleep at night. For an expert like Bai Yanqiu who had stepped into the ranks of qi practitioners, there was no way he would make such a large bed just to sleep. However, when Zhang Xiaohua once again focused his attention on this somewhat overly large bed, he really did see some differences. This large bed was somewhat similar to the Kong bed in Zhang Xiaohua's Guzhuang house. The entire bed was supported by large stones. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with confusion. He walked to the bed and a delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. Zhang Xiaohua let out a laugh. He reached out and lifted the silk bedding on the bed, revealing a pitch-black stone slab that was more than 3 fingers thick under the bedding. This stone slab was different from the stones supporting it. It was a complete piece. When the brilliance of the luminous pearl shone on the pitch-black stone slab, there was no reflection at all. The light seemed to have been absorbed by the stone slab. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and touched the stone slab. The stone slab was a little rough, and it did not match the smooth surface. After Zhang Xiaohua focused his eyes on it for a moment, He vaguely saw some unfathomable flashes of light within the stone slab. It was somewhat similar to the starlight in the night sky, but in a flash, it was similar to lightning. This. Zhang Xiaohua touched the strange stone slab, not knowing what to say. In his divine sense, this stone slab was no different from the stones below. There was not even the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi. How could it be so different when seen with the naked eye? Whatever. Anyway, it's here to harm Bai Yanqiu. She slept under this thing every day. Needless to say, it must be something good. I'll just accept it. It's just that, this stone slab is too big. And my belt. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, and his divine sense entered his belt. He had collected too much 5 elements chalcedony in his belt, and there was indeed less space to store things. Fortunately, the stone slab was flat, and Zhang Xiaohua only needed to tidy it up slightly to free up the space. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua placed the mysterious stone slab into his belt, another problem occurred. The stone slab was like the great wisdom sword, and could not be controlled with his divine sense. How should it be said, the great wisdom sword could not be controlled with his divine sense at all. This stone slab could be grasped by his divine sense, but it gave Zhang Xiaohua the feeling of using both hands to catch a small loach in the river. It was slippery and there was no strength at all. However, it was still almost and not completely impossible to control. Zhang Xiaohua exerted enough patience and expended more than half of his divine sense, and paid the price with sweat beading on his forehead. Only then did he manage to store the mysterious stone slab into his belt. It's painful but happy. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled happily. He did not know the origin of the stone slab and did not know its use, but, to be able to take away something that Bai Yanqiu slept under, Zhang Xiaohua would wake up smiling even in his dreams. Hee, you actually dare to turn I into Whitebeard Zhang Xiaohua. Even if you think about it, that won't do. I must teach you a lesson. Cough cough, it seems to be a dream, to grow old together here and not care about the affairs of the world. Hee, it's also a happy thing. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and carefully operated God's guidance, gradually replenishing his divine sense. His eyes looked around the bedroom again. Bai Yanqiu was a descendant of the Shindao sect, and if it was said that there were no relics of the immortal Tao in her bedroom, and that there were no rubbish that Zhang Xiaohua liked to pick up, even if Zhang Xiaohua's head was cracked open, he would not believe it. But where were those things kept? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes looked around the bedroom again and again, and his divine sense swept again and again, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. After Zhang Xiaohua looked through everything one by one, and even the undergarments and outerwear in the wardrobe, his gaze landed on the huge mirror placed at the head of the bed. According to Zhang Xiaohua's idea, there was already a bronze mirror on the dressing table, and Bai Yanqiu could already put on makeup in front of it, so there was no need to place a huge mirror at the head of the bed. Since this huge mirror was superfluous, and it was even placed at the head of the bed, what was the use of it? Needless to say, if there was something out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong with this huge mirror. However, Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the mirror, and the light from the luminous pearl shone on the bronze mirror, and even the silk on the huge bed could be seen clearly. It was obviously a bronze mirror, right? How different could it be? Looking closer, he did not find anything. Zhang Xiaohua turned over and landed on the bed and danced around on the bed for a while. The reflection on the bronze mirror was the same, very normal. What is going on? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. Could it be that Bai Yanqiu likes to see how I look when I sleep at night? This fellow's hobby is extremely wonderful. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Xiaohua covered the bronze mirror with his divine sense from top to bottom, and wanted to do a final check, but it was still to no avail. There seemed to be no movement and there seemed to be no sign of it. Perhaps Bai Yanqiu kept the things close and put them somewhere else. Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart as he prepared to leave the bedroom. However, when he accidentally caught sight of the small bronze mirror on the dressing table from the corner of his eye, he immediately froze on the spot as though he had been struck by lightning. Everyone, what do you think? It turned out that the small bronze mirror also faintly reflected Zhang Xiaohua's face, but that face was Zhang Xiaohua disguised as Pan An's handsome face. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the huge bronze mirror in disbelief, and the reflection in the bronze mirror was actually a complete Zhang Xiaohua. In an instant, a feeling of horror rose from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohua's heart. This bronze mirror could actually reflect his original appearance. It was no wonder he just stood in front of this huge bronze mirror for a long time, and the mirror was filled with Zhang Xiaohua. It was originally him, so there was nothing to be suspicious about. If not for the small mirror, he almost forgot that he disguised as Pan An. This is it. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he was about to put the large bronze mirror into his belt. However, the bronze mirror seemed to have grown roots, and no matter how Zhang Xiaohua moved it with his divine sense, it did not move an inch. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua was angry. He walked to the front of the bronze mirror, bent down and grabbed the bottom edge of the bronze mirror. Using the strength of his arms, he lifted it up stiffly. The strength of Zhang Xiaohua's arms could be said to be shocking, but the bronze mirror only shook slightly, and he could not lift it up completely. Zhang Xiaohua was once again in a difficult position. Then Zhang Xiaohua circled the large bronze mirror a few times, his hand holding his chin, and his eyes darting around. After half a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the huge bronze mirror, he stretched out his hand and took out the small mirror that he inherited from the incense sect, which was called the Hao Tian mirror by Nanjing Gang. Who knew when the Hao Tian mirror was taken out of the money bag, Zhang Xiaohua immediately lost control of it, and it flew out of his hand in mid-air. Chapter 1025. After Zhang Xiaohua took out the clear sky mirror from her purse, it immediately flew out of Zhang Xiaohua's hand and hovered in mid-air. The clear sky mirror slowly floated in mid-air and stopped in the middle of the large copper mirror. Then, the surface of the clear sky mirror faced upwards and gradually emitted a silvery white brilliance. This brilliance became increasingly resplendent and bright. When the brilliance gathered to a certain extent, it formed a weak light pillar. The light pillar slowly dimmed and elongated, shining towards the ceiling of the bedroom. When the light pillar shone, the ceiling of the bedroom seemed to be transparent, revealing the thick fog in the night sky outside. Then the fog melted like snow in boiling water, revealing a huge round hole and the resplendent stars in the night sky. After a few breaths, the stars in the round hole suddenly flashed rapidly. A crazy amount of star energy rushed into the clear sky mirror as if it was smashing down. The clear sky mirror buzzed and let out a joyful sound, as if it was absorbing the starlight in the sky. After the time it took to eat a meal, the clear sky mirror gradually stopped shaking. Then, it tilted slightly and gradually faced the large copper mirror in front of the bed. Immediately, the starlight was reflected by the clear sky mirror. The large copper mirror did not have any reaction at first, and the starlight was not reflected again. Even Zhang Xiaohua's figure in the large copper mirror disappeared. Gradually, a silvery white dot appeared in the middle of the large copper mirror. That dot grew bigger and bigger. When it was the size of a copper coin, it stopped expanding and turned into ripples that spread across the entire copper mirror. Then the surface of the copper mirror rippled like the surface of a lake. After rippling for a few rounds, the silvery white dot gradually expanded. This time, it only stopped expanding when it was the size of the clear sky mirror. At this moment, the surface of the copper mirror stopped rippling. Instead, it slowly twisted and the circle in the middle became brighter. When it was as bright as a small full moon, the floating clear sky mirror turned again and faced the circle on the copper mirror. At this moment, the light beam from the clear sky mirror disappeared. The starlight that filled the sky also stopped pouring down. The entire ceiling of the bedroom returned to its original state, leaving only the brilliance of the large copper mirror and the clear sky mirror. The brilliance of the two mirrors illuminated the entire bedroom as if it was daytime. Zhang Xiaohua squinted her eyes and carefully observed the silver brilliance of the clear sky mirror and the circle on the copper mirror. The two lights reflected on each other as if they were communicating. After a few breaths, the brilliance of the two mirrors suddenly became so bright that it dazzled Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. She closed her eyes naturally. The moment Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes, the clear sky mirror moved forward silently. In an instant, it crossed the distance between the two mirrors and disappeared into the large copper mirror. When Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes again, the clear sky mirror had already disappeared. The silvery white brilliance of the large copper mirror gradually dimmed. Even the circle in the middle gradually shrank. "Oh, where's my small mirror?" Zhang Xiaohua shouted and flew to the front of the copper mirror. "Did it get eaten by the large mirror? Shit, I went for wool but came home shorn. I've suffered a huge loss this time." Just as Zhang Xiaohua was feeling regretful, the circle on the copper mirror disappeared. With a clear chi sound, the large copper mirror swayed slightly. Then there was a chi sound. The entire chamber was shaking. The large copper mirror in front of Zhang Xiaohua slowly shrank. When it shrank to a certain extent, there was a hole that was about the height of a person in the wall that was previously covered by the copper mirror. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to look at the hole. Instead, she focused on the shrinking copper mirror. The copper mirror looked different from before. There were some decorations on the round surface of the mirror that were made of an unknown material. It surrounded the entire supreme sky mirror, forming a rectangle. There were mysterious patterns carved on the surrounding materials. The patterns formed extremely profound talismans. Between the patterns there were countless tiny tadpole-like carvings. On the top of the circular mirror, there were 3 tadpole-like words. However, these 3 words weren't the ancient words that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with. She couldn't understand the meaning of these words. Supreme Sky Mirror? Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips and read it out loud. The clear sky mirror continued to shrink until it was 30 centimeters in size. Then a purple light flashed again, and an extremely desolate aura was emitted from the clear sky mirror. After a flash, the clear sky mirror floated in the air again. Looking at the supreme sky mirror that had returned to its original state, Zhang Xiaohua reached out her hand without hesitation. She grabbed the supreme sky mirror and flipped it around. Then she immersed her divine sense into it. It had the same reaction as the small mirror in the past. It didn't seem to have any reaction. Zhang Xiaohua in the supreme sky mirror had returned to her original appearance as Zhang Xiaohua. Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua kept the supreme sky mirror in her coin pouch. Then she looked at the hole that was covered by the large mirror. Needless to say, the large mirror was a part of the supreme sky mirror and was used as a restriction on the hole. Now that the large mirror and the small mirror had combined to form the supreme sky mirror, the hole was naturally exposed. Furthermore, the hole was definitely the place that Zhang Xiaohua had been looking for. Using her divine sense to probe the hole, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Her divine sense could only see 3 feet in front of her. There must be a restriction on her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua reached out her hand and took out Chasing Dream. Then she flew into the hole. The hole was similar to the tunnels that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. They all led downwards. However, this tunnel was made of green bricks. It seemed to be man-made. There were burning torches in the passageway, illuminating the entire passageway. However, after walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua found that the entire passageway was quiet, without the slightest movement. Soon after, there were forks in the tunnel. There were small huts on both sides of the tunnel. Zhang Xiaohua carefully pushed open one of the huts. There was only a simple praying mat inside. There was nothing else. Zhang Xiaohua walked along the passageway and only picked up the things that could go down. After the time it took to eat a meal, he arrived at a place that looked a little run down. It was only run down that the green bricks were gone, and the passageway had turned into stone walls and mud. Moreover, there were fewer torches here, making it look very dark. After turning a corner, a small space appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. There were no more tunnels in this space. There were only 3 small doors on the left, right, and front. Each door looked exactly the same. There was a torch hanging on the wall in front of each door. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the area 3 feet around her. She didn't find anything special. The small doors also blocked her divine sense. Hence, she hesitated for a moment. Then, she cautiously pushed open the small door on her left hand. The small door opened silently. Zhang Xiaohua held Chasing Dream in her hand and quickly scanned the interior. She didn't see anyone. Then she jumped in and closed the door behind her. The interior of the door wasn't spacious. It was only 2 feet square. At this moment, there were no torches hanging on the wall. Instead, there were fist-sized luminous pearls embedded on the wall. There were so many of them that the entire room was brightly lit. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the door and looked around. There were 3 rows and 4 rows of jade tables in the entire room. There were jade scrolls, magic tools, and jade bottles on each table. They were placed neatly. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to cover her mouth and laugh. I finally found the place. Zhang Xiaohua had picked up a lot of trash. She wanted to enter the secret room of a large immortal sect and find so many treasures. This was the first time in history. How could she not be happy? Rubbing her hands, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the jade table closest to her. There was a half-moon-shaped jade pendant here. The luster was a little dim, but the edges of the half-moon shape faintly flashed with a silver luster. It should be a magic tool with some history. However, when Zhang Xiaohua reached out to take it, she was blocked by a layer of restriction on the outside of the magic tool. Ouch. Zhang Xiaohua patted her head and said secretly, "Extreme joy begets sorrow. How did I forget about divine sense?" When she released her divine sense, she realized that there was no restriction on divine sense in the entire room. On each of the 12 jade tables, there was a different layer of restriction that firmly protected the things on the table. These restrictions were different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. What was the difference? It was very simple. In the past, Zhang Xiaohua had seen that most of the restrictions were weak in primordial qi, which weakened the power of the restrictions a lot. Sometimes, Zhang Xiaohua could break the restrictions almost effortlessly. But the restrictions here had abundant primordial qi fluctuations. They were not affected by the lack of primordial qi of heaven and earth at all. Alas! Zhang Xiaohua sighed and checked the 12 different restrictions one by one. She sighed in her heart and felt very regretful. Since she came into contact with the immortal Tao, the history of breaking the old restrictions casually was probably gone forever. In the future she really had to rely on her own strength to really break the restrictions. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua waved her left hand and stabbed out with a nameless sword move. Sure enough, there was no primordial qi flow. Presumably, the primordial qi flow had already been consumed when she broke the restriction of the dragon vein. However, looking at so many things, she couldn't take any of them. It really made Zhang Xiaohua feel unreconciled in her heart. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did a little comparison and walked to a stone table on the right side of one of the stone tables. There was a lonely jade slip on it. The restriction on it emitted a faint blue light. Her divine sense felt that this restriction was a little familiar, and the primordial qi fluctuation inside was a little weaker than the other restrictions. Presumably it was not important. Rubbing her chin and pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took out a fire talisman from her arms and threw it on the table. The flame produced by the fire talisman was extinguished immediately after it ignited slightly. Chapter 1026. Zhang Xiaohua nodded his head slightly as if he had understood something. Next he took out a jade scroll and inserted his divine sense into it. After carefully studying it for a long time, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Next he retrieved 5 fingernail-sized 5-element chalcedony from his belt and casually tossed them into the air. After which, he sat down cross-legged and sent out a few fire talismans and a few hand seals, melting the 5 chalcedony floating in the air into a liquid state. Looking at the 5 fingernail-sized 5 elements chalcedony floating in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua's expression was dignified. He kept casting the hand seals on his 2 fingers and used one fire talisman after another. When the 5 elements chalcedony had shrunk to half its size, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes revealed a gratified smile. Then he did not dare to delay and changed the hand seals again. As if he was playing a zither, the true qi in the meridians in his body rushed to his fingers and formed hand seals on his fingers. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was also greatly consumed with the hand seals. When the 5 elements chalcedony in the air gradually solidified, Zhang Xiaohua's expression became more dignified. His right hand slightly clenched into a fist at his waist, while his left hand slowly moved and formed hand seals. It was as if there were stones tied to his fingers. If one looked carefully, the strokes of his fingers were even more mysterious than before. Suddenly the 5 jade chalcedony trembled at the same time. One moved up and one down as if they were about to fly away. Zhang Xiaohua's face was not shocked but happy. His right hand, which had been at his waist all this time, suddenly opened up. 5 fingers stretched out and a hand seal that had been accumulating strength for a long time, accompanied by Zhang Xiaohua's true qi, hit the 5 jade chalcedony. Kacha, a crisp sound was heard. A faint 5-colored brilliance flashed and the 5 elements chalcedony condensed into 5 different shaped jade talismans. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long sigh. With a wave of his hand, the 5 jade talismans fell into his hand. Looking at these small jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just these 5 jade talismans had consumed all of his true qi, and it was only to break the most inconspicuous of the 12 restrictions. Why do I always feel that my cultivation is insufficient as my cultivation increases? It was true when I was in the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Later on, I reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Now, I'm already at the peak of the 9th layer of qi refinement. Why is it still like this? Is the cultivation of the immortal Tao really endless? Without further thought, Zhang Xiaohua first, he took out a spirit stone to replenish the true qi in his meridians. At the same time he used spirit guidance and used to recover his spirit. Ever since 9 Radiance Peak, Zhang Xiaohua didn't use the spirit stone to cultivate. He just slept at night. Because he was often not alone, he didn't take it out. At this moment, when he just absorbed the true qi inside, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly noticed that the speed of absorbing true qi wasn't as fast as before. It wasn't just a drop. However, in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, half of the true qi in his meridians had been replenished. Well, I'll leave it at that. I'm afraid there isn't enough time. Zhang Xiaohua thought as he put away the spirit stone. He stood up and placed the 5 jade talismans on 5 different places on the stone table. Then he made a hand seal and a 5-colored light curtain scattered on the restriction on the stone table. With a creaking sound, the water blue restriction gradually dimmed, and the fluctuation of true qi also weakened. Then Zhang Xiaohua clenched his teeth. The 5-colored jade talismans flashed, and the creaking sound became louder. Then, with 5 soft sounds, the 5-colored jade talismans broke and turned into 5 piles of fine powder. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed with heartache. Then he reached out his hand and took out Chasing Dream. It circled in the air and turned into 8 small swords that charged at the already dimmed restriction. With a series of crackling sounds, the water blue restriction finally shattered, revealing the ordinary-looking jade talisman inside. Zhang Xiaohua took back Chasing Dream and reached out to pick up the jade talisman. This time he didn't encounter any obstacles. Zhang Xiaohua impatiently immersed his spirit sense into it and read the contents clearly. Unconsciously, a strange expression appeared on his face. It turned out that the jade talisman didn't record anything else. It was one of the 5 elements escape techniques that Zhang Xiaohua had been looking forward to for a long time, the wood escape technique. Although this wood escape technique was what Zhang Xiaohua had been looking forward to, but, under the current circumstances, Zhang Xiaohua still hoped to obtain the water escape technique. Perhaps he could use his previous experience in cultivating the water escape technique before Bai Yanqiu returned. Then he would be able to make some progress in cultivating the water escape technique and escape from this giant island surrounded by the deep lake. Sigh, forget it. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and kept the jade talisman into his money bag. Then he looked at the other 11 stone tables and shook his head. The restriction on the wood escape technique was the weakest and he had already spent a lot of effort on it. Needless to say, he didn't have the ability to break the other restrictions at the moment. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was also a little puzzled. The other restrictions were all dim, but why was the restriction in the secret room between the clouds and the water so strong? With this question in mind, Zhang Xiaohua quietly left the secret room. He stood at the door and looked at the other 2 small doors. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. He only had half of his essential qi left and his divine sense was insufficient. It seemed that the restrictions in the other 2 secret rooms were no small matter. Even if he went in, it would be useless. He might as well go back earlier and think about it. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, the small door on the right was pushed open silently. It was pushed open from the inside. Zhang Xiaohua was still thinking about whether he should push the door open or not. He didn't expect that the door would be pushed open from his side. He was stunned on the spot. As for the person who pushed the door open, he didn't expect that there would be someone in this space. His expression changed greatly and his eyes revealed a look of fear. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, his expression changed greatly. A look of disbelief and incomprehension filled his entire face. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. This person wasn't anyone else but his old acquaintance, Peng Yeyu. Senior brother Peng Yu, why are you here? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and asked. Me? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's calm expression, Peng Yeyu was also shocked. He thought that he had walked into the wrong place. But when he looked around he shouted, Rin Xiaoyayu, this is my sect's forbidden area. Why are you here? Forbidden area? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked curiously, since it's forbidden area, why are you here? Peng Yeyu hesitated for a moment before shouting, my sect leader sent me to retrieve something. I heard that Bai Yanqiu left the island this morning. How did she inform you to retrieve something? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. This is none of your business. As he spoke, Peng Yeyu came to his senses. He waved the long sword in his hand and a red sword appeared. He said angrily, this is my territory between the clouds and the water. You are just a disciple of the fragrant religion. What right do you have to order me around? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was silent, Peng Yeyu sneered, since you are here, this is exactly what I wanted. I was worried about how to cover it up. Now that I have killed you on the spot, I will say that I saw you sneaking into the forbidden area at night. I followed you and entered the forbidden area. This is perfect. He rubbed his chin and nodded. Senior brother Peng's words are reasonable. If Rin killed you and said the same thing, what do you think would happen? Peng Yeyu heard this and felt that it was very funny. He waved his long sword and said, Junior brother Rin, good idea. However, even if you came back from the Dalan temple and received the teachings of the elders, I don't think it will work. Would my sect leader believe you? Why not? If he didn't believe Rin, Why would he let you go to the Huiming Hall to receive your punishment? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Peng Yeyu's face turned red. He said angrily, I am not unkind to you and Miss Zixia. I didn't kill you on the spot. Even if Alliance Master Huang of the Falling Stars Alliance wanted to kill you, I stopped him. Why? Why do you have to hit me when I am down? Zhang Xiaohua picked her ears and said with a smile, When did Ren hit me when I am down? You can't blindly accuse me of something like this. Peng Yeyu said with a sinister smile, Why would I talk to you? Of course, the sect leader wants you to stay in the sect for some reason. However, this is exactly what I want. If I kill you in this forbidden area, how can the sect leader not reward me? As for Zixia, she is just an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. Since she is already here, the sect leader won't let her out of the water island. Since you don't have the fortune to enjoy her, why don't you leave her to me? Peng Yeyu's pretense of being gentle was finally exposed at this moment. He raised his hand and the red long sword stretched out more than 3 inches. He waved the sword towards Zhang Xiaohua. Swordchi? Zhang Xiaohua shouted. Since she knew that between the clouds and the water was a descendant of the Xindao sect, she vaguely knew why Peng Yeyu, Liang Cangshu and the others only used long swords. You know about the sword Qi? Peng Yeyu was stunned. His sword did not stop as he said, I guess your senior sister Peacock who survived a great disaster told you about it. Of course not. Zhang Xiaohua leaped into the air and threw Chasing Dream. She shouted, Of course I saw it with my own eyes. As she said that, her divine sense changed and Chasing Dream split into 2. The 2 sword lights pierced towards Peng Yeyu from the left and right. Flying sword? Peng Yeyu was shocked. He did not even notice Zhang Xiaohua's floating figure in the air. He waved his long sword and slashed at the 2 sword lights. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. When the sword light flew in front of Peng Yeyu, it paused for a moment. Ping ping ping. 2 light sounds rang out. The 2 sword lights collided with the long saber and were knocked away. If the sword Qi can block the flying sword, then, the sword light should be able to do the same. Zhang Xiaohua confirmed her thoughts. She moved her divine sense and Chasing Dream flew back. Chapter 1027. Peng Yeyu's expression returned to calmness when he saw that his blade had repelled Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. He smiled and said, I thought that only the inner disciples of the incense cult had the chance to obtain the immortal Dao inheritance. I didn't expect junior brother Ren to obtain it at such a young age. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Thank you for letting me win, but didn't senior brother Peng also obtain the immortal Dao inheritance? Of course. My sect between the clouds and the water is blessed by the heavens. How can your incense cult compare? I heard that your incense cult hasn't had a disciple for many years. Oh, right, junior brother Ren, since there hasn't been a disciple for many years, how did you obtain the immortal Dao inheritance? Could it be your Abish Jingis? Peng Yeyu's face revealed a lewd smile as he spoke. This bastard. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. His initial impression of Peng Yeyu was not bad. Back in Aqua Cloud Club's main hall, he only saw the way Peng Yeyu stared at Meng Yeyu unhappily. That was why he exposed Peng Yeyu. Now that he heard Peng Yeyu's filthy words, how could he not know that Peng Yeyu was also a hooligan dressed in human clothing? However, all of this is fleeting clouds. Junior brother Ren, when junior brother Liang and the others were fighting the incense cult's disciples on Lingering Fragrance Peak, I've already cut off your head. No one else can compare to this merit. Bah, keep dreaming. Zhang Xiaohua spat at him. Chasing Meng flew straight towards Peng Yeyu's chest. Peng Yeyu wasn't in a hurry. He waved his long blade and hid behind a scarlet blade. His right hand quietly reached into his chest. Zhang Xiaohua's Chasing Meng split into 2 and arrived in front of him. Peng Yeyu used his blade technique, wanting to repel the 2 flying swords like before. However, the moment his blade touched Chasing Meng trembled and split into 2 again. 4 sword shadows appeared. Upon seeing this, Peng Yeyu's expression changed greatly. He quickly took out his right hand from his chest. Before Zhang Xiaohua could see what was in his hand, Peng Yeyu immediately circulated his qi. A crimson-red light screen quickly extended from Peng Yeyu's right hand. At the same time, Peng Yeyu also used the momentum to jump to the side. Peng! The 2 sword lights from Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword pierced the red defensive light shield on Peng Yeyu's right hand. The light shield rippled a few times before it slowly closed. The other 2 sword lights struck Peng Yeyu's saber aura. The impact made Peng Yeyu's left hand numb, and he almost threw his saber to the ground. Junior brother Ren, I didn't expect your cultivation of the immortal Tao to be so profound. To actually reach this level? As Peng Yayu spoke, his eyes glanced at the door he'd just pushed open. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't waste any more words with him. With a push of her divine perception, Chasing Ming once again flew back and transformed into 8 sword lights. One in front and one behind, they pierced Peng Yayu's crimson defensive light shield. Huh? You're Rejuvenation Valley's senior of the Immortal Tao? Upon seeing Zhang Xiaohua's 8 flying swords, Peng Yayu abruptly thought of the rumors of Rejuvenation Valley's Immortal Tao. Didn't the senior who used the flying art use 8 sword lights? At this moment, Peng Yayu finally noticed that Zhang Xiaohua was about half a foot off the ground. She'd been floating in the air for a long time. Peng Yayu was terrified. How could he remain calm? How could he wield the long saber as freely as he did that day? Peng 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 peng. 4 consecutive explosions rang out. 4 sword lights pierced the same spot on the defensive light shield. Peng Yayu didn't dare to delay any longer. His figure flew over, intending to use his qinggong to escape towards that small door. Peng 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 piu. First, there were 3 explosions followed by a muffled sound. The chasing Meng Yayu's small sword pierced Peng Yayu's defensive light shield 7 times. The last sword pierced Peng Yayu's heart. Peng Yayu screamed tragically and fell to the ground. Oh. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned. She shot over like an arrow and didn't wait for Peng Yayu's figure to land on the ground. She pressed a finger on the major acupoint at the back of his head. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still a little too late. She only managed to ask a few of the most pressing questions before Peng Yayu breathed his last and died. My hand is still too fast. If only I could injure him heavily first. But isn't this a little too merciful? Just kill him. Why torture him? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Actually, when Zhang Xiaohua saw Peng Yayu, she already had a small plan in her heart. A plan to escape between the clouds and the water. And after Peng Yayu's questions before he died, it confirmed the feasibility of her plan. She took out a fire talisman and burned Peng Yayu's body. There wasn't anything special left on the ground. Even the long saber had turned into nothingness. Then Zhang Xiaohua held Zhu Meng in her hands and walked to the door in the middle without hesitation. She pushed the door open and entered. Because according to Peng Yayu, this was the forbidden area between the clouds and the water. Unless Bai Yanqiu gave permission, no one could enter easily. And at this time, Bai Yanqiu had brought most of the people between the clouds and the water away from the island. The strength of the sect was weak. Other than Peng Yayu, a disciple who had been punished for no reason, he was angry. Tonight, he had rushed into this forbidden area recklessly and died unjustly. Absolutely no one would have the courage to enter this forbidden area again. Thinking about it, if it wasn't a forbidden area, anyone could enter. But everyone could see Bai Yanqiu sleeping on the big bed. Zhang Xiaohua thought wretchedly. Moreover, according to Peng Yayu's words, there was a small door in the middle. Bai Yanqiu would definitely not let anyone enter. And Peng Yayu's plan was to go to the passage that Zhang Xiaohua had just walked through to find some divine weapons or secret martial arts manuals. Opening the small door, a gust of cold air rushed to her face. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as she felt a sense of danger. After waiting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua first used her divine sense to explore. Fortunately, although her divine sense was suppressed here, she could still extend it about 10 feet. This was a pitch-black passage. It was no different from the mountain path that Zhang Xiaohua had explored before. Seeing that there were no changes, Zhang Xiaohua stepped in. The passage was winding downwards. The steps were quite wide. Zhang Xiaohua took almost 2 steps to complete 1 step. With the light of the luminous pearl in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua saw that there were some water droplets on the surrounding stone walls. And those water droplets followed the restriction that was invisible to the naked eye and gradually gathered and flowed to the bottom of the steps. She didn't know what time it was now, but Zhang Xiaohua knew that she had to hurry. There wasn't much time left for her. Riding the wind, Zhang Xiaohua flew down. After walking for half a mile, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was almost at the bottom of the water. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Not far ahead, under Zhang Xiaohua's feet, there was a huge pit of about 10 feet. That light was emitted from the countless luminous pearl inlaid on the stone walls around the big pit. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the things in the deep pit, she couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone guess what Zhang Xiaohua saw? The first thing that entered Zhang Xiaohua's eyes was in the deep pit. In an irregular shape, there were dozens of familiar-looking pill furnaces. 8 trigrams purple golden furnace? Zhang Xiaohua didn't look at other things and blurted out. However, when he wanted to take a closer look, a layer of transparent restriction blocked him, and he couldn't take another step forward. Without saying anything, Zhang Xiaohua took out Chasing Dream and used her spiritual sense to control the flying sword to stab at the restriction. Unfortunately, after dozens of stabs, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense didn't even shake the restriction. That's what I said. This is obviously the most important place between the clouds and the water. Why aren't there any strange restrictions along the way? So, it's waiting for us here. Looking at the restriction, it should be similar to the array that protects the dragon's vein in the incense cult. It's definitely not something that a qi refining stage cultivator can break. No wonder Bai Yanqiu was so relaxed and didn't put up any defenses. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in thought. At the same time, she looked at the deep pit again. After counting carefully the 8 trigrams purple golden furnace in the deep pit, temporarily called the 8 trigrams purple golden furnace, there were a total of 25 furnaces. These 25 furnaces were arranged in 7 different places, and each place should have 7 pill furnaces. But now in these 7 places, there wasn't a single spot with 7 pill furnaces. They were more or less missing. In the place with the most missing furnaces, there was only 1 pill furnace placed in the innermost place. And in the middle of these 25 pill furnaces, there was an empty space. There was only a foggy thing floating in the air. From afar she couldn't see clearly what it was. I'm envious. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the pill furnaces and felt like she wanted to reach out and tear the restriction. But Zhang Xiaohua didn't give up and looked at the restriction again with her divine sense. Then she angrily comforted herself. Needless to say, what kind of array is this? The pill furnaces that are missing are in my hands. If I don't go in, this array will never be complete. That's not right. There should be a total of 49 pill furnaces. There are 24 empty spots. There are only 18 pill furnaces in my belt. Doesn't that mean there are still 6 pill furnaces that are missing? Forget it. This array has no fate with me. Zhang Xiaohua endured the pain and turned to leave. But she couldn't help but look back again. Looking at the ground, she made a gesture and directly went underground. She still wanted to see if this array was like the restriction in Bai Yanqiu's bedroom, with a strong start but weak finish. At first, the more Zhang Xiaohua looked, the more disappointed she was. The light purple restriction underground was still intact and protected the big pit on the ground. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was about to give up, she suddenly found that there was a well-developed underground passage in one part of the array. But this passage wasn't used by humans but rats. Zhang Xiaohua knew from the Guizhuang house that rats in the fields were the most abominable. They always dragged unripe and ripe rice and other things into their underground caves. And the caves of rats were extremely complicated. Even if they could find the entrance, it was unlikely that they could find the hiding place of the rice. But at this time, when Zhang Xiaohua saw the rat's cave, she almost wanted to thank the rats. Because on the side of the rat's cave, there was a cave entrance facing the restriction. Chapter 1028. Looking at the seal on the side of the rat's hole, there was a spot that was about a foot wide. It was already dimmed, and the vital energy fluctuations were extremely weak. That rat had actually bitten through the seal. Sigh. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Such a powerful seal was something that even a mid-stage qi refining cultivator like him couldn't do anything about. That ordinary rat was actually able to bite through the seal. Legend has it that a foolish old man moved a mountain, and here, a rat broke through a seal. I have to say, this is a legend that will last for eternity. Perhaps time and perseverance are the most effective ways to break through all seals. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He moved to the front of the seal that was about to be broken. The rat hole was deep underground and there were no signs of rats at all. The area within 100 feet of the hole was also abnormally clean. Perhaps the rats had already migrated. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the time to think about the details of the person who broke the seal. He waved Chasing Dream in his hand and several rays of sword light pierced into the hole. With just 5 rays of sword light, the light of the seal was annihilated. It was much easier and more convenient than breaking through Peng Yeyu's defensive light barrier. A hole that was about a foot wide appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to enter. He released his divine sense and observed carefully. As expected, the moment the hole appeared, it gradually began to repair itself. Zhang Xiaohua's heart gradually turned cold. However, a miracle still happened. The seal that was bitten off by the rat could no longer be repaired. The seal that was broken by Zhang Xiaohua only recovered to the spot that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. It stopped abruptly. Sigh, a mid-stage qi refining cultivator couldn't even compare to a rat. This seal breaking must be the most unimaginable seal breaking. After that, Zhang Xiaohua broke the seal again. He used the transfiguration technique to shrink his body to about a foot, and smoothly entered the hole. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the pit, he did not wait for his body to stabilize in midair. A powerful force pulled him towards the bottom of the pit. With a bang, Zhang Xiaohua's entire body fell to the bottom of the pit. If it wasn't for the fact that he had honed his bones over the years, wouldn't he have been reduced to a pile of bones by now? Needless to say, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua understood that the restriction in the pit also prohibited the flight technique. Standing up from the ground, Zhang Xiaohua shook her dizzy head and walked to the nearest pill furnace. Upon closer inspection, it really was another 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. He sent his divine sense into the pill furnace. The pill furnace also had the words, 8 trigrams purple gold furnace written on it. The inner walls of the pill furnace also had the same sacrificial chant. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Who would be so bored as to actually refine 49 identical pill furnaces and arrange them into an array formation? This array formation, could it be that it possessed inconceivable power? I don't care anymore, Zhang Xiaohua thought. Her divine sense swept out, wanting to put this 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into her belt. Who knew that when the pill furnace was lifted slightly, there was a strange connection from the other pill furnaces that were together with this pill furnace. The entire pit immediately produced a force, holding the pill furnace in place. No matter how much strength Zhang Xiaohua used, she couldn't put the pill furnace away. Oh, this is bad. Could it be that this is a fixed array formation? Zhang Xiaohua thought. She walked forward and raised her arms, wanting to use the most barbaric method to move the pill furnace away from its original position. But just like before, just as the pill furnace left the ground, it was pulled by a powerful force. As the strength of Zhang Xiaohua's arms increased, the force also increased. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua's arms couldn't support it and she threw the pill furnace to the ground. Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua was at her wit's end. It seemed that this pill furnace wasn't something she could put away. But since she couldn't put it away, if the pill furnaces in her belt were taken out, what would happen? Would this array formation be repaired? It shouldn't be, because counting the numbers, there were still 6 pill furnaces that weren't included. Looking at this small array formation that was still missing 3 pill furnaces, Zhang Xiaohua hesitantly took out one of the pill furnaces from her belt, wanting to put it in an empty spot in front of her. However, just as that pill furnace appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, before she could put it on the ground, a kind of fluctuation appeared from a small array formation in the distance. This fluctuation was similar to the fluctuation between the 18 pill furnaces in Zhang Xiaohua's belt, but it was obviously much stronger. Once this fluctuation appeared, a suction force appeared from the array formation in the distance, instantly sucking that pill furnace horizontally into the array formation in the distance. This is bad. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and found that there was only one empty spot in the array formation that sucked the pill furnace over. In other words, as long as this pill furnace fell to the ground, this small array formation would immediately be repaired. However, within this large pit, flying was prohibited. Zhang Xiaohua could only use the ethereal steps to rush over there. How could she catch up with the pill furnace that was flying over? With a "pa" sound, that pill furnace fell on the empty spot in the small array formation. Zhang Xiaohua immediately stopped in her tracks and quietly looked at the small array formation. If there were any changes, she would immediately escape. However, when the pill furnace fell to the ground, the 7 pill furnaces in the small array formation were still and motionless. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Sure enough, as her divine sense swept over, Zhang Xiaohua found that the connection between the 7 pill furnaces gradually increased. When it increased to a certain extent, the 7 pill furnaces began to tremble at the same time, emitting a wung-wung sound. The sound became more and more intense, and the ground of the large pit began to tremble slightly. Following that, the 7 pill furnaces floated up from their respective ground and began to rotate one by one. Woo-woo, the rotation caused the airflow and emitted a horrifying sound. As the 7 pill furnaces spun faster and faster, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes could no longer distinguish the outline of each pill furnace. Even in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, those pill furnaces were gradually blurring. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss of what to do, A wung sound like a huge cicada's cry suddenly stopped. The other 6 pill furnaces did not show any signs of stopping. Before Zhang Xiaohua could think of anything, she crashed into that pill furnace. It's broken? Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, the pill furnace emitted a dazzling brilliance and immediately dimmed. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. That pill furnace was actually 7 pill furnaces combined into one. It was brimming with faint 5 colors floating in the air. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua very keenly felt that the restriction on flying had weakened by a little. Looking at the new 8 trigrams purple gold furnace floating in the air, Zhang Xiaohua felt a faint connection with it. The original 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had been refined by Zhang Xiaohua with his qi. Presumably, this was the reason why Zhang Xiaohua felt a connection with this pill furnace. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand, and the pill furnace immediately flew from not far away. Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at it with his naked eyes. This pill furnace was obviously different from the one he had taken out just now. Not to mention the weight and not to mention the faint 5 colors on the surface, just the spirit coming from the pill furnace was enough to show that this pill furnace was more than 1 level stronger than all of his previous ones. The refining technique on the inner wall of this pill furnace was the same, and the words of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had not changed. Presumably, if it was used to refine pills, it should have an even more shocking effect. With a move of his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua easily put this synthesized 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into his belt. Then Zhang Xiaohua had a plan in his heart. One by one he took out the refined pill furnaces that had not been synthesized. Then he put them in groups of 7 and waited for them to rotate and combine. Until he took out the 18 pill furnaces he had obtained from the incense sect, he filled up the 6 small arrays. Then he put away the 6 new 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces without any surprise. In the end, only the innermost small array with 6 empty spots was left. The same 8 trigrams purple gold furnace stood there all by itself. Using his divine sense, he looked at the 6 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces in his belt. These 6 were the same as the previous ones. When they saw each other, there was still a faint connection between them. However, this connection was more obscure, and the fluctuations between them were more mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and hovered over the last remaining pill furnace. He originally wanted to give it a try. He did not have any wishful thinking. However, when he took it, it was beyond his expectations. The last pill furnace only trembled slightly. It was as if it was trying to resist. Immediately, it was put into Zhang Xiaohua's money bag. This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Why did this pill furnace suddenly lose its integrity? All the pill furnaces were put into Zhang Xiaohua's belt. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt his body lighten. He pinched a spell and flew into the air above the big pit. The prohibition that restricted his flight must have been broken. Flying into the air, Zhang Xiaohua came in front of the fog-like thing that was surrounded by the pill furnaces just now. That thing was as big as a bucket. Outside it was a cloud of white silky fog. Above that thing, a thin thread of white flocculating gas extended in the air. It passed through the prohibition and the stone wall outside the prohibition. Could it be that the white fog that shrouded the water island is the fog on this celestial device? Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. Then he waved his hand and cast a few spells. The white fog only tilted slightly and then gathered again. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. He waved his hand again and that thing actually flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. He hurriedly took out a rather big jade box from his arms. He pointed his finger and that big thing flew into the jade box. Zhang Xiaohua cast prohibition spells on the 4 walls of the jade box. He closed the lid and cast a few more prohibition spells. Then he carefully put the jade box into his money bag. At this moment, the whole big pit was empty. Only the faint fog line from just now still led to the outside of the prohibition. But at the bottom of the fog line, the thing that produced the fog had disappeared. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 1029. Zhang Xiaohua came out of Bai Yanqiu's palace and did not dare to delay. She immediately turned invisible and flew back to the abode. At this time, Meng was pacing back and forth in the abode, showing her anxiety. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, she hurried over and asked, "How is it? You've been gone for more than 2 hours. What did Bai Zhangmen say? Is there a turning point? Moreover, the more I think about it, the more strange it is. If she sincerely wants to visit the mountain, she should treat us with courtesy. Since she didn't even look at me, a female disciple of Mo Shen Palace, obviously, she doesn't want to treat us with courtesy. Even if she asked you some questions, she has the intention of going to Lingering Fragrance Peak to cause trouble. Moreover, our value is reflected before the Martial Arts Circle convention. As long as this Bai Zhangmen goes to the convention and her evil plan succeeds, our value will be gone. Who knows, maybe the first people that Bai Zhangmen wants to kill will be you and me. Yes, and even if Bai Zhangmen comes back with us to the incense sect, we didn't send the message between the clouds and the water to the hierarch in advance. This is not a small crime. Meng was anxious and told her everything that she had just considered. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua nodded. So he looked at the sky, walked forward and took Meng's hand. He smiled and said, "You're right. I also thought a lot. Actually, I didn't see Bai Zhangmen just now. I heard that she left the island early. What should we say? She can't have gone to Lingering Fragrance Peak. I don't know where she went. What we need to do now is to escape from here as soon as possible." Escape? Oh, it's not like you didn't see it when we came in. With so many immortal methods and so many troubles, how could the two of us fool the eyes of Aqua Cloud Room's disciples? Meng, you don't have to worry about this. I just went to look for Senior Peng Yeu. Peng Yeu? Dream frowned slightly. I don't like the way he looks at me. Why are you looking for him? I know you don't like it, but there's no other way. Other than him, there's only Liang Tsangshu. These two are disciples we met in between the clouds and the water. Liang Tsangshu seems to have left with Bai Zhangmen, so I can only look for Peng Yeu. Are you looking for him to negotiate with him? Ask him to let us go? Dream sighed. Yes, under my persuasion he was finally willing to help us, but he needs me to do something for him. Oh, as for what it is, you don't have to ask. I promised him to keep it a secret. Xiaohua, it's been hard on you? Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua affectionately and snuggled into Zhang Xiaohua's arms. She couldn't speak to Zhang Xiaohua, so she opened her cherry lips and kissed Zhang Xiaohua's lips for the first time. Buzz. Zhang Xiaohua felt her brain heat up, and all the blood in her body rushed to her head. It was as if Meng's figure was the only thing left in the world, and the only thing left in the world was the moisture and warmth on her lips. After a long while, both of them were panting and reluctantly parted their lips. Meng's face was flushed red and she said, "Then, why aren't we leaving? Isn't it convenient to go out in the dark?" "Yes, I wanted to tell you, but you kept pestering me. I forgot," Zhang Xiaohua said with a shy face. Then he explained, "I have already discussed with Peng Yeu. He will come over in a while. You just need to follow him. He will send you out of the mountain first. Then you quickly find a big white horse and go out in the middle of the night. I will go and help Peng Yeu, and when I finish tomorrow, I will go and catch up with you. What do you think?" "I don't think so." Meng shook her head. "If we are going, we will go together. Why should we separate? Besides, even if I go alone, do you know where I am going? Where are you going to find me?" Zhang Xiaohua had a smile on her face and she held Meng in her arms and said, "If we go together, we will be a bigger target. Moreover, in the hall between the clouds and the water 2 days ago, many disciples have seen my face. If I go with you, there will be problems. It is better if you go first and you won't attract attention. As for where you are going, don't worry. Isn't it going to the Church of Fragrance? I have already asked Peng Yeu, and now I will tell you the route. You go first and I will catch up with you. Don't forget, Huan runs faster than your big white horse." "Is that so?" Meng saw Zhang Xiaohua speaking with such conviction, and she could only hold Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, Then I will listen to you. You have to come out quickly." "Yes, I know." Zhang Xiaohua replied and told her the route between the clouds and the water to the Church of Fragrance, and then she hurried away. Not long after, Peng Yeu came from outside the house. "Brother?" "Your throat." Meng did not like this Peng Yeu, but after all he wanted to send her out. After walking with Peng Yeu for a while, Meng could not help but ask out of politeness. "It's nothing, it's just, a few days ago because of you I was punished by the sect leader, and my meridians were injured." Peng Yeu said unhappily, and his words were short and to the point. He was a man of few words. This. Meng had heard Zhang Xiaohua talk about this before and she snorted coldly and said, "I don't know how Brother Peng plans to deal with my family. Ren Xiaoyao? If anything happens to him, even if you let me go, I will not accept your kindness. I return to the Church of Fragrance and don't see him. I swear I will destroy between the clouds and the water without leaving a single chicken or dog." Meng's tone was cold, but in Peng Yeu's ears, it was like the sound of nature. This guy was Zhang Xiaohua in disguise, and if he did not have the face to do so, he would have pounced on Meng, hugged her and kissed her. You are indeed worthy of being I's sweetheart, even your words are so ruthless. Hee, although you don't usually say anything but behind my back you call me hers, really intoxicating. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but her voice was still fake and she said vaguely, it's not dangerous, I will catch up with you in a few days. Meng continued to threaten, I'm curious, how did Xiao Yao persuade you? Do you have something you want him to do? Why are you asking me? If you want to ask your family. Ren Xiao Yao. Peng Yeu curled his lips. Fortunately, his back was to Meng, and this familiar action was not seen by Meng. This dead man, he must say that he made an agreement with you to keep it a secret. Otherwise I will pull his ear and ask. Meng said fiercely. Peng Yeu naturally touched his ears and said thoughtfully, that's right, he definitely can't say it. While they were talking, a group of patrolling guards passed by. Under the light of the torches they saw Peng Yeu leading a woman. They couldn't help but be startled. Immediately the person in the lead went forward and cupped his hands. External Envoy Peng, you are? Peng Yeu was slightly stunned and looked at him. Do I need to tell you what I am doing? That person was also taken aback. He smiled apologetically and said, of course I can't interfere in external emissary Peng's matters. Haha, now that sect leader has left you must be relieved. TSK. I was too talkative. Please. Peng Yeu nodded and was about to leave. Alright, External Envoy Peng, there are rules please. Your password tonight is. Please don't blame me, this is. Yiyu Xiao Xiao. Peng Yeu said in a bad mood. That person suddenly thought of something, and a strange expression appeared on his face, as if he wanted to laugh but did not dare to. If he did not laugh he would not be able to hold it in. Peng Yeu glared at him and left with Meng. The torches of the people behind them were crooked, and they were laughing extremely sullenly. On the short journey to the pier, Peng Yeu and Meng encountered several patrols. It could be seen that between the clouds and the water was heavily guarded after Bai Yanqiu left. But who was Peng Yeu? He was one of the few external envoys, and he always had the right to freely enter and exit between the clouds and the water. Tonight's password, ahem, although it was a little inappropriate, he had said it clearly, so who could stop him? On the pier, several large boats were docked and one of them was lit. Peng Yeu walked to the bow and shouted, who is on duty tonight? Who is it? A burly man shouted and quickly ran out of the cabin with a small bone in his hand. When he saw that it was Peng Yeu, he immediately threw the bone into the water and rubbed his greasy hands on his lapel a few times. He cupped his hands and said, so it is External Envoy Peng. This little one did not hear you, so sorry for the delay. Are you allowed to drink when you are on duty? Peng Yeu frowned and asked when he smelled the smell of alcohol in the man's mouth. This. The man scratched his head and murmured, it is already late, this little one thinks that there is nothing wrong. Who told you that there is nothing wrong? Didn't I already have something to do? Peng Yeu said impatiently. Yes, this little one will immediately tidy up. The man answered and quickly went into the cabin. Not long after, several other men came out with food and wine in their hands. They all timidly looked at Peng Yeu, who was coldly facing the pool, and hurried to the next boat. Meng looked on from the side with interest, but her heart was also a little uneasy. At this moment, a voice came, External Envoy Peng. What are you going to do with this disciple of the Frager religion? Meng's heart thumped. She turned around and saw that it was Li Su and Li from Huiming Hall, who had greeted them earlier. Peng Yeu's expression also changed. He turned around and cupped his hands saying, oh, so it is Li. I just received a message from the sect leader, asking me to bring this female disciple out. Oh? Is that so? Li Su frowned and looked at Peng Yeu, and then looked at Meng, who was standing quietly next to him. He asked curiously, what? The sect leader sent a message? Why didn't this old man know? When did External Envoy Peng receive news more timely than my Huiming Hall? Alright, External Envoy Peng. What happened to your throat tonight? Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote recommendation or monthly. Chapter 1030. Peng Yeu glanced at Li Su and said with a smile, I am the external envoy personally appointed by the sect leader. If I don't have a direct message from the sect leader, how can I be called an external envoy? If your Huiming Hall knows about it, wouldn't the sect leader? Peng Yeu didn't finish his sentence. He turned to Dream and said, Miss Zixia, get on the boat first. I'll send you to see the sect leader. Dream glanced at him then glanced at Li Su. She calmly walked onto the boat. Li Su opened his mouth to stop her, but he raised his hand and put it down. Li, I'll go to your place to receive my punishment. My meridians are damaged so my throat is naturally a problem. There's nothing strange about it. Peng Yeu saw Dream walk to the side of the boat. He turned his head and said, also, tonight's password was set by Li Li himself, right? Li Su was somewhat baffled. He nodded and said, yes. External Envoy Peng, is there something wrong? There's nothing wrong. It's excellent. It's just that if some people don't know how to be flirtatious, they shouldn't do such things. Li Su was furious. This is Yi Yu Xiaoxiao's password. However, as soon as he said the password, he immediately understood. He looked at Peng Yeu with a strange expression. Peng Yeu cupped his hands and said, Li, I left the island first. The sect leader sent me a message and I left the island in a hurry. The fragrant cult sent out 2 envoys. They only asked one about the fragrant cult situation and didn't ask the other. If that Ren Xiaoyao is hiding something, it will be inappropriate for our sect's operation. Therefore she asked me to bring Zixia over. She has detailed information to ask. Li, are you satisfied? It's nothing. External emissary Peng has received the sect leader's verbal instructions, so of course he can do as he pleases. This old man was just asking, so don't take it to heart. Also, the Oitonite's password is really this old man's slip of the tongue. Brother, please don't blame me. This old man will have his subordinates change it. No, don't change it tonight. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Peng Yeu hurriedly stopped him and said, I also didn't want it to leave in such a hurry. So when I heard Mr. Li's command tonight, I felt a little unhappy. Forget it, we're just talking about the facts. I still have a lot of respect for Mr. Li. Wait for me to come back, then we'll have a toast. Well said. Li Su smiled and took out a jade bottle from his bosom. He handed it to Peng Yeu and said, this is a pill that I obtained from the Dalan Temple. It's most suitable for external injuries. External emissary Peng. This throat injury is really not good. It's better to treat it as soon as possible. Peng Yeu received the jade bottle and smiled. Thank you for your help, Mr. Li. He then jumped onto the boat and shouted, hurry up and set sail. Before midnight I want to get out of the pool. Yes, external emissary Peng. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. The man controlling the boat saw that even Mr. Li was letting them go. How could he not quickly redeem himself? When the boat was out of the water, Peng Yeu clasped his hands and said, Mr. Li, rest early. When I come back I'll thank you again. External emissary Peng, be careful on the road. Leave early and come back early. Li Su returned the gesture. His words were very warm. It made people feel that Shui Yupeng's old and new disciples were getting along well. Looking at the boat leaving, Li Su stopped smiling and scolded, look at all of you. What do you want me to say to all of you? Tonight's password why didn't you remind me? You already used his name as the password. How could you not make him angry? Go, hurry up. Sai, forget it. If something like this happens in the future you must tell me earlier. Then he looked up and whispered, this external disciple can be really arrogant sometimes. Li Su did not know that on the boat not far away, Peng Yeu's back was already soaked. Even his forehead was slightly sweaty. At this moment, he was brushing his forehead with his fingers and scolding, this old man. The man controlling the boat heard him from afar. He lowered his head slightly and focused on controlling the boat. It was as if he did not hear him at all. Dream sat in the cabin. Her 2 big eyes stared at Peng Yeu full of curiosity. The way out between the clouds and the water was different from the way in. However, Peng Yeu did not need to worry about it. He only needed to stand at the bow of the boat. With the face of the disciples between the clouds and the water familiar with him and the password that made him a little angry, he was unimpeded. When the boat reached the shore, Peng Yeu brought Dream down the boat. The man controlling the boat cupped his hands and said, external emissary Peng, I will not see you off. I hope you will make a new contribution soon. As he said that, he docked the boat beside the pool. At this moment, the disciples who were patrolling the shore quickly rushed over. Since they were already on the shore, Peng Yeu dealt with them even more smoothly. He sent the disciples away with a few words. He even sent Dream's big white horse over. Dream rode on the big white horse. Peng Yeu also rode on a horse. The 2 of them walked for a while and arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking at the sky, Peng Yeu cupped his hands and said, Miss Zixia, I will see you off here. From now on, Miss Zixia will have to go by herself. Wait. Dream was a little worried. Young Master Peng sent me off under the pretext of your sect leader. If your sect leader asks about it in the future, how will young Master Peng answer? Why don't you follow me to the aroma cult? You will have a place to stay. Thank you, Miss Xixia. This is just a deal with Ren Xiaoyao. I naturally have a way to escape. Alright, it's getting late. Goodbye. Peng Yeu obviously didn't want to say more. He patted his horse and went in another direction along the mountain. Dream looked at Peng Yeu's back and waited for a while. She patted her horse and went in another direction. This was what she had discussed with Zhang Xiaohua earlier. Peng Yeu walked for a while and didn't look back. He jumped down from the horse's back and waved his hand to hit the horse's head. The horse immediately fell down with a cry and stopped moving. Then he took out something from his chest and threw it on the horse. The horse immediately caught fire. Not long after, everything turned into nothingness. At this time, Peng Yeu suddenly waved his left hand. With a strange movement, he disappeared in an instant. In the early morning of the next day, the sun had just risen. In the mountain range between the clouds and the water, in a cave, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes. Thinking about what he had done to Peng Yeu last night, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. He released his divine sense and found that Dream had disappeared. Peng Yeu had also disappeared. Everything would be impossible to investigate. However, the stone in Bai Yanqiu's bedroom palace, the jade slip underground, and the pill furnace that had turned into 6-8 trigrams purple gold furnace had to be explained. For this, Zhang Xiaohua had planned it out last night. He stood up, changed his clothes and changed into Pan An's appearance. He made a gesture and went to the mountain range. At this time, between the clouds and the water was still shrouded in thick fog. But the mountain wind above the pool was gradually getting stronger. It had already blown away the fog at the outermost part of the island. It was no longer as thick as before. Zhang Xiaohua took out Chasing Dream and it turned into 8 sword lights like swimming fish. They swam around his body. He used the flying technique to hide himself and went to the pool. When he reached the side of the island, his divine sense had found that there was a layer of array around the island. He didn't go in but showed himself first and shouted, "Where is the girl from the Shindao sect?" He shouted 3 times in a row. These 3 sounds contained Zhang Xiaohua's genuine qi. The whole pool shook slightly. Between the clouds and the water, whether it was those who had not woken up yet or those who were on duty in the morning, were all alarmed. Everyone looked at the immortal flying in the sky in horror. The girl from the Shindao sect, she's not here? Then, that's easy. I came here to take away what belongs to I. You just have to tell her. Before his voice died away, Zhang Xiaohua flew out of the mountain. Not long after, he disappeared into the horizon. Standing on the giant island, the people who had been woken up from their sweet dreams finally woke up. It turned out that the other party had already infiltrated deep into the enemy's territory and taken away what belonged to them. What an immortal. There were so many of them and they had such a tight defense, but they didn't even know when the other party left. Just when everyone was panicking, someone with sharp eyes saw the rising sun and shouted, "Look, look, the fog between the clouds and the water. Where did it go?" Of course, the thick fog yesterday had been blown away by the mountain wind. The true face of the giant island between the clouds and the water was revealed. Not good. Li Su, who was hiding among the people, changed his expression and shouted, "Don't panic. The immortal has already left. Besides, he didn't come to find trouble with you. What are you afraid of? You, quickly go and see if the array inside and outside the island is still there." A man with a pale gold face ran to the shore. Not long after, he came back happily and reported, "Li, the great formation on the island is still there. The formation in the pool outside the island is also unchanged." Good. Li Su breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "Brothers, take care of the house. The immortal must have something to discuss with our faction leader. Since our faction leader is not here, and he has no intention of staying, let's all go about our business." Everyone thought about it and agreed. Gradually they regained their calmness. Although they were not used to the disappearance of the clouds, after a short while, they began to bask in the sun lazily and enjoyed it, causing them to forget about the unforeseen event. Of course, Li Su could not conceal the fact that such a great change had occurred on the water island. He immediately sent the disciples of the Huiming Hall to leave the island by boat and report to Bai Yanqiu at full speed. Zhang Xiaohua fooled the people from between the clouds and the water. She hid herself as she walked, making it seem like she had disappeared into the sky. In fact, she landed on the ground after walking for a short distance. With a sweep of her divine perception, She had already found the location of the odd beasts. She used the earth escape technique and secretly pulled Huan out. Then she jumped up and chased after Meng, who had been walking for a whole night. Chapter 1031. Qin pursed his lips and said, I'll encounter it sooner or later. It's better to ask now. Alright, I'll let you know that the bottleneck of the immortal Tao is different for everyone. Even our sect's bottleneck has nothing in common with the elders. Perhaps my experience can be used as a reference for the elder, but for you, it's like playing the lute to a cow. So be it. If you want to tell me, I'll listen. If I can't comprehend it, I'll just treat it as a story. Qin said with a smile. Alas, it's not that I don't want to tell you. Immortality is different from martial arts. If you don't reach the bottleneck, you won't understand it at all. Instead, it may lead you astray. Nun Jingyi shook her head and said, however, if you want to hear a story, I'll tell it to you. Hearing this, Qin's eyes brightened and he almost clapped his hands in praise. He said, then sect master. Tell me quickly. Nun Jingyi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said, actually it's not a story. It's just that a disciple of Ruijin Palace, Missouri Qingshan, picked a Chao Huandan for my sect, and this Chao Huandan was obtained by the current disciple of the guardian, Ren Xiaoyao. He returned the Chao Huandan to my sect according to Mo Qingshan's last wish. This Chao Huandan is an extremely rare immortal spiritual herb in the world. My sect refined this Chao Huandan into an elixir and took it. Naturally, I broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. This matter involved Nun Jingyi's love affair in her early years. Everyone in the hall knew about it. When they heard it at this time, they were all moved by Mo Qingshan's infatuation and could not help sighing in their hearts. Qin said enviously, this Ren Xiaoyao is really lucky. He went to Huanshu and got the Chao Huandan that no one had expected. Scott. Oh, Sir Hierarch, it seems that tomorrow is the martial arts circle assembly. I heard that Master Chang Sheng of the Dalan Temple has already passed Jinghai Lake and is accompanied by the deputy master of the Greenwood Palace. As for Ren Xiaoyao and Zixia, why is there no news about them until now? Peacock frowned and looked at Nun Jingyi in confusion. She whispered, I went to the Tenryu sect and junior sister Yen went to the Alliance of Righteous Sects. They both rushed back 10 days ago. Even though the Dalan Temple is far away, they should have returned by now. Nun Jingyi declined to comment. She looked at Nun Shuizhen and asked, do you have any news about these two people? Reporting to sect leader, after the two of them appeared at Dragon Mountain and Poyang Town, they disappeared without a trace. No one knows where they went. Nun Shuizhen said, Besides, disciples of the Tenryu sect have appeared in Jianghu. I don't know if they have anything to do with Ren Xiaoyao and Dream. Qin asked curiously, what does the Tenryu sect have to do with Ren Xiaoyao and Dream? Didn't senior sister Kong go to them? Alas, what should have happened has happened. Nun Jingyi sighed and said, however, they are still disciples of the fragrance cult. They told the disciples in Jianghu that if they found any trace of them, they should report it immediately. Nun Jingyi's words were strange. Everyone was surprised. Qin also opened his mouth. Fortunately, he didn't ask anything in the end. Junior sister Shuizhen, how is the preparation for the reception in Huayu Peak? The preparations are almost complete. However, this martial arts assembly is a grand occasion that the fragrant religion has not seen for many years. There are a total of 230 sects that have received invitations. There are 512 sects that have not received invitations. According to Sir Hierarch, they are guests. The fragrance cult is also prepared to receive these sections. If you count them carefully, there are nearly 800 sections. Starting from Dianchi Lake, the outer disciples of the fragrance cult will accompany them. When they enter the mountain tomorrow and arrive at Huayu Peak, it will be the inner disciples of the fragrance cult who will receive them. Previously, we were only prepared to receive 500 sections. Now there are 300 more sections. We don't have enough people. What's there to report? Nun Jingyi smiled and said, I guess the disciples of Lingxiang Peak will want to participate in such a grand occasion. You should inform Distant Fire Temple, Greenwood Temple, Ruashui Temple, and Thick Earth Temple to send some disciples over. I'm afraid those disciples can't wait to be happy. Sir Hierarch is wise. I'll go and inform them now. There's one more thing, Sir Hierarch. I heard from the disciples of Jinghai Lake that the Tenryu sect hasn't sent a heavenly king. Peacock said in a low voice. It's fine. Nun Jingyi waved her hand. The Tenryu sect is the most annoying. It's the inheritance of the demonic cult. There's a difference between life and death between us and the four immortal sects. Although the immortal sects and the demonic cult have been annihilated and there have been fewer battles of life and death in the past few thousand years, they're still incompatible with us. It's normal that they don't come. But, when I went, they didn't say that they wouldn't come. So, they'll be the last. Maybe when all the sects come to Huayu Palace, their heavenly king will be the last to arrive. Sir Hierarch, this Sakura. Why is he so arrogant? Qin asked. Sakura? Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. The Tenryu sect's Sakura has never shown himself in public. He definitely won't participate in our fragrance cult's martial arts convention. Even if someone from the Tenryu sect comes, it'll only be a heavenly king. Oh, I see. Qin was enlightened but immediately asked, but, Sir Hierarch, you've broken through the bottleneck. Between the immortal sects and the Sakura, who's more powerful? Everyone's expression changed. Nun Jingfan and Peacock almost glared at Qin. Nun Jingyi seemed to have been asked. She stared at the clear sky outside the window. After a while she said, the Sakura is the best in martial arts in the world. He's also the best in the immortal sects. Ever since the four immortal sects, Fragrance Cult, Dalan Temple, Misty School and Shindao sect were founded, he's been the best. Even now he's still the best. Silly girl, do you think our sect can compare to the Sakura? What? Qin was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Could it be that the Sakura of every generation is the best in martial arts? Sigh, we had our suspicions back then, but this is the truth, an indisputable truth. No one doubts this fact and no one dares to refute this fact. But, the immortal sects have been destroyed. The Shindao sect and Misty School have been destroyed. Why has the Tenryu sect always been so powerful? How did they pass down their knowledge? Qin seemed to want to cram in his knowledge of the immortal sects. The diabolism is different from the immortal sects. The immortal sects use the vitality of heaven and earth as the foundation for cultivation. The diabolism is different. As for what kind of inheritance they use, we don't know. We only know that although the vitality of heaven and earth has been greatly reduced, although it has affected the Tenryu sect, it has affected us more deeply. So, although the cultivation of the Sakura of every generation has decreased, this has not affected them. They've always been the number one sect in the pugilistic world. The Sakura has always been the number one in the pugilistic world. Then Master Jing Xian, Master Jing Gang. Peacock asked in a low voice, this time should we ask about it? Nun Jingyi stopped and looked at Peacock thoughtfully. She nodded and said, yes. They killed two of our elders. Even if the Sakura is the number one person in the world and the Tenryu sect is the number one sect in the world, this matter must be explained clearly. Everyone praised him in their hearts and nodded, Lord Hierarch is right. But, Peacock, think about it again. Do you think it's possible to ask about this in front of all the heroes in the world? Master. Peacock's expression changed and she frowned. After a while, she shook her head and said, Master is wise and far-sighted. I'm still lacking in experience. This is not appropriate for me to ask. Qin was anxious and said, Senior sister, why are you talking in riddles with Master? Why don't you explain it clearly? Peacock looked at Nun Jingyi and turned to say, the death of the two masters is related to the Tenryu sect, but we don't have any evidence. If we ask them for no reason, they won't admit it. They might even ask us for evidence. Wouldn't it show that the Tenryu sect is incompetent? This matter can't be compared to the public vengeance in the martial arts world. We can't just ask for it openly. That's right. Qin also realized and said dejectedly, I thought I could find justice for the two masters. Justice is in the heart of the heavens, justice is in the heart of the people. Nun Jingyi nodded and said, this is something that the Tenryu sect needs to investigate. We won't ask about it in front of others. Moreover, the Tenryu sect has killed so many of the Tenryu sect spies. When will you hear them talk about it? Even if Qin says that a heavenly king of the Tenryu sect has been killed secretly, even if the Sakura is suspicious, he won't ask you in front of everyone. This is a slap to your own face. Nun Jingyi said, after all, tomorrow will be the most lively event that the Tenryu sect has ever seen in decades. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, everyone will be a guest tomorrow. Let's think about how to organize the Wulin convention tomorrow. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. One after another they offered suggestions. Qin glanced at Peacock and muttered to himself, this adulterous pair, I wonder where they've gone to hide and have fun. The next day was a nice day. The Huayu Peak in the Tenryu sect was even more peaceful and calm. At the foot of the Huayu Peak, Nun Jingyi was dressed in a palace dress. Beside her, there were dozens of women dressed in palace dresses. However, everyone's head was covered with a veil, so it was hard to tell who was who. On the mountain path that was paved with yellow soil and sprinkled with clear water, there were already dozens of people in sight. Among the dozens of people, there were a few old men dressed in monk robes who did not ride horses. Behind the old monks, there were a few old men dressed in green who also did not ride horses. However, although these people did not ride horses and looked like they were just strolling, their figures were as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. Their speed was extremely fast. Even the dozens of young disciples behind them who were dressed in various clothes and riding horses could barely keep up with them. Seeing the old monk, Nun Jingyi's face was full of smiles. Her feet paused slightly and her body floated forward like a willow catkin. She only walked for dozens of feet in the air before she stopped and said, "Elder Master Zhang-san, I haven't seen you for many years. How are you? Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip." Chapter 1032. Hearing this, Elder Chang Sheng, who was dressed in monk robes, exerted some force on his feet and also floated into the air. He was far ahead of the elders beside him and replied, "Amitba, I'm fine, but Abbess Jingyi?" "Congratulations, Abbess Jingyi, you've broken through the bottleneck and your cultivation has increased by another level. Congratulations." Next to him, Alliance Master Zhang San, who was almost shoulder to shoulder with Elder Chang Sheng, also took large strides. He was actually using a rare qinggong, shrinking earth into an inch. He wasn't much slower than Elder Chang Sheng. When Elder Chang Sheng finished speaking, he also cupped his hands and said, "Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance has come to pay a visit to Abbess Jingyi." Abbess Jingyi smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, for coming from afar, this old woman is endlessly grateful." Then she said to Zhang San, "Alliance Master Zhang, it's only been a few years since we last met, and you've actually mastered the qinggong shrinking earth into an inch. It's really commendable." Zhang San modestly said, "You're too kind. Compared to Abbess Jingyi's cultivation, my qinggong is insignificant." I wouldn't dare. All the martial arts in the world returned to their origin, and in the end they all reached the same height. As they spoke, the long distance was covered by the two of them. When they arrived in front of Abbess Jingyi, Zhang San said, "I thought that entering Dianchi Lake meant entering the incense cult. Walking for a long time with it, this incense cult is indeed a paradise." "Isn't that so? I didn't expect Abbess Jingyi to be so generous. She invited the entire Jianghu. Moreover, this Huayu Peak is actually so far from Jinghai Lake." "Elder Chang Sheng, please don't blame me. I originally wanted to arrange for it to be at Jinghai Lake. After all, it's convenient for the heroes of Jianghu. However, that place doesn't have a ready-made palace, and it's also far from Lingxiang Peak. It took a lot of effort to arrange. After thinking for a long time, I decided to arrange for it to be at Huayu Peak." Huayu Palace is a palace left behind by the ancestors of the incense cult. It's the place where the ancestors of the Dalan Temple, the Misty School, the Shindao sect and the Tenryu sect would drink and chat. Today's heroes of Jianghu are gathered here, showing that the incense cult is a place to treat guests. Ha ha ha. Alliance Master Zhang laughs. "Our righteous Dao Alliance started after the Immortal Dao Alliance. We have no chance to enter the Huayu Palace. Today we have obtained Nun Jingyi's approval, we must take a good look around. Alliance Master Zhang, don't be ashamed of your inferiority. We are all inherited sects while the Righteous Alliance started from scratch. You are indeed a hero, but you are also beyond our reach. In the future, when our sects provide guidance on Jianghu matters, won't the Righteous Alliance also be a frequent guest of Huayu Palace?" "Thank you for your praise, Abbess," Alliance Master Zhang said with a smile. Please go up the mountain. In the Huayu Palace, there is tea for the daughter of the Chuanxiang cult to taste." As they spoke, Nun Jingyi invited Elder Chang Chang and Alliance Master Zhang San. The three of them used their qinggong and headed towards Huayu Palace. Behind them, Great Master Chang Gung, Great Master Chang Xing, Vice Alliance Master Chai, Vice Alliance Master Mi, and the others were accompanied by Nun Jing Fan and Nun Xuezhen. The other disciples were also accompanied by their corresponding disciples. After the two sects, it was the other Jianghu sect's turn. The masters and disciples of Ruijin Palace, Greenwood Palace, Lihua Palace, Ruoshui Palace, and thick earth palace accompanied them up the mountain path. Other than the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance, which did not have a limit on the number of people, the other sects had a quota of 4 people. As for those who came uninvited, they were informed that there would not be more than 4 people. Generally speaking, other than the sect master, there would be a vice-sect master or an elder, and then there would be the 2 most outstanding disciples of the younger generation. Therefore there were more than 3,000 people from the 800 sects. Including the elders and disciples of the Chuanxiang cult, there would be more than 5,000 people. This was also the immortal path inheritance of the Chuanxiang cult. The Huayu Peak was incomparably tall, and the Huayu Palace on top of it was also built with immortal path techniques. It was not inferior to the Mo Xian Palace on the Lingxiang Peak. But even so, other than the 230 sects invited by the Chuanxiang cult, more than 1,000 people from the other 512 sects, nearly 2,000 people, could only sit in the square outside the Huayu Palace. How big was the square of the Huayu Peak? Even with Zhang Xiaohua's vision, it was amazing. Therefore, more than 2,000 people were more than enough. In addition, the Chuanxiang cult was very well prepared. Every sect had a set of tables and chairs. When they sat down, there was an order and there was no sense of uneasiness. Jing Yi Shirtai invited the elder and alliance master Zhang San into the Huayu Palace and sat down. The elder looked around and sighed, "I've only heard of the Huayu Palace before. Now that I've come here, it really lives up to its name." Before Alliance Master Zhang San could speak, Great Master Chang Gung smiled and said, "The abbot is right. The Chuanxiang cult's immortal atmosphere is not something our sects can compare to." You flatter me, you flatter me." Jing Yi Shirtai had a smile on her face, but she was still modest. "Your sect is a pure land, blessed by the Buddha and protected by the Dharma protectors. My Chuanxiang cult really doesn't dare to have the heart to compare." Hearing Jing Yi Shirtai mention the Dharma protectors, Great Master Chang Gung was a little displeased. He looked around and said with a smile, "What Dharma protectors? They're only there to intimidate demons and small Taoists. When they meet a real master, they can only protect themselves. The Dharma protectors that Jing Yi Shirtai sent to my sect are the real Dharma protectors that can shake the Jianghu." Jing Yi Shirtai raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "Great Master Chang Gung, what do you mean?" Elder Changxing said, "The Dharma protectors of your Chuanxiang cult naturally know the whole story. Shirtai, why do you have to ask us on the spot?" His tone was a little unfriendly. That was because Zhang Xiaohua broke through the 3 tests of the Dalan Temple and damaged the Dalan Temple's reputation. How could the Dalan Temple tell outsiders about this? Even if the Chuanxiang cult had spies in the Dalan Temple, they wouldn't know about this matter. Although Jing Yi Shirtai sent Zhang Xiaohua to the Dalan Temple for her own reasons, she didn't receive any reports from the spies. She also didn't see Zhang Xiaohua and dream come back. Of course she didn't know the reason. But looking at Master Changxing's expression, Jing Yi Shirtai's heart was already blooming with joy. She definitely wouldn't mention this matter in front of the Righteous Alliance or other sect leaders. She only smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoyao is the only Dharma protector of my Chuanxiang cult. He's still young. If he has offended you in any way, this old woman will apologize. Haha, the Chuanxiang cult has such a good disciple, and our Jianghu has such a handsome youth. This old monk and the others are all happy. There's no need to apologize." The elder laughed. Seeing that there was some misunderstanding between the 2 sects, Jing Yi Shirtai could only say, "3 great masters, please don't blame me. This old woman really didn't mean anything else. Because Ren Xiaoyao and Zixia still haven't returned to Lingering Fragrance Peak." The elder was stunned. He turned to look at Great Master Chang Gung and Master Changxing. He exchanged a look and said to Jing Yi Shirtai, "Shirtai, you sent Miss Zixia to Jianghu as a diplomatic envoy. Presumably, you have other plans. Something has happened. Perhaps 3 great masters can also tell?" Jing Yi Shirtai didn't wait for Master Changxing to finish speaking. Master Changxing didn't say anything else. He just nodded and said, "Since Shirtai Jing Yi can tell, why can't this old monk and the others?" Alliance Master Zhang San, who was sitting on the other side, was somewhat embarrassed and angry. He cursed inwardly, "You 2 great sects with immortal legacies. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." However, he still couldn't say it. Otherwise it would show how ignorant and inexperienced he was. Therefore, he also pretended to nod as if he had a card up his sleeve. "Since that's the case, I don't think anyone from the Tenryu sect will come today," Jing Yi Shirtai said with a smile. "That should be the case." The elder nodded. Alliance Master Zhang San also smiled, but he was already cursing in his heart. What did this have to do with the Tenryu sect not coming? Alright, let's begin the martial arts circle convention. As she spoke, Jingyi Shirtai stood up and walked to the side of the chair. She moved her hands slightly in her sleeves and said softly, "Everyone, welcome to my fragrant religion." Jingyi Shirtai's voice was very soft, but, in the ears of the people in Huayu Palace, it was as if she was speaking right next to them. When they focused on their ears, they found that the voice didn't come from Jingyi, who was standing in front of them. Instead, it came from all directions in Huayu Palace. It wasn't just the people in Huayu Palace. In the square outside Huayu Palace, more than 2,000 people were noisy at first. When they heard Jingyi Shirtai's voice, it was as if there were 2,000 Jingyi Shirtai sitting in front of them. The voice also came from the square beside them. Everyone was very curious. Their eyes were full of admiration. What was the demeanor of a great sect with immortal legacies? This was it. Apart from the Dalan Temple, Fragrant Religion, and Huayu Palace, which other sect could be so generous? Other things aside, just the fact that one person's voice could reach more than 3,000 people's ears so clearly was something that even a super sect like the Righteous Alliance couldn't do. Everyone, welcome to my Fragrant Religion's Huayu Peak. Please participate in the martial arts assembly for my Fragrant Religion's re-entry into the pugilistic world. Standing in front of thousands of people, Jingyi Shirtai spoke with assurance as if there was no one around. As everyone knows, my Fragrant Religion has been blessed by my immortal seniors for thousands of years. Under the protection of the sect protecting formation, we rarely participate in pugilistic world affairs. Although this has preserved the legacy of my Fragrant Religion, on the other hand, it has also erased the edges of my Fragrant Religion. We lack the guts of a great sect like the Righteous Alliance. Today, due to various reasons, the sect protecting array of the Fragrant Religion has collapsed. From today onwards, the sect protecting array of the Fragrant Religion will no longer be the sect protecting array of the Fragrant Religion. In the future we will integrate into the Jianghu into everyone. I hope that in the future, all the Jianghu sects will work together with the sect protecting array of the Fragrant Religion and push the development of martial arts to the peak. Today is a milestone for my Fragrant Religion. It is also a milestone in the history of the pugilistic world. Today is a small step for my Fragrant Religion. It is also a big step for the pugilistic world. Today the pugilistic world has given my Fragrant Religion a chance. In the future, my Fragrant Religion will give the entire pugilistic world a surprise. Although my Fragrant Religion is a great sect in the pugilistic world, my Fragrant Religion has always adhered to the principle of not forming alliances and not seeking hegemony. I believe that due to my Fragrant Religion's re-entry into the pugilistic world, it will definitely bring peace to the pugilistic world. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 1033. Abbess Jingyi spoke for a long time before finally smiling. After speaking for so long, I just want to tell the disciples of Incense Cult that we're back. Jianghu, we're back. Instantly, all of the Incense Cult disciples roared. Thousands of disciples shouted in unison. It was a shocking sight. Not only were the sects outside Huayu Palace shocked, but even the sects inside Huayu Palace, the Dalan Temple, and the Alliance of Righteous Tao were shocked. Alright, this old woman has finished speaking. In the future, when the disciples of my humble sect roam the Jianghu, I would like to thank everyone for taking care of me. Nun Jingyi cupped her hands and said. No one dared to be rude. They all stood up and returned the gesture. Master Longevity stood up and walked over. Abbess Jingyi knew this and moved away from where she had been standing. Master Longevity put his palms together and said, Everyone, Incense Cult is a branch of Jianghu. Thousands of years ago, although there was a protective formation, the disciples of Incense Cult could still be found all over Jianghu. Now that the heavens have changed, the disciples of Incense Cult can once again appear in Jianghu. This is Incense Cult's fortune and Jianghu's fortune. This old monk won't say much, but I'll represent all of Jianghu in welcoming the disciples of Incense Cult back into Jianghu. After hearing Master Longevity's words, the crowd applauded. Who wouldn't give face to a Dalan Temple elder? After Master Longevity left, Alliance leader Zhang San coughed lightly and was about to go on stage when a voice came from outside the palace. Incense Cult has such a grand event, how can I be absent? Abbess Jingyi wasn't surprised. She used her divine sense to scan the outside and was surprised. She raised her voice and said, Which sect and which sect are you from? Of all the famous sects in Jianghu, my school of fragrance sends out disciples to invite you. As for the other famous sects, my school of fragrance has a limited number of disciples, so I can't invite them one by one. Since you're here, then you're a guest. My school of fragrance will naturally welcome you with courtesy. Haha, if the Alliance of Righteous Tao can participate in incense cult's martial assembly, why can't we? Since the incense cult could re-enter Jianghu after thousands of years, why can't we do the same? I'll let Abbess Jingyi know that we came here because we wanted to use Incense Cult's martial arts tournament as an opportunity to tell the heroes of the world that Between the Clouds and the Water has returned to the world of martial arts. Between the Clouds and the Water? Nun Jingyi and Grandmaster Longevity looked at each other, then at Zhang San. Zhang San also shook his head slightly. Re-entered Jianghu? Nun Jingyi raised her eyes and said, I wonder what this re-entering Between the Clouds and the Water means. That voice suddenly became sharp and piercing to the ears. Then I'll let you take a look, lest you forget. Nun Jingyi seemed to have seen something strange. The elders were also surprised. A fiery red light shot in from outside the palace like a flaming arrow. It hit the curtains of Huayu Palace. The curtains were originally restricted by the immortal Tao. A faint light flashed and the curtains shattered with a crack. Then a similar light streaked through the air like a meteor and shot towards Nun Jingyi. Whoosh! Everyone in the Huayu Palace stood up. Hidden weapons or arrows in the martial arts world might have a sound, but they definitely wouldn't have such a brilliance. Which sect in the Huayu Palace didn't have a little bit of background? Who didn't know about the immortal Tao? Huayu Palace wasn't the only place. Above the square of Huayu Palace, the fiery red light flew in from outside and streaked across the sky. They had long since noticed it. Perhaps these sects knew little about the immortal Tao, but the appearance of an immortal Tao senior in Rejuvenation Valley was now a hot topic in the entire Jianghu. Didn't they come here to inquire about the incense cult? As expected, the immortal Tao didn't disappoint. It revealed its ferocity. Skyshaker Bao? Nun Jingyi frowned and blurted out. Seeing that the arrow-like light was about to reach her, she wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she took out a jade talisman and flicked it forward. Pop! Another crack sounded. A splash of water appeared in the air, blocking the light. Sizzle. When the light touched the water, it drilled forward and slowly faded away. After a few moments, the result was clear. Puff. The light penetrated the water and continued to shoot towards Nun Jingyi. Umph. Nun Jingyi sneered. You only have the Shindao sect's protection. Even if you have the Shindao sect's Skyshaker Bao, your cultivation is insufficient. What can you do to our sect? As she spoke, she waved her hand and took out a dark green net from somewhere. With a shake of her hand, she wrapped it around the light. Although there were many transparent holes in the net, there was a pearl smaller than a mung bean at the intersection of two threads. When the light was trapped by the net, it stopped in midair. Although it seemed to have a mind of its own, it was still trapped by the net. Nun Jingyi snorted. Her finger moved slightly and pointed at the net. The net shrunk into a ball, and the fiery red light dimmed a few times before being extinguished. How is it? Can you still shoot another arrow? Nun Jingyi sneered. Ha ha ha. The voice outside laughed. Nun Jingyi, could it be that you want to test my cultivation? Before he finished speaking, a suffocating aura came from outside Huayu Palace. Although there were many people in the palace who weren't cultivators of the Tao of Immortality, their hearts throbbed. They couldn't help but look at the sky outside the palace. Sure enough, a round and flat object flew in from outside the palace. It was the size of a palm at first, but it kept growing bigger. When it was about to reach Huayu Palace, it became the size of a dustpan. The demon refining gourd? Two astonished voices sounded at the same time. Immediately, a green ribbon flew out of Huayu Palace's window like a python. It wanted to entangle the dustpan. Who would have thought that the dustpan would spin around without any effort? The green ribbon couldn't do anything to it. Then a figure suddenly flew out of the window and floated there. It was Nun Jingyi. Nun Jingyi floated above the square. She pointed her finger and the green ribbon changed again. With a whoosh, it spread open and wrapped around the dustpan. Then it pulled the dustpan into Nun Jingyi's hand. However, just as the dustpan was pulled down a little, a rumbling sound came from the dustpan. A pale white brilliance appeared and the dustpan spun even more violently. In an instant, the green ribbon was torn apart. When Nun Jingyi saw this, her expression changed slightly. She made a hand seal and hit the green ribbon. The green ribbon flashed with the same brilliance and pounced on the dustpan. At this time, a powerful suction force came from outside Huayu Palace. It brought a gentle breeze. The green ribbon flickered in the air a few times before it was sucked over. "Oh no!" Nun Jingyi cried out. This really is the devil refining gourd, and the technique it uses is also from the Shindao sect. Could it be a disciple of the Shindao sect? Thinking quickly, Nun Jingyi waved her hand and a triangle appeared in her hand. This triangle was dotted with green spots and looked quite simple. Just as the Shirtai was about to activate it, a Buddhist chant was heard from inside Huayu Palace. Amit Ba. Then a pale yellow figure flew out of the window. It was the Dalan Temple's elder Changxing. Before Elder Changxing landed on the ground, he flicked his wrist and the string of Buddhist prayer beads flew up. When they reached the side of the green scarf, the prayer beads had already become the size of a wicker basket. The prayer beads emitted a very comfortable Buddhist light that resisted the suction force. Only then did the green scarf stop moving. It flipped over and covered the wicker basket, that was emitting a rumbling sound. Humph, the Dalan Temple and the incense sect only know how to cooperate with each other. It's been thousands of years, haven't they changed? Jia. Another unusually clear voice came from afar. The incense sect hasn't been so lively in a long time. Why is it so coincidental today? It's a good thing that this heavenly king came early. I can actually see the long-awaited battle of immortals. Before the voice died away, a green thing that looked like a beehive flew over from afar with a sharp sound. When it came close, everyone could clearly see several wisps of faint black smoke floating out of the beehive. Like tentacles, they clawed at the Dharma artifacts in the air. Black smoke nest. Garuda? The voice from before cried out in surprise. Then the dustpan-like thing suddenly rose up. After a few turns, it was about to fly out of Huayu Palace. At this moment, the clear voice asked curiously, "Little girl, who are you from the Shindao sect? You actually have the devil refining gourd and can recognize this heavenly king?" As the voice spoke, the wisps of black smoke from the beehive suddenly stretched out, wanting to hit the dustpan-like. However, the suction force that had been blocked by the Buddhist beads suddenly changed direction, and the dustpan-like sped up. Even the black smoke was pulled extremely long. "Heavenly King Garuda, is this the way of a guest?" Nun Jingyi said expressionlessly. "What guest? This heavenly king is happy to see you fight. My hands are itching. Let's all have some fun together." As the voice spoke, the black smoke from the black smoke nest became thicker, and the tentacles gradually formed. Nun Jingyi looked at Elder Changxing and pointed with her right hand. The green ribbon circled a few times and shrunk to an extremely small size. It moved strangely in the air, dodging the attacks of the black smoke, and fell into Nun Jingyi's hands. Elder Changxing's Buddhist beads were even more powerful. They flew straight at the black smoke nest. Wherever the milky white Buddhist light went, the black smoke became thinner and disappeared. The Buddhist light had a natural restraining effect on the black smoke. With just a touch, it was already so powerful. Chapter 1034. Changxing, you old monk. Garuda's heart ached when he saw the black smoke diminish. Before he could curse, the prayer beads circled around the black smoke nest and slowly fell into the elder's hands. "Sai, how did it end so quickly?" Garuda's clear voice was filled with regret. The black smoke nest quickly flew out of Huayu Palace. "Disciples of the Shindao sect, please come to Huayu Palace for a chat." Nun Jingyi raised her voice. "Yes, Nun Jingyi, please." As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful middle-aged woman with a beautiful figure flew in from the sky. She was also using the levitation technique. Then, like a gust of black wind, a thin and small man dressed in strange clothes descended from the sky and floated in the air. This man was the Tenryu sect's Garuda Heavenly King. Garuda Heavenly King had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. His long eyebrows were slanted into his sideburns. He landed on the square and turned to ask the middle-aged woman, "Who are you? Since when did the Shindao sect have its own inheritance?" The middle-aged woman cupped her hands and bowed. "Let me tell you, Garuda Heavenly King. I am a descendant of the Shindao sect. My name is Bai Yanqiu, but the Shindao sect was removed from the Jianghu thousands of years ago. I have no intention of calling myself the Shindao sect anymore. Now, my sect is called Between the Clouds and the Water, which means that I follow the clouds above the water." Between the clouds and the water? Garuda's small eyes turned. "Why is it so troublesome? Shindao sect sounds better." Bai Yanqiu smiled. I am now the sect leader of Between the Clouds and the Water. I came here to meet my brothers in the Jianghu and inform them that Between the Clouds and the Water will be famous in the Jianghu from now on. Nun Jingyi sneered. If the Shindao sect is related to the incense cult, then I am naturally willing to support them. But what is the origin of Between the Clouds and the Water? How can you take advantage of my sect's return to the Jianghu? Nun Jingyi, do you think I am willing to do that? My sect has already made preparations to hold the martial arts assembly today and announce our return to the Jianghu to the world. Who would have thought that the incense cult would also announce our return to the Jianghu to the world? Since the incense cult is holding the assembly, there is naturally no need for us to hold the assembly of Between the Clouds and the Water. Let's not talk about the fact that the heroes of the Jianghu have just finished participating in the Assembly of Heroes, so there are no more heroes who would care about the Assembly of Heroes Between the Clouds and the Water. In terms of reputation, Between the Clouds and the Water can't compare to the incense cult. Why don't we use the incense cult's glory and enter the Jianghu hand in hand with the incense cult? When she heard Bai Yanxiu lowering his status, Nun Jingyi looked at Garuda, who was standing next to her, and then at the elder. She could not help but ponder. At this time, many people had also rushed out of Huayu Palace. The current leader of the Righteous Tao Alliance, Zhang San, was watching this unbelievable battle from afar. His face was as dark as water. It was unknown whether he was jealous or had other plans. Alright, Bai Zhangmen is right. Since it is a martial arts assembly, then it is naturally a martial arts assembly for the entire Jianghu. Not only can the incense cult announce this to the entire Jianghu, even if the Shindao sect reappears, we should also be able to. Nun Jingyi, there is a difference in your words. It is Between the Clouds and the Water, not the Shindao sect. Bai Yanxiu said with a smile. He, Nun Jingyi laughed and said, whether it is the Shindao sect or Between the Clouds and the Water, they are both sects that have inherited the way of the immortals. How can the incense cult not lend a hand? In that case, thank you, Nun Jingyi. Bai Yanxiu smiled and bowed. If that is the case, Bai Zhangmen, why don't you call your disciples out? Please excuse me, Nun Jingyi. Bai Yanxiu did not mind. He waved his hand and made a strange gesture. Immediately, dozens of disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water wielding long sabers appeared around Huayu Palace. They quickly used their qinggong to arrive beside Bai Yanxiu. The expressions of the people in Huayu Palace changed. Their eyes were filled with anger. The disciples of the incense cult were especially angry. Nun Jingyi, I did not mean to do this. It was just a way to protect myself. It is fine, it is fine. This method is very normal. Nun Jingyi said nonchalantly. Even if it is the incense cult, we still have a backup plan. As she spoke, she reached into her bosom and took out an apricot yellow flag. She poured her true qi into it and waved it slightly. A few faint clouds floated out of the flag and quickly flew out of Huayu Palace. As they flew, the edges of the clouds became thinner and thinner. By the time they were out of Huayu Palace, they had almost disappeared. Abish Jingyi waved the small flag again. Boom. Outside the Huayu Palace, a 30 feet tall wall of fire immediately rose. The flame was more than a foot long and emitted a greenish-yellow color. This. Bai Yanxiu was dumbfounded. Garuda looked at the wall of fire with a dignified expression. Alright, this is just a precaution from the incense cult. It seems that it will not be necessary. Nun Jingyi smiled and waved the flag again. The wall of fire immediately disappeared. Inside the Huayu Palace, everyone's reactions were different. The heads of the famous sects all looked pensive, as if they were considering something. The other sects all looked enlightened, and then their faces were full of excitement. They were even more excited than when they watched the fight of the immortal Tao. Many people had already begun to secretly look at their feet, or use their hands to touch the small tables and stools, trying to find traces of the immortal Tao magic arts. Of course, there were also many people who looked frightened. They were sects that were not very close to the incense cult. They wanted to use this martial arts circle convention to find out what was going on. But looking at the incense cult, if they wanted to, all they had to do was wave their flag and everyone in Huayu Palace would be buried. Their original plan of using their qinggong to escape as soon as they realized that something was wrong was completely useless. Therefore, everyone understood why the incense cult had held the martial arts circle convention on Huayu Peak. Bai Yanxiu had been operating on the water island of the Water Cloud sect for decades. She had confidence in her Dharma power and magic, and was confident that she had the capital to confront the fragrant cult. That was why she had mobilized so many people to show off at the fragrant cult's martial arts society assembly. Who would have thought that, not to mention magic, she had only dabbled in it, and it was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. She had brought a group of disciples to the Huayu Peak secretly to show off. Who would have thought that she had still fallen into Nun Jingyi's trap, a big sect with an immortal Dao legacy? It was not a joke. Bai Yanqiu's expression changed slightly as thousands of thoughts swirled in her mind. After a moment she came up with a plan. She bowed and said, as expected of the illustrious fragrant religion. This concubine was truly lacking in manners and was like a frog at the bottom of a well. I apologize now. Please forgive me, Abbess Jingyi. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and smiled. After the immortal Dao legacy, your Shindao sect. Haha, Nun Jingyi, the Shindao sect is history. Our sect is now between the clouds and the water. Oh, I am confused. I'm used to calling you that. Bai Zhangmen, please forgive me. Your sect, between the clouds and the water, has been reborn and has entered the Jianghu. You and the incense cult announced at the same time. This is a grand event in the Jianghu. It is the best of both worlds. How can I not applaud and welcome you? Come, come, come. Garuda King Bai Zhangmen, please take a seat in Huayu Palace. Haha, I was just about to nag you. Garuda laughed and flew into Huayu Palace like a wisp of smoke. Please. Bai Yanqiu was polite and followed the elder into Huayu Palace. However, in the previous Huayu Palace, there was an oval platform at the head of the table. There was a chair on the platform, which was where Nun Jingyi sat. Elder Chang Sheng and Alliance leader Zhang San sat in the VIP seats below the platform. Garuda entered the Huayu Palace. Without even looking, he flew straight to the platform and sat down. Nun Jingyi's expression changed slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Garuda laughed and said, Jingyi, the seats in Huayu Palace don't seem to be like this. Nun Jingyi's eyes narrowed. She said coldly, I thought the Tenryu sect might look down on the incense cult and wouldn't send people here. The Shindao sect and Misty School have been removed from the Jianghu. Wouldn't the 5 seats on this platform be a waste? If I invited the Elder and Alliance Master Zhang San, who else would come? I might as well hide these 4 seats. Haha, Garuda said again, now that the Tenryu sect is here, this between the clouds and the water is here too. Jingyi, you don't have to hide anymore. You won't have the chance to sit on the platform alone. After a moment of silence, Jingyi looked at the confused Zhang San and Bai Yanqiu and said with a smile, Heavenly King Garuda is right. Please wait a moment. As she spoke, she made a hand sign and hit the platform. A faint yellow light flashed. On the spacious platform, 4 more chairs appeared in picturesque disorder beside Garuda's chair. Even Garuda's chair revealed the essence of white jade. In Huayu Palace, everyone was stunned. Nun Jingyi sneered and said, Heavenly King Garuda, the chairs are here. Please sit on the Tenryu sect's chair. Haha, I know. Garuda's figure floated up as if he was being carried by an invisible hand. He flew to a jade chair that was slightly blackened and said, My heavenly dragon divine religion hates doing things that steal the limelight. However, we also hate those who don't care about the dragon god sect. Nun Jingyi didn't reply. She bowed to the elder and said, Great master, please take a seat. Many thanks to you. Hee, guests should follow the host's wishes. This old monk doesn't mind. As he spoke, the elder stepped onto the platform and walked to the rightmost side, right next to Garuda's chair. Nun Jingyi glanced at Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San and said with a smile, According to the rules, my left hand should be the seat of the Shindao sect master. Although Bai Zhangmen isn't the Shindao sect master, he still inherited the Shindao sect's legacy. The sect master between the clouds and the water can sit on my right hand. Bai Yanqiu was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Nun Jingyi. With that, he went onto the platform and sat on the second last jade chair on the left. Looking at the last chair on the left, Nun Jingyi smiled and said, Alliance Master Zhang San, this chair belongs to the Misty School sect master. Now that Misty Peak is in the hands of the Righteous Alliance, this chair naturally belongs to Alliance Master Zhang. Ah! Zhang San's gloomy mood finally relaxed. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you. He stepped forward and sat on it. Chapter 1035. The great sects of the immortal Tao were the originators of martial arts in the world. The 5 sects had been arranged 10,000 years ago, but the vicissitudes of the world had changed. The branches of the other 5 sects had their own lives and deaths, so they were no longer close to the 5 sections. The 5 sects had changed a lot. The incense cult had not entered the Jianghu for a long time, The Shindao sect had been destroyed long ago and was replaced by the sect between the clouds and the water. The Misty School had been destroyed and was replaced by the Righteous Alliance. Now that the 5 sects had taken their seats in Huayu Palace, there was a new order in the Jianghu. Nun Jingyi was the last to ascend the high platform. She walked to the jade seat in the center and sat down. Just as she sat down, there was a flash of multicolored light on the high platform and the faint sound of bamboo instruments. Although it was faint, it had already spread throughout the Huayu Palace. In the Huayu Palace, there were more than 200 sects and thousands of people. Envy flashed in their eyes as they wondered when their own sects would be able to ascend the high platform of the immortal Tao. Alright everyone, please have some tea and rest for a moment. The Wulin convention will continue with its brilliance. Nun Jingyi cupped her hands slightly, her voice spreading throughout the Huayu Palace. Immediately, the inner sect disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak held trays in their hands. On the trays were tea and fruits made by Lingering Fragrance Cult. They were delivered to the tables of the various sections. Everyone in the Jianghu had an unruly side. When they saw beautiful women, even the inner sect disciples of the incense cult couldn't help but look lustful. However, when they saw the women's martial arts cultivation, they couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Perhaps on the surface, one couldn't see a person's true martial arts with the naked eye, but which of these sect leaders and elders hadn't been immersed in martial arts for decades? How could they not be able to see the characteristics of powerful martial arts from a few details? How could they still look at these young women with martial arts that weren't inferior to their own? Well, maybe they had some special hobbies, but let's not talk about them. Thus, almost all of the elders couldn't help but look like profound elders because of their status. The young disciples were different. When they saw such beautiful women, how could they maintain their composure? They all had smiles plastered on their faces as they stood up one by one and greeted them politely. Their teachers wanted to stop them, but they changed their minds and didn't say anything. These young disciples of the various sects were all young talents that had been selected by their respective sections. They had come here not only to broaden their horizons, but also to show off their skills in front of the heroes of the world. Their mission was to gain face for their respective sections. When the masters of the various sects saw that the inner disciples of the School of Incense were so outstanding, they must have made some calculations in their hearts. If their disciples were to gain the favor of a female disciple and establish a relationship with the School of Incense, then, not to mention the status of their sects in Jianghu perhaps, they would even have the opportunity to sit on those jade chairs on the high platform. In the end, even some of the bashful young disciples were secretly kicked by their own teachers under the table, causing their faces to turn red. But this was just wishful thinking. The female disciples of the incense cult might not be as outstanding as the disciples of Mo Ninggong, but they could not possibly set their sights on the martial world. Cough cough, of course, unless they were like Zhang Xiaohua, who was so infatuated that she could fight her way up to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Only then would they consider it. The inside and outside of Huayu Palace was a lively scene, and the high platform was another scene. Abbess Jingyi waved her hand and cast a spell. Immediately, a layer of milky white restrictive spells appeared around the platform, surrounding it tightly. Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San's expressions changed slightly. They didn't understand what was going on, but when they saw that the Grand Elder and Garuda didn't say anything, they looked at each other and didn't say anything. Alright, it's rare for the School of Incense to entertain guests. I hope that everyone will not mind. As she spoke, a few female disciples passed through the milky white restriction. Each of them held a tray in their hands. The one in front had 5 small wine cups on it. Nun Jingyi smiled and said, "This is the chilled ice wine brewed from the chilled ice grass of the School of Incense. We used the recipe of the School of Immortals, and it has great benefits for refining one's vital energy. Please enjoy." As she spoke, Nun Jingyi downed the wine cup in her hand. Then, she closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing, as if she was refining the vital energy in the wine. Ah, Garuda saw this and laughed. "I didn't expect the School of Incense to be so generous. You even took out such a precious item to entertain your guests. If I didn't come today, I would have suffered a great loss." As she spoke, she tilted her head back and downed the wine. "Amit Ba," the elder chanted. "Wine is not wine, meat is not meat. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha remains in the heart." She also downed the wine in one gulp. Bai Yanqiu looked at the dark green wine in the small wine cup in his hand and couldn't help but hesitate. The wine cup was carved from white jade and should have been warm, but when he held it in his hand, it felt a little cold. However, this coldness was different from usual. It was mixed with the warmth and there were traces of icy ripples. As he raised the wine cup, a faint fragrance drifted into his nose. The wine swirled left and right with the movement of his hand. Every time it swirled, a faint fragrance would spread out. Yanqiu released his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly. He saw that the small wine cup was overflowing with vital energy. It was many times more vital energy than the immortal tea between the clouds and the water, and this vital energy was faintly dispersed along with the fragrance. Yanqiu didn't dare to be negligent. He tilted his head back and poured the wine into his mouth. Immediately, a refreshing feeling spread out from his mouth, and then a small stream rose from his stomach. This was the essence of the vital energy of heaven and earth. Yanqiu's face turned slightly red, and he immediately used the Shindao sect's heart technique to refine this vital energy of heaven and earth into his meridians. At this time Zhang San was different. He saw that the other 4 people treasured this strange-looking wine, and also closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. How could he not know that this was an item of the immortal path? However, when he smelled the wine cup in his hand, it didn't have the smell of ordinary wine at all. There was only a refreshing fragrance that made him feel refreshed, and it had nothing to do with the wine. He hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to use it, Nun Jingyi opened her eyes and said with a smile, "Alliance Head Zhang, this wine was brewed using the Immortal Path's method. If you don't know the Immortal Path's heart technique, you won't be able to refine the essence of the wine. This wine is just an ordinary drink. It won't increase one's inner strength by much and can be said to be a waste. I think if there are people in the Righteous Alliance who know the Immortal Path's cultivation method, why don't Alliance Head Zhang bring it back?" Zhang Sen's eyes narrowed and his face turned slightly green. However, he quickly recovered and nodded, "Nun Jingyi is right. Good, bring me a jade bottle." "Yes," a voice answered from outside the restriction. A female disciple dressed in light red clothes came in from outside, holding a small jade bottle in her hand. The female disciple had just entered when she saw Garuda, who was sitting on the jade chair and had just opened his eyes. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The female disciple was also stunned. She looked at Garuda in confusion. With a whoosh, Garuda suddenly jumped up from the jade chair. He seemed to have forgotten to use his qinggong. He walked in a few steps to the female disciple and grabbed her wrist. The female disciple was stunned. She tried to use her qinggong to dodge, but how could she be a match for Garuda? Before she could move, she was caught. With a cry of surprise, the jade bottle fell to the ground. Nun Jingyi was stunned. With a wave of her hand, the jade bottle flew into her hand. She said unhappily, "Garuda, what is the meaning of this?" However, Garuda completely ignored her. He held the female disciple's wrist with one hand and pressed her acupoints with the other. He began to open his eyes wide and carefully examine her from head to toe. Nun Jingyi coldly snorted and handed the jade bottle to Zhang San, saying, "Alliance leader Zhang, put this icy soul wine into the jade bottle. If it is left in the wine cup for too long, the essence inside will disappear." Zhang San took the wine cup and poured it into the jade bottle as instructed. He put it away and said no more. He coldly looked at Garuda, who was not far away. Garuda seemed to have obtained some kind of treasure. He looked at the female disciple from head to toe. He was just short of taking off her clothes to examine her. The female disciple's face was red with embarrassment, but her eyes were filled with fear. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Although she couldn't move, she still looked at Nun Jingyi for help. "Enough, Garuda. Let go of your hand," Nun Jingyi said angrily. Nun Jingyi, wait a moment." As he spoke, Garuda stretched out his right hand and pointed between the female disciple's eyebrows. "Mph." Nun Jingyi coldly snorted. Her hand moved slightly, and a gust of wind from her finger attacked Garuda's main acupoint on his back. Garuda chuckled and dodged the attack. Nun Jingyi rose into the air like a wisp of smoke. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the back of Garuda's neck. Garuda didn't turn around. His body flashed and an afterimage flashed. In the blink of an eye, he floated to another part of the platform, still holding the female disciple in his hand. When Nun Jingyi's figure turned in the air and wanted to continue the chase, Garuda's finger had already landed between the female disciple's eyebrows. Garuda let out a surprised laugh. He landed on the ground, let go of the female disciple's hand, and jumped onto the jade chair. However, the female disciple's acupoint hadn't been unsealed. She could only stand there in a daze. "Garuda, what is the meaning of this?" Nun Jingyi walked to the female disciple's side and looked her up and down. She also used her divine sense to check her. She didn't find anything unusual. Nothing. Nun Jingyi, please don't blame me. Garuda seemed to be in an extremely good mood. His lean face was filled with a smile as he said, "This one has a presumptuous request. I need Nun Jingyi's approval." Nun Jingyi looked at the frightened female disciple and shook her head. "If you don't explain the matter clearly, this sect won't agree to anything." It's actually nothing much." Garuda looked at the female disciple behind Nun Jingyi and smiled. "This girl has a body of true fire. Her meridians contain fire-type true essence. This heavenly king urgently needs to break through a bottleneck. This one has no choice but to be thick-skinned and ask for this girl from Nun Jingyi to be a cauldron for dual cultivation." Chapter 1036. Cauldron? Zhang San wasn't the only one surprised. Jing Yi and the other immortal cultivators were also surprised. Jing Yi looked at the female disciple beside her, her eyes full of curiosity. She turned around and said, "Garuda, the cauldron is a legend of the immortal path. Could it be that your demon sex cultivators also need this? Moreover, cauldrons are usually only found among immortal cultivators. Right now, most of the immortal cultivators are in front of you. Although this female disciple has some potential, but..." To his surprise, Garuda waved his hand and laughed. "In the eyes of immortal cultivators like you, of course, this female disciple's aptitude is extremely ordinary. There's nothing special about her. But in the eyes of the demonic sect, oh, this woman's constitution is special. Perhaps it's only useful to my cultivation." He then explained, "In ancient times, immortal cultivators were limited by gender. They cultivated yang spiritual energy. As the ancient saying goes, solitary yang doesn't grow, solitary yin doesn't grow. Only by balancing yin and yang can one achieve the Tao. Thus, Sunmi used a lowly woman's body as a cauldron. Using yin and yang intercourse, they guided the woman's yin spiritual energy into her meridians. Of course, this woman had to have immortal cultivation. But my demon sect doesn't need to do that. As long as we can find a woman with a yin physique, we can use a secret technique to directly absorb the yin essence into our bodies. Of course, immortal cultivation emphasizes simplicity and harmony. No matter if it's the caster or the cauldron, both will benefit. But how much the cauldron benefits depends on the caster's intentions." He glanced at the frightened female disciple and continued, "But my demon sect is different. This cauldron can only provide essence to the caster, but not any actual benefits. The world's spiritual energy has greatly decreased. It's rare to find someone with such meridians. This girl's meridians are even rarer. They won't be of much use to others, but they'll be of great use to my imperial wind technique." Afterwards, he cupped his hands towards Nun Jingyi and said, "I've said so much just to ask Nun Jingyi to give me this ordinary disciple of the School of Fragrance. Although this woman has lost all her powers after becoming this heavenly king's cauldron, she is no different from an ordinary woman. Furthermore, this heavenly king guarantees that she will live out her life in glory." Seeing that Jingyi Shirtai didn't say anything, Garuda said, "If Shirtai agrees, I will remember this favor. When the aroma cult needs me, I will do my best to help. Oh, I have a jade slip here that I just obtained. I haven't looked at it carefully yet. If Abbas doesn't mind, why don't you take a look at it first?" As he spoke, Garuda took out a jade slip from his bosom. With a wave of his hand, the jade slip slowly flew to Nun Jingyi. Nun Jingyi took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She couldn't help but be startled. However, she immediately threw it back and said with a smile, "What if I don't agree?" "You don't agree?" Garuda looked around and sneered, "This heavenly king is giving face to your fragrant cult by asking for it in person. Although this heavenly king can't do anything to your fragrant cult, to be honest, if this heavenly king wanted to kidnap this woman while your sect protecting formation is open, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. Furthermore, there are so many female disciples in the fragrant cult. Perhaps there are many that suit this heavenly king's taste." Garuda was quite unscrupulous, but Jingyi Shirtai knew that what he said was absolutely reasonable. From the sparring session just now, Jingyi Shirtai already knew that Garuda's cultivation was inferior to hers. However, Garuda specialized in lightness techniques. His levitation technique was far from hers. It seemed that he had already mastered it and was on the verge of breaking through the imperial wind technique. Otherwise he wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to ask her for a disciple. With the Imperial Wind technique, Garuda could come and go as he pleased in the fragrant cult. This female disciple in front of her looked somewhat familiar. She definitely wasn't a disciple of Mo Nong Gong. She couldn't keep her by her side at all times. If Garuda had any ill intentions, he could kidnap her at any time. Rather than offending Garuda, why not do him a favor at no cost? Many thoughts ran through Jing Yishirtai's mind. She then smiled and said, "We'll talk about this after the martial arts convention. Garuda, please unseal my female disciple's acupoints." Garuda frowned slightly. He looked at the people on the platform and then looked at the people below the platform who were blocked by the restriction and could not see what was happening on the platform. He smiled and said, "Well said, well said. I will wait for Abbas's choice." As he spoke, he waved his hand. A few wisps of smoke, almost invisible to the naked eye, flew out and hit the female disciple's major acupoints. With a cry, the female disciple was able to move. Her first reaction was to wrap her arms around her chest and curl into a ball. She cried out, "Sect leaders, save me! Sect leaders, save me! And don't panic. Everything will be decided by this sect. Come here." "Yes, sect leader." The girl trembled as she walked to Jing Yishirtai's side. However, her gaze was still timid as she looked at Garuda, who was smiling brightly. "What's your name? Which hall on Lingering Fragrance Peak are you in?" Jing Yishirtai asked kindly. "Disciple's name is Zhang Pinger. I'm in Lihua Hall on Lingering Fragrance Peak." The female disciple trembled as she answered. "Zhang Pinger?" Jing Yishirtai frowned slightly. She had a faint impression of this name. That's right, this was the person that Great Elder Jing Gang's youngest disciple, Yu Zhuochuan, was thinking about. It was also because of her that Great Elder Jing Gang took his anger out on Zhang Xiaohua. In order to hunt down Zhang Xiaohua, he went to Lingering Fragrance Peak and was killed by either the Tenryu sect or an immortal expert from between the clouds and the water. Femme fatale. For some reason, this phrase flashed through Jing Yishirtai's mind when she saw Zhang Pinger's lovely and pitiful appearance. "This sect leader remembers that you're the disciple of Lihua Hall's Vice Hall Master Yin Yin. How come you're here?" Jing Yishirtai was somewhat puzzled. "Sect leader, today, there are many guests on Huayu Peak. Yesterday we received sect leader's decree and sent some disciples from various halls to Huayu Peak. Disciples master and old acquaintances came to receive them. Disciple was curious, so I followed." Zhang Pinger's mood gradually stabilized and her voice no longer trembled. "Alas, this sect leader understands." Jing Yishirtai sighed. "You can leave now. This sect leader will tell your master about this matter later." "Sect leader, sect leader?" Zhang Pinger's face immediately turned pale. She stretched out her hand and pulled Jing Yishirtai's sleeve. "Disciple. Disciple, doesn't want to go. Even if I die, I don't want to go." Jing Yishirtai looked at Zhang Pinger's hand and frowned slightly. She paused for a moment and said warmly, "This sect leader didn't say that you should go. Don't worry, you can leave first." "Yes, sect leader." Zhang Pinger's eyes were slightly teary and her face was increasingly pale. She bit her lips and didn't say anything in the end. She got up and hurried to the restriction outside the high platform. However, before she could reach it, her legs went soft and she almost fell. When she got up again, the tears in her eyes had been replaced by determination. After Zhang Pinger left, Jing Yishirtai glanced at Garuda and then at the sect leader who was looking down at the ground. She smiled and said, "All right, everyone has already tasted the icy soul wine. Next, there's our humble sect's new radish tea, heavenly ice dates, and green leaf fruit. They're all great for cultivation." As she spoke, the other female disciples offered their trays. However, at this time, everyone was far away from Garuda, afraid that he would see through them again. Garuda still had the same expression as before. He didn't seem to be worried that Jingyi wouldn't be moved. He only smiled and accepted the tea and spirit fruits. As for the other female disciples, he didn't care at all. If he could find someone with strange meridians, Zhang Pinger wouldn't be so precious anymore. Would he, Garuda, still need to run to the incense sect and lower himself? After the four people finished eating, each of them put away their food. Jingyi made a hand seal and the restriction on the high platform gradually disappeared. The crowd below the platform, which had been clamoring non-stop, immediately fell silent. "All right, everyone, the food and wine are over. Next is the sword competition that everyone has been waiting for." In fact, when the 5 sects of the immortal Tao gathered here in the past, it was mostly to drink and discuss the sword. This time there are just more sects and more heroes. There's no difference. Of course, since there are more people, the rules need to be changed slightly. I won't say more about the specific arrangements. When the sword competition begins, I'll explain it to Nun Xuezhen. What I'm talking about here won't change during the sword competition. That is the reward. Whoosh. Everyone's emotions were stirred. The people inside Huayu Palace all craned their necks, wanting to see what Nun Jingyi would take out as a reward. The people in the square outside the palace all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what Nun Jingyi would say. Nun Jingyi was very satisfied with the effect in front of her eyes. She waved her hand and a beautiful female disciple held a jade tray with a thin book on it. She lightly floated to the front of the high platform. Nun Jingyi pointed with her finger and smiled. This is the result of the sword competition. It's the rarely seen Jianghu's top internal cultivation method, the breaking blade force. Whoosh. Another sound rang out. This time it was even louder than the previous one. Everyone below the high platform began to talk at once. At this time a voice rang out from the side. Nun Jingyi, this is your fault. This breaking blade force is the secret cultivation method of our Shindao sect. How could you take it out as a reward? The one who spoke was Bai Yanqiu. At this time Bai Yanqiu's face was slightly red and his eyes flashed with incomparable anger. Bai Zhangmin? Don't be mistaken. This breaking blade force is incomparably precious. As long as you practice the 9 layers of this cultivation method to the peak, you'll be able to step onto the path of immortality. It's definitely one of the few internal cultivation methods in Jianghu. However, it's only the secret cultivation method of the Shindao sect. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with between the clouds and the water. Didn't Bai Zhangmin remind me just now that you're between the clouds and the water and not the Shindao sect? Nun Jingyi explained with a smile. But Bai Yanqiu was speechless. This breaking blade force was the secret cultivation method of the Shindao sect. After the Shindao sect was destroyed, it disappeared. Today, there was only a fragment of the between the clouds and the water. If this breaking blade force was obtained by other sects in Jianghu, perhaps the 6th sect of the path of immortality would be born. Thank you. If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote at Chidian.com. Chapter 1037. Bai Yanqiu's eyes burned with anger when she saw the breaking blade force in the hands of the Aroma sect disciple, but she had no excuse. She had repeatedly corrected Nun Jingyi, differentiating the Shindao sect from the between the clouds and the water. She didn't expect that she would overreach herself and lose the best chance to ask for her sect's secret manual. Looking at Bai Yanqiu's dejected and angry appearance, Jingyi Nun ignored her and said to the crowd, "This cultivation method is most suitable for men to practice. The hero who gets 3rd place in this sword competition will be able to take away the blade-breaking force. Of course, how to practice it is none of my business." After that, Nun Jingyi waved her hand, and another female disciple stepped forward. This time the item on the tray was covered by a silk scarf so no one could see it. However, there were still some people present who had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Bai Yanqiu was naturally one of them. When the female disciple came to the side of the platform, Nun Jingyi waved her hand and lifted the scarf, revealing 5 fist-sized stones. The stones were of different colors: yellow, cyan, blue, red, and brown. What are these? Most of the people in Huayu Palace were stunned. Since the 3rd place in the sword competition could get the breaking blade force, the 2nd place in the sword competition would get it. It should be more precious than the breaking blade force. But these 5 stones looked very ordinary. What was so precious about them? However, some of the monks of the Dalan Temple, some of the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water, and some of the disciples of the Aroma sect's Mo Shen stared at the 5 stones with burning passion in their eyes. They were like mice that saw rice. Nun Jingyi looked at Bai Yanqiu, Master Changxing, and Zhang San, who was also tempted. She smiled and said, "Everyone, you must know that the breaking blade force is a key to entering the Tao through martial arts. But how do you practice it after entering the Tao? The Tao of immortality is different from the Tao of martial arts. Internal energy can be generated on its own. The Tao of immortality's internal energy is called vital energy. Although some can be generated in the meridians, the normal method is to absorb it from the outside. The absorbed energy is called the Qi of heaven and earth. In ancient times the world was full of heaven and earth. People of the Tao of immortality could directly absorb the Qi of heaven and earth and refine it in their meridians, turning it into vital energy. Everyone knows the power of internal energy, but let me tell you, vital energy power is 100 times stronger than internal energy. Perhaps it's not appropriate to put it this way. If internal energy is like a baby, then true energy is like an adult. Not only is there a difference in strength, there is also a difference in ability. Moreover, vital energy is the foundation of all cultivators of the Tao of Immortality. All magic and divine abilities are based on the control of vital energy. Now, the Tao of heaven and earth has changed greatly. The Tao of Immortality has been annihilated. People of the Tao of Immortality can't directly absorb vital energy from heaven and earth. So how do they practice? They absorb vital energy from these stones. These stones are called vital stones in the Tao of Immortality. The vital energy of heaven and earth contained in these vital stones is purer than that of heaven and earth and easier to refine. That is to say, with the breaking blade force just now, you can take one step into the Tao of Immortality. With these 5 vital stones, you can completely enter the Tao of Immortality. Boom. The crowd exploded like a pot of boiling water and began to discuss. Perhaps there were people from the famous sects in Huayu Palace who knew about the Tao of Immortality, but they had never seen 5 vital stones in perfect condition. Needless to say, the sects in the square were even more so. What Nun Jingyi said just now was basically to let them know what the Tao of Immortality was and how to practice it. This was actually to cater to their curiosity of coming to the Tao of Immortality. With the help of Huayu Palace's formation, Nun Jingyi's divine sense saw the curious expressions of the people outside the square. She couldn't help but smile. The Tao of Immortality hadn't appeared in Jianghu for a long time, so the sect's fear of the Tao of Immortality had greatly decreased. This time she took out the Tao of Immortality to broaden their horizons and let them know the power of the Tao of Immortality. After waiting for a while, her voice grew softer and softer. Nun Jingyi said, "The things in this world are not metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The same goes for vital stones. Yellow vital stones are metal, green vital stones are wood, blue vital stones are water, red vital stones are fire, and brown vital stones are earth. The breaking blade force is a metal attribute technique. Although absorbing the other 4 types of vital stones can increase one's cultivation, if you use the yellow metal vital stone, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. In addition, it's not that I'm boasting, but the vital energy of heaven and earth is scarce, so the vital stones in this world are gradually being worn away. In the 10,000 years since the Tao of Immortality was destroyed, vital stones have become rare. These 5 vital stones with all 5 elements are the only things I have. I only took them out for this martial arts convention to share with you." "Good." The leader of an unknown sect stood up and clapped his hands. "The fragrant cult is indeed a great sect of the Tao of Immortality. It lives up to its reputation. This kind of style is rare in the world. My Flat Mountain faction is truly impressed. If the fragrant cult needs anything in the future, our humble sect will not refuse." "That's right. The fragrant cult is indeed generous. They share the secrets of the Tao of Immortality with us. We also admire them." For a moment, there was endless praise for the fragrant cult. Of the other 4 people on the stage, Garuda was sitting on a chair. He looked sideways and did not look forward. He was only looking left and right. No one knew if he was looking for Zhang Pinger. The elder still put his palms together and lowered his head without saying a word. Zhang San's face was as calm as still water. He looked coldly at the clamor below. Bai Yanqiu was biting his lips. His eyes narrowed. No one knew what he was thinking. "Well, this is the reward for the 2nd place in the Sword Conference tournament. The cult has finished. Everyone, let's see the reward for the champion." This sentence piqued everyone's curiosity. Even Bai Yanqiu and the others looked sideways. They all wanted to know what other good things the fragrant cult could take out on top of the 5 elements primordial stone. The 3rd item was placed in a jade box. Bai Yanqiu and the others' divine senses were blocked by the jade box's restriction. They could not see what was inside. At this time, Nun Jingyi said, "I just said that the cultivation of the Tao of Immortality relies on the qi of heaven and earth and the primordial stone. But once you have the cultivation, what do you rely on to fight? In martial arts, you can transfer your inner strength to your hands and feet. You can also use your strength to use weapons like sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and so on. Similarly, you can transfer your inner strength to weapons like sabers and swords. In the Tao of Immortality, your qi can be used to form spells. You can also use your qi to activate weapons like sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. It's a bit troublesome to explain these weapons. You can think of them as weapons. By the way, when Bai Zhangmen between the clouds and the water was sparring with me, the elders and the Garuda king in the air, the weapon used was a magic weapon. Ah! When the crowd heard this, how could they not know that there was a magic weapon inside the jade box? When they thought that if they won first place in the sword competition, they would be rewarded with a magic weapon that could be used to fly around in the air. Everyone couldn't help but blush and their blood boiled. Of course, the participants of the sword competition this time are all the younger generation in the world of martial artists. If we bring out our famous enchanted vessel, we will be showing our sincerity, but the disciples might not be able to use it, and it will taint our sincerity. So, after careful consideration, we have decided to bring out a replica of the Purple Phoenix hairpin personally created by a senior from the Path of Immortals as the prize for the champion of the sword competition. Everyone present knew about the Purple Phoenix hairpin. When they heard Nun Jingyi mention it, they were all surprised. However, when they heard that it was a replica, they showed a look of realization. The others were also disappointed when they heard that it was a replica. When Nun Jingyi saw this, she smiled and said, "Everyone, don't underestimate this replica. Its power isn't bad, but it requires a lot less qi. It's suitable for disciples who have just entered the Tao of Immortality." As she spoke, she waved her hand and the jade box flew into her hand. She cast several spells and unlocked the restriction on the jade box. Nun Jingyi opened the jade box, revealing a purple phoenix hairpin carved with exquisite patterns. It was exactly the same as the purple phoenix hairpin in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Nun Jingyi held the replica purple phoenix hairpin in her hand and raised her head to look at it. She casually waved her hand and a weak bolt of lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air, following the direction of the purple phoenix hairpin. After a crackling sound there was a bang sound. Not far from Nun Jingyi, a jade chair was first entangled by the lightning and then exploded into several pieces. The person sitting on the chair had already stood up because he was greedy for the magic weapon in the jade box, but now he was greatly shocked. Ah! The whole place was in an uproar. The lightning was incomparably fast. When everyone saw it clearly, it had already hit the chair. If it had been aimed at a person, there would have been no time to dodge. Moreover, the distance was so far. After being hit, the power was not small. It was simply incomparable to the hidden weapons commonly seen in the Jianghu. It really is an immortal weapon. It's extraordinary. This was the unanimous thought in everyone's mind. However, Nun Jingyi did not stop. She waved the replica purple phoenix hairpin in her hand a few more times, and a small net of electric arcs appeared in the air with crackling sounds. Ah! The people under the net were so frightened that they could only shrink their necks and retreat one after another, afraid that the net would fall and hit them. However, Nun Jingyi smiled. The replica purple phoenix hairpin in her hand swayed slightly. The net of electric arcs seemed to be pulled by ropes and floated around in the air. As the people moved, it also moved and covered their heads. After a while, when she saw that the people's foreheads were covered in sweat, Nun Jingyi no longer teased them. With a wave of her hand, the net of electric arcs fell directly to the empty jade chair that someone had been sitting on just now. This time the movement was even greater. After a crackling sound, the jade chair exploded. This time the explosion was smaller than before and there were even more fragments. What do you think, everyone? Although this replica purple phoenix hairpin is not as powerful as the real one, it's still an elementary immortal weapon. It's perfect for new disciples to use. It's also the best weapon to be awarded to the champion of the sword conference. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Jianghu.com to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 1038. Jingyi's words were to the point. Although the real purple phoenix hairpin was powerful, it required a huge amount of qi. It was impossible to use it unless one was at the middle stage of the qi refining stage. When Zhang Xiaohua was at the third or fourth stage of the qi refining stage, she could only use jade talismans. The first time she used a magic tool was the dragon binding hoop. She was already at the middle stage of the qi refining stage, but she could only activate the dragon binding hoop and use it to trap others. She couldn't release the true fire within the dragon binding hoop. The middle stage of the qi refining stage was an inconceivable existence in the current era of the immortal Tao. How could the younger generation of disciples from the various sects hope to catch up to her? Therefore, not to mention the real purple phoenix hairpin, even if the dragon binding hoop or the jade talisman were here, they might not be able to use it. In fact, when Jingyi introduced the imitation of the purple phoenix hairpin, she deliberately avoided mentioning one thing. That was spiritual sense. While using a magic tool required jinchi, controlling a magic tool relied more on one's spiritual sense. The lightning net created by the imitation of the purple phoenix hairpin required precise control over one's spiritual sense to be able to be executed. As for spiritual sense, unless one was at the late stage of the qi refining stage or used a sect's secret technique, it was impossible to generate spiritual sense. Although Jing Gang was older than Jing Yi, her cultivation was limited. She only managed to cultivate a weak spiritual sense with the help of the incense cult's secret technique. She was far inferior to Jing Yi. Before the incense cult's defensive formation was destroyed, Jing Yi received the formation and the cult's secret technique. Her spiritual sense was also incomparably powerful. It was even more powerful than Zhang Xiaohua's. Unfortunately, the dragon vein was absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua and the restriction was broken by Zhang Xiaohua. Jing Yi's spiritual sense was immediately beaten back to its original state. But then again, even now, Jing Yi's spiritual sense was much weaker than Zhang Xiaohua's. In the eyes of the Jianghu disciples, she was still an immortal-like existence. She was far from a height they could reach in their lifetime. Jing Yi put the imitation hairpin back into the jade box and smiled. Wait until the hero here can escape from the top scorer. I'll personally give this hairpin and the manual on how to use it to him. Subsequently, the three female disciples placed the trays in their hands on the jade table beside the high platform, bowed, and retreated. Nun Jingyi turned around and asked, Elder, would you like to say a few words? Ba. Elder Chang stood up and nodded. To tell you the truth, the incense cult's move this time? It's very generous, far beyond old monk's expectations. Since this old monk is already like this, I'm sure everyone here is tempted as well. Hong. A loud laughter rang out. The people below the stage did not expect Elder Cheng to be so straightforward, and they all roared with laughter. Isn't that so? My eyes are burning and my hands are itching. Someone said boldly. Yes, everyone wants it. However, there are only 3 prizes. Therefore, I don't need to tell you that the sword competition will be very exciting. Everyone will be nervous. Then Elder Chang changed the topic. However, this sword competition is a competition, not a battle of life and death. No matter what grudges you have in Jianghu, when you're here, you must forget the past. Here, old monk will reiterate the principle of the sword competition. You can't kill. If someone is merciless and takes the opponent's life, then you'll be disqualified from the sword competition immediately. You'll be expelled from Huayu Palace. Nun Jing-yi and Garuda's expressions did not change as if they already knew. Bai Yanqiu thought for a moment, looked at the audience and asked, Master Chang Sheng, what if someone accidentally kills? By Zhangmen, the sword competition is the sword competition. It's about the word competition. This rule has been followed for thousands of years without exception. Whether it's intentional or not, you must be expelled. Elder Chang Sheng said without any trace of politeness. Bai Yanqiu could only nod and look at Zhang San. Zhang San seemed to be thinking about something else and did not pay attention. All right, old monk has finished speaking. I wish for the sword competition to end successfully and for all of you to have your wishes come true. After Elder Chang Sheng sat down, Nun Jingyi looked at the other 3 people. They were all silent, so she said, the sword competition begins. As she spoke, she struck a spell on the high platform. With a bang, the high platform shook slightly. Then, in Huayu Palace and the square between the gaps of the audience, dozens and even hundreds of high platforms about 10 feet tall rose gradually. These high platforms were pulled up from the ground and rose little by little until they were about 10 feet tall. The audience below the high platform was stunned at first, but then they understood. They all looked at the high platform that was used as a fighting ring with interest. When the high platform stabilized, a white figure leaped onto the middle one. It was Nun Shuezhen, who was wearing a white palace dress and a mask. Nun Shuezhen stood on the high platform and bowed slightly to the audience. She said, according to the order of the hierarch, I, Shuezhen, will be in charge of this sword competition. Now I will tell you the specific rules. As soon as she finished speaking, the female disciple of the aroma sect who had served tea and snacks appeared again. But this time she was holding a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. She placed them on everyone's table. Nun Shuezhen pointed at the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and said, in this sword competition, except for the Pai sect, the Tenryu sect, the Dalan temple between the clouds and the water, and the Righteous Alliance, there are 4 places to participate. The other sects and schools only have 2 places to participate. This has been explained when the disciples of the Pi sect sent the invitations. Please write down the names of the disciples of your sects and schools who will participate in the sword competition. Then, find a fighting ring like the one I am standing on. At the bottom of the fighting ring there is a small round hole. You can put your name in there. There are 50 fighting rings like this inside Huayu Palace and outside the palace. Inside Huayu Palace, you can put 10 names on each fighting ring. Outside the palace, you can put 20 names on each fighting ring. Once the fighting ring is full, the small hole in the fighting ring will close. There are 230 sects in Huayu Palace. Each sect has 2 people, so there are 460 disciples participating in the sword competition. There are 50 fighting rings, so there are 40 empty spots. There are 512 sects outside the palace, so there are 1,024 disciples participating in the sword competition. There are 24 more disciples in the fighting rings. Please put the names of these 24 disciples into the fighting rings inside Huayu Palace. The small hole in the fighting rings will close after I finish speaking for 30 minutes. Only the disciples who put their names in during this time are qualified to participate in the sword competition. Otherwise, they will be considered as not participating. Each fighting ring will have 10 or 20 people. The fighting rings will be arranged by themselves. The other sects will guarantee fairness. For the sake of fairness, the 4 disciples of the other sect and the 16 disciples of the other 4 sects will not participate in the first round. Once the final winner has been determined in each arena, they will participate in the second round of the sword competition for the top 120 disciples. Nun Shuizhen continued to talk about the rules of each round of the sword competition. In the end she said, "Just now the leader of the other sect announced the rewards for the top 3. According to the rules of the sword competition, there will be 100 winners in the first round. These 100 disciples will receive 1 Yuhuandan pill, 1 small bone congealing pill, and 1 small revitalizing pill from the Dalan Temple as a reward. Alright, please write down the names of your disciples participating in the sword competition on the paper and put them in the fighting rings. The first round of the sword competition is about to begin." As she spoke, a disciple of the incense cult brought a lit incense stick to the fighting ring where Nun Shuizhen was. When they heard Nun Shuizhen mention that the rewards for winning the first round of the sword competition were the legendary healing pills of the incense cult and the Dalan Temple, the crowd was in an uproar. The 3 rewards that Nun Jingyi had shown were indeed very tempting. Everyone was looking forward to it, but after all, not everyone had the hope to reach the last step. The 3 rewards were very likely to be won by the disciples of the 5 super sects in the end. On the contrary, Nun Shuizhen's words about the rewards for the final winner of the first round of the sword competition rekindled the fire of hope in everyone's hearts. Of course, 1 out of 10 people in Huayu Palace, 1 out of 20 people outside Huayu Palace. All the young disciples present were outstanding disciples of their respective sections. Almost every one of them believed that they would definitely be the final winner. The 3 pills each represented a life, so how could they not be tempted? Therefore, when Nun Shuizhen said that they could begin, the leaders of each sect immediately picked up their brushes and wrote down the names of their disciples as fast as they could. They took 1 for themselves and the other elder took 1 for themselves. Then each of them used their lightness skills and threw their names into the fighting rings that they had already planned out. That's right, the sword competition was also about strategy. 2 disciples from each sect absolutely could not be placed in the same fighting ring. Moreover, were there any familiar sects nearby? Were there any disciples from other sects that they knew the ins and outs of? This all needed to be considered in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. The sects that were closer to Huayu Palace had already taken the lead. They ran into the palace and threw the names of their 2 disciples into the fighting rings. Nonsense, the palace only chose 1 out of 10. Although their martial arts might be a little higher, their chances were still much higher. For a moment, the inside and outside of Huayu Palace was in chaos. Occasionally, there were people who used their lightness skills and almost collided with each other. There were also people who had just chosen a fighting ring and were about to throw their names in. In the end, they were thrown in by a hidden weapon technique from far away. Then the small hole immediately disappeared. This person could only turn around and curse. He did not dare to delay and went to look for another fighting ring. As a result, in the end, more than 10 people ran out of Huayu Palace and shouted, "Where is the fighting ring? Where is the fighting ring?" It was because the smart leaders in the square had filled up the fighting rings in Huayu Palace. These people in Huayu Palace had no fighting ring to throw their names into. They had no choice but to look for the 1 out of 20 fighting rings in the square. The funny thing was, in the square, there were 512 sects and 1,024 people. They were all silent and stood there obediently, adhering to the rule of not speaking during the sword competition. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Jianghu to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 1039. The elders and sect leaders of the various sects saw this and knew what these people were thinking. With a stomp of their feet, they split up and rushed towards the 50 arenas in the plaza. 50 fighting rings were not a lot, but they covered the entire square and they had to search one by one. How could they be fast? These 10+ people had a tacit understanding and each of them found a different area. After a while, the burning candles were extinguished and the holes in the 100 arenas disappeared. One of the sect leaders looked on helplessly as the hole in front of him gradually became smaller. His heart grew anxious and he rubbed the piece of paper in his hand and actually used a hidden weapon technique to throw it into the hole. Seeing that the ball of paper was about to fall into the hole that had not completely disappeared, the sect leader's face revealed a smile. But at this moment, out of nowhere, a gust of wind suddenly blew past and blew the ball of paper askew. With a "pa" sound, it hit the spot where the hole had disappeared. The sect leader's face immediately turned pale and he stood there in a daze. He looked at the clear and windless square and then looked at the group of people who were gloating at his misfortune. His face immediately turned ashen. He didn't say anything and just looked at the various sects beside the stage. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and returned to Huayu Palace. "What's wrong with that old man, Xiao?" One of them was indignant and said in a low voice. "He didn't go in himself and now he wants to find trouble with others? Look at him, I'm afraid he's blaming us for this. Who knows if he'll attack our sects once he leaves Chuanxiang cult. It's just Qingshan sect. They have some connections with the Righteous Alliance. Now that Chuanxiang cult has appeared in Jianghu, can the Righteous Alliance still control Jianghu?" That's right. The Dalan Temple was a master who ignored the Righteous Alliance and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. Now that Chuanxiang cult has appeared, they will not let the Righteous Alliance be the only sect. Sect leaders, I think sect leader who is right. We need to discuss this. Although Qingshan sect is not big, it's not something any of us can deal with. Why don't we? Brother Yu is right. After the martial arts convention we need to meet up and leave together. Don't fall into Qingshan sect's trap. Sai, when the fragrance spreads, Jianghu is in chaos. The incense cult had only just held a martial arts assembly. They had not even taken a step out of Dianqi Lake, but they had already stirred up a lot of trouble. This didn't include the Misty School that was rushing to Misty Peak. When the sect leaders returned to Huayu Palace with hatred in their hearts, Abbess Shuizhen's voice was heard again. "Everyone, the name list for each arena has been decided. As for which Xiaoxia and which Xiaoxia will fight, it is up to the arena to decide. The cult of incense will not interfere. However, my perfuming school will send an inner disciple to act as a witness for each battle arena. This disciple will not judge the outcome of the battle arena, but will only place the winner's name back into the arena. As for the outcome of the battle between the two Xiaoxia in the arena, it is also simple. As long as one of them falls out of the arena within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the remaining one will be the winner. If neither of them falls out of the arena within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then, I'm sorry, but both of them will be disqualified from the next round. There will be no incense burning in each arena. When the battle begins, the arena will descend by itself. When the arena is level with the ground, it will only take the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." "Well, sect leaders, is there anything else you want to ask?" A voice called out. "Abbess Shuizhen, if both of them fall out of the arena, then, will the one who falls out of the arena be the winner? If both of them fall out of the arena, then both of them will be disqualified from the next round," Abbess Shuizhen said firmly. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was asking, Abbess Shuizhen said, "Okay, then the battle arena will begin now. If there is anything special, please ask the perfuming school disciple in charge of the arena." As he spoke, 100 young disciples dressed in palace attire with veils covering their faces filed in and walked to their respective arenas. Their bodies did not move, but they floated to the edge of the arenas and stood on the edge of the arenas with the tips of their feet. Their entire bodies were outside of the arenas. Good, seeing such a high level of Qinggong, very few people praised. Seeing that all the disciples were in place, Abbess Shuizhen looked back. At this time, the restriction on the high platform where Abbess Jingyi and the others were standing had been removed. Abbess Jingyi nodded slightly. Abbess Shuizhen took out a 3-inch long stick from her bosom and pointed it in the air. Pa! With a crisp sound, the 100 arenas released a pale white screen of light at the same time. After a while, 2 lines of large words appeared on each arena. Su Jingwen of the Firmament Dock, Lu Cheng of the Qi Huanmen. Beside the arena where Abbess Shuizhen stood, everyone looked at the large words on the screen of light in shock and read them out loud. What? Is it really chosen by the arena itself? One person couldn't believe his eyes. Nonsense, it's already the name. What's there to not believe? The way of immortality is really magical. While everyone was talking, 2 good-looking disciples stepped out of the crowd and flew onto the arena. They cupped their hands and saluted to everyone. Then they walked onto the arena. One of them cupped his hands and said, "I am Lu of Qi Hua Men." While Lu Cheng was complaining inwardly, he suddenly felt the air behind his feet. He was shocked. He was at the edge of the arena. If he took half a step back, he would fall off the arena. Seeing that he couldn't dodge the kick, Lu Cheng of Qi Hua Men clenched his teeth. He didn't circulate his internal energy, but jumped forward to grab the leg of the Heavens Vault Doc's disciple even if he got injured. The Heavens Doc's disciple already had a plan in mind. First, he would reveal an opening and send his leg towards Lu Cheng. This was just a feint. When Lu Cheng's hand reached his eyes, he immediately lowered his body and kicked Lu Cheng's leg that was still standing on the stage. Lu Cheng's upper body was still on the stage, but the lower part of his body was outside the stage. At this moment, Lu Cheng didn't have time to grab the disciple of the Firmament Dock. He stretched out his hand and tried to grab the edge of the arena. Seeing this, the disciple of the Firmament Dock pointed his scabbard at Lu Cheng's forehead. Seeing that the scabbard was about to touch his forehead, Lu Cheng sighed helplessly and let go of his left hand. He somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, the disciple of the Firmament Dock stood up and cupped his hands. "I am Su Jingwen of the Firmament Dock." From the moment Lu Cheng cupped his hands to the moment he was kicked out of the arena, only a few breaths of time had passed. The disciple of the Firmament Dock didn't introduce himself too late. "Senior sister of the Incense School, this guy, he cheated," Lu Cheng said to the disciple of the Incense School who was standing at the edge of the arena. The disciple of the Firmament Dock, Su Jingwen, stood on the arena with a smile and didn't say anything. The disciple of the Incense School looked at him and said coldly, "You have already won. Get down from the arena." "Yes, senior sister." Su Jingwen smiled and jumped down from the arena. The disciple of the Incense School thought for a while and said, "Senior sister Shuizhen said that as long as you leave the arena you lose. You don't have to care about anything else." After saying that, he jumped down from the arena and wrote a piece of paper. He slapped the surface of the arena and a small hole appeared. He threw the piece of paper into the hole and jumped back into the arena. After the small hole was sealed, 2 more names appeared on the white screen. This time, the 2 of them weren't as careless as Lu Cheng from the Firmament Dock. They fought carefully. Although there were 100 battles, the martial arts of these young disciples, how could they enter senior sister Jingyi's eyes? She glanced at them and looked at the people beside her. She smiled and said, "Everyone please take a seat. I will be back soon." Garuda glanced at senior sister Jingyi and ignored her. The elder smiled and said, "Senior sister Jingyi, please go ahead." Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San bowed slightly. Senior sister Jingyi walked down from the arena. Peacock, Qin Qin and the other disciples followed behind her and entered a small hall in Huayu Palace. The moment she entered the small hall, Nun Jingyi's face immediately became gloomy. She silently walked to a chair, but before she could sit down, she stretched out her hand and slammed it on the table beside her. The table didn't change at first, but after a few breaths, it suddenly collapsed and turned into powder that fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Even Qin Qin shrunk his neck and didn't dare to speak. "This is too much." Senior sister Jingyi stood in front of the chair with her back to the crowd and said angrily. Perhaps it was because she had vented her anger on the table, but at this time, although senior sister Jingyi was furious, her tone also seemed to be helpless. "Leader?" Peacock looked at the crowd and said, "I wonder, is there anything I can help with? Could it be because of the sword competition?" Senior sister Jingyi thought for a moment and sighed. In the martial world there will always be things that are difficult to settle. If you can't tolerate what others can't, then you must have the ability to do what others can't. Peacock, you must remember this in the future. "Yes, leader, I understand." Peacock answered nervously. I'm alright, all of you, go out and call Een from the distant fire palace. Deputy Palace Master Een? Yin was stunned and nodded in response. She was the first to go out and the others followed. Peacock Qinshin, you two stay. Senior Sister Jianghu called out as the crowd walked out. Peacock looked at Qinshin, stopped and walked back into the hall. The other disciples knew that the two of them had different identities, so naturally, they didn't say much and left quietly. After a while, Een from the distant fire palace still hadn't arrived. Someone else did. She stood outside the small hall and seemed to be thinking and hesitating. A voice came from inside the hall. Xiaqing? What's the matter? Chapter 1040. When Xiaqing heard the voice of Nun Jingyi, the hesitation on her face turned into determination. She clenched her teeth and walked into the hall. Xiaqing, you've been loitering at the door for a long time. Is there something urgent? Nun Jingyi's face didn't look good. Sect leader? Looking at Nun Jingyi, Xiaqing panicked and stammered, It's nothing, I just came to see if there's anything I can do. Nun Jingyi sneered, Xiaqing, if there's anything just tell me. I'll make the decision for you on Huayu Peak. This. Nun Jingyi's power had already scared Xiaqing out of her wits. But now she had no choice but to throw herself on the ground and cry, Sect Master, please show mercy. Disciple. Disciple asks Sect Master to allow Disciple to participate in the sword competition. Nun Jingyi was stunned. She looked at Peacock and Qinshin, who were also at a loss, and shook their heads slightly. Xiaqing, get up first. Nun Jingyi said with a pleasant face, Didn't I already say it before? Let the male disciples of Ruijin Palace go. It's better if the female disciples of Mo Shen Palace don't go on stage. Do you have other ideas? Sect leader? Xiaqing stood up straight and looked at the three people in the hall. She sucked her lips and said, Sect leader, since the failure of the Refining Heart Cave, I've been anxious. I want to find an opportunity on the path of immortality. I know I can't compare with Senior Peacock, Senior Qinshin, and even Junior Yuyan, but my heart is no worse than theirs. The three senior sisters have already obtained the inheritance of the path of immortality. I also want to fight for a chance in the sword competition. This. Nun Jingyi sucked in a breath of cold air. She didn't expect that Xiaqing, a disciple who usually didn't show off, would have such a strong desire for Taoism. After thinking for a while, she said, I've already explained to you about the sword competition before. The blade-breaking force belongs to the Godly Knife sect. Although it's an excellent secret manual for practicing martial arts, it's only effective for male disciples. Female disciples won't have much effect if they practice it. Our Aroma cult also has secret manuals on martial arts. Oh Xiaqing, you want to fight for those 5 elements primordial stones? Abbess Jingyi suddenly realized. Yes, Lord Hierarch. Seeing that Jingyi Shirtai didn't have any angry expression, Xiaqing was secretly happy. She said, Disciple knows that Sir Hierarch is magnanimous. Our Mo Shen Palace also has a lot of secret manuals on martial arts. Once disciples' martial arts reach a certain level, they can be bestowed. Although disciples' internal strength cultivation method can't compare to Senior Sister Peacock's and Senior Sister Qinshin's heavenly mortal cultivation method, disciple is confident that disciple will be bestowed by Sir Hierarch in her lifetime. So, you want to get the 5 elements primordial stones first to lay the foundation for your future cultivation? Disciple, indeed has such a plan. I hope Sir Hierarch can grant my wish. How's Elder Jing Fan's martial arts? What level of attainment was the Mortal Heart Sutra that she cultivated? Why didn't our cult give her the 5 elements primordial stones? Have you ever thought about it? Disciple. Disciple knows that the 5 elements primordial stones are very precious. Even our Mo Shen Palace doesn't have many left. And the rest are for Senior Sister Peacock, Senior Sister Qinshin, and Junior Sister Yuyan to cultivate. Not to mention disciple, even Elder Jing Fan and the previous Great Elder Jing Gang didn't have any, so? You want to take advantage of this sword competition to get the primordial stones first? But, such a precious thing, why don't we keep it for ourselves? Instead we give it to outsiders? Disciple didn't think too much about it. Disciple. Disciple only thought that the primordial stones are very few. If we don't fight for it now, in the future, there may not be such an opportunity. So disciple steeled her heart to beg Sir Hierarch. Good. Nun Jingyi clapped her hands and said, seeking the Tao always has a sequence. If you fight for it first, you'll cut off the path of others. If you don't fight for it, others will fight for it. Since you came to beg our cult, what's wrong with us agreeing to your request? Thank you, Sir Hierarch. Xia Qing was so excited that she almost cried. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I haven't finished speaking. Nun Jingyi said lightly, our cult gave you a chance this time, which is equivalent to giving you the chance to cultivate the Tao of Immortality. In the future, when you're successful in martial arts and have the chance to enter the Tao of Immortality, our cult. Disciple knows, disciple knows. Disciple doesn't dare to hope that Sir Hierarch will give me another chance. Our Mo Ning Palace has a lot of disciples. Disciple has received this chance and won't fight for the next one. It's good that you know. Then you may leave. In a while, during the sword competition, you'll replace Yuan Hong. Tell him now. This is our order. Disciple understands. Disciple will go now. Xia Qing smiled and ran out after thanking her. Remember not to wear a veil and don't wear a palace dress. Nun Jingyi's voice came from behind. Yes, disciple knows. Xia Qing was in a good mood. After Xia Qing left, Peacock said softly, Sir Hierarch, if Xia Qing wins the 5 elements primordial stone, then Sir Hierarch's plan will be disrupted? Sigh, yes, it will inevitably be affected. Nun Jingyi sighed. This girl is so focused on cultivating the Tao of Immortality. How can she not understand that the 5 elements primordial stone is a bait that our cult is giving to the entire Jianghu? Isn't that so? Even I understand. How can Xia Qing not know? Qin Qin was also puzzled. She has walked into a dead end. Nun Jingyi shook her head. This girl met the immortal sect's Huan Senior in Huanshu and saw the magic of the immortal sect. How can she think so much? Forget it, Sir Hierarch, don't worry. It's good to let her go to the arena and let the people of Jianghu see the power of our inner disciples. Don't we still have the imitation purple phoenix hairpin and the broken sword force? They're also very useful. Hehe, Nun Jingyi sneered. Xia Qing is a bit narrow-minded. She thinks that our cult doesn't send disciples from Mo Xian Palace and only sent disciples from Ruijin Palace. This means that the disciples of the other sects are no match for the disciples of Mo Xian Palace. On the other hand, I don't know if the Tenryu sect will participate. If they participate, won't they take away all those things? No, Sir Hierarch, it's useless for them to take those things. Qin Qin smiled. Then, we have to consider between the clouds and the water. Do you think that Bai Yanqiu will tolerate the broken sword force that originally belonged to him being lost in Jianghu? Since she wants to keep the broken sword force, how can she let go of the 5 elements primordial stone? Hehe, Peacock, among the disciples in white brought by between the clouds and the water, are some of them the ones who tried to kill you outside Yanqi Lake that day? Yes, Sir Hierarch, your disciple saw them a long time ago. One of them was Liang Cangshu who tried to kill me that day. It's just that the other 3 who besieged me are not here. See, Liang Cangshu's martial arts are not worse than yours. Although you have received the inheritance and can be considered a person of immortality, your foundation is still shallow and you can't show any magical powers. Even if you fight with Liang Cangshu now, you may not be able to win. Xia Qing is even less likely. I'm afraid. Xia Qing may not be able to do as she wishes. Sigh, Peacock suddenly thought of a saying. She was too smart and gave Qing Qing her life instead. At this time, Nun Jingyi raised her eyebrows and looked at the entrance of the small hall. After a while, there was the sound of light footsteps and someone asked, Sir Hierarch, your subordinate is the deputy of the fiery temple Yin. Why are you looking for me? Is this Yin from the fiery temple? Come in. Yes, your subordinate obeys. When Yin came in, Peacock and Qin Qin bowed slightly. Deputy Temple Master Yin, do you have a disciple called Zhang Pinger? Nun Jingyi asked directly. Yin was startled and said in a panic, this subordinate does have a disciple called Zhang Pinger, but this child's temperament is calm and she doesn't cause trouble. Previously, the matter with Great Elder Jing Gang's disciple and the Protector's disciple was all a misunderstanding. This subordinate has already punished Zhang Pinger, she shouldn't bother Mo Xian Palace's Protector's disciple and Missy Xia. Seeing that Yin had said so much, Nun Jingyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After Yin finished speaking, she said, I have already punished all of you for that matter. I won't mention it again in the future. Today I'm looking for you, because of another matter regarding Zhang Pinger. Yin was stunned and blurted out, this time, Which hall's disciple is it? Which hall's disciple? Nun Jingyi laughed coldly. It's Garuda. Garuda, he's not a very famous disciple. May I ask which hall this disciple is from, Sir Hierarch? Your subordinate will punish them right away. Inin was very puzzled. Ihi, Garuda of the Tenryu sect. Not to mention you, even I want to punish him. When you go, remember to bring me along. Ah? Garuda he. What's his relationship with Zhang Pinger? Inin was stunned. Thus, Nun Jingyi recounted everything that had happened on the platform. Before Inin could speak, Qin said angrily, Sir Hierarch, how can this be? Is it possible that this guy said that whoever has the hidden fire meridians is the one? That he can take whoever he wants away with him? Peacock bit her lips and her face turned slightly pale. At this moment, she understood Nun Jingyi's reaction when they first arrived at the small hall and the meaning behind her words. After thinking for a moment, Inin asked tentatively, Sir Hierarch, what do you plan to do? What plan? Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly, your subordinate has already called you here. What do you think I plan to do? Sigh, poor child. Inin also sighed, Garuda's words make sense. Unless Sir Hierarch has Zhang Pinger by your side at all times, with Garuda's lightness skill, it's really easy for him to kidnap Zhang Pinger. But I can't even protect a small disciple from the distant fire temple. This makes me feel very ashamed. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Moreover, this is the time for our incense sect to re-enter the martial arts world. If we fall out with the Tenryu sect because of this, the gains will not make up for the losses. Moreover, Sir Hierarch's plan must be an expedient plan. In the future. Inin could not say what would happen in the future. Chapter 1041. Yes, in the future. What could they do? Zhang Pinger had followed Garuda to Heavenly Dragon sect. Not to mention whether Fragrance Cult had the ability to get Zhang Pinger back in the future. Even if Fragrance Cult could get Zhang Pinger back, would Zhang Pinger still be the same Zhang Pinger at that time? Seeing that Inin was silent, Nun Jingyi was also silent. Peacock and Qin were even more silent. Peacock and Qin, at this moment, were probably more lucky that they were now disciples of the inheritance cult. Moreover, they were lucky that they weren't born with a gift. Sigh, poor Zhang Pinger. Qin was silent for a moment and said unconsciously, first she was dumped by Yu Zhuochuan, and then she was played by Ren Xiaoyao. Now, she finally calmed down but she was valued by Garuda. Senior sister apprentice, is this the legendary fate of beautiful women? You, shut up. Without waiting for Peacock to speak, Nun Jingyi couldn't help but scold, Yu Zhuochuan, we don't even know where her corpse is. Besides, there's nothing between him and Zhang Pinger. Ren Xiaoyao, don't even mention him. He's wholeheartedly looking for Zixia. Zhang Pinger is just wishful thinking. Qin curled her lips and muttered, I just think that Ren Xiaoyao is heartless. Thump. Peacock heard it clearly and her heart tightened for no reason. Nun Jingyi ignored her and turned to Yin. Deputy Temple Master Yin has been the Deputy Temple Master of the Flame Temple for many years. I've also been paying attention to you for a long time. You're excellent in all aspects and now is the time for the Fragrance Cult to step out into the world. It's also time for you to show your skills. I think it's time for you to change places and take on more responsibilities. Yin heard this and was pleasantly surprised. He bowed and said, Thank you for your promotion. This is the result of your many years of hard work. No need to thank me. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, Go and tell Zhang Pinger that on her shoulders is the hope of the revival of the Fragrance Cult. Her responsibility is also great. Let her remember that as long as she's a disciple of the Fragrance Cult, no matter where she is, she's a disciple of the Fragrance Cult. I know this. Yes, I understand. Moreover, Zhang Pinger's sacrifice today will be recorded in the history of the church by the disciples. Her sacrifice today in exchange for the glory of the incense cult tomorrow will definitely earn the respect of the younger disciples. Her tears will not be in vain. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will explain this matter to Zhang Pinger. Alas, now that things have come to this, we can only face reality. Yin agreed and left. When she was far away, Qin called out again, Sir Hierarch, how can we record this? Peacock scolded from the side, Qin, shut up. Senior sister, but if this matter was to be recorded in the ancient records, how could Lord Sect Master let bystanders withdraw? Only the two of us are left? Peacock frowned and said, You and I are the next generation successors of the Order of Incense. Our leader has put in a lot of effort to show us the cruelty of Jianghu and how difficult it is for the female disciples of the Order of Incense to survive in Jianghu. If it wasn't for the circumstances, why would our leader allow her disciples to sacrifice themselves? If we don't harden our hearts, if we don't bear the humiliation, how can the Order of Incense flourish in our hands? But Chen was still unconvinced. Didn't Lord Sect Master say that? As long as we have supernatural powers that others don't have, won't we still be able to bring the Order of Incense to greater heights? Chen, you still don't understand. If we were the #1 person in Jianghu, would we still make such a decision today? If we were flying in the air in front of Rejuvenation Valley, using a flying sword to kill the immortal seniors of Longting Villa, would we still make such a decision? Everything is decided by strength. In this Jianghu, only strength is believed. Hua. A soft sound came from outside the hall. Haha. Nun Jingyi used her divine sense to scan the area and laughed. All right, there will be a conclusion. We still have to pass the days of the Order of Incense. Let's finish this martial arts convention first. When Nun Jingyi led Peacock and Chen back to the main hall of Huayu Palace, the 100 winners had already been decided. The hua sound came from the inner disciples of the Order of Incense handing out the jade bottles containing the Yuhuandan pill, bone solidifying pill, and small revitalizing pill, to the 100 disciples. The audience cheered and applauded. To the 100 disciples and their sects, this was already the final victory. It was enough for them to record it in their sect's records. The rest could only fight for glory. The main characters on the stages were not destined to be theirs. After that, the 50 stages in the square slowly returned to the ground. Of the 50 stages in Huayu Palace, other than the 8 stages in front of the main platform, the other 42 stages also returned to the ground. Everyone knew that in the second round of the Sword Discourse, the 120 disciples would compete in these 8 stages to determine the final 8 spots. Sure enough, the 100 female disciples of the Fragrant Religion who were supervising the first round of the Sword Arena went to the middle of the ring. There was already a small hole in the middle of the ring, and these female disciples put the winner's name into the small hole. Alright, the first round of the Sword Discourse has already determined the 100 disciples. I represent the Order of Incense to congratulate these disciples. I hope that they can continue to work hard and improve their martial arts to the next level. I hope that they can shine brightly in Jianghu. Nun Xuezhen jumped onto the stage and smiled. Next up is the second round of the Sword Discourse. As everyone can see, there are 8 stages, including the 4 disciples of the Order of Incense, the 4 disciples of the Dalan Temple, the 4 disciples of the Order of Righteous Tao, the 4 disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water, and the 4 disciples of the Tenryu sect. There are a total of 120 disciples competing for the 8 spots. 4 disciples will be selected from these 8 winners. The 4 disciples will compete in the Sword Discourse. The winner will compete for the top spot of the Sword Discourse, while the loser will compete for the top spot of the Sword Discourse. Alright, the Order of Incense will send out 4 disciples and place their names on the stage. The other 4 sects, please also place the names of the disciples from their sects who will be participating in the Sword Discourse. As soon as Nun Xuezhen finished speaking, 4 people walked in from outside the hall. 1 woman and 3 men. Seeing the appearance of the female disciple, not only was Nun Xuezhen stunned, but all the disciples of the Order of Incense were also stunned. Nun Xuezhen turned to look at Nun Jingyi in surprise. Nun Jingyi nodded slightly. Only then did Nun Xuezhen suppress the confusion in her heart. The 4 people jumped onto the stage and bowed to Nun Jingyi. They said, "We are Hu Ben from the Ruijin Palace, Yang Biao from the Greenwood Palace, Li Yifan from the Thick Earth Palace, Xia Qing from the Distant Fire Palace. Greetings to all the sect leaders." Nun Jingyi waved her hand. The 4 people threw the paper in their hands into the small hole in the stage and stood at the side of the stage with their hands by their sides. Then, 4 disciples from the Order of the Righteous Alliance also jumped out. They were all slightly older. They went onto the stage and bowed. "We are Lu Jihua, Chu Feng, Wu Shanghong, and Li Feng from the Order of the Righteous Alliance. Greetings to all the sect leaders." On the stage, Alliance Master Zhang San's face was slightly dark. The corners of his eyes twitched. He knew that while the Order of the Righteous Alliance was famous in the world of martial artists and had been able to summon the wind and summon the rain over the past few decades, that was just the feeling of a normal sect in the world of martial artists. Compared to the sects beside him, his foundation was far too lacking. Disregarding everything else, the older disciples on the stage might not have been famous in the world of martial artists, but they were already extremely outstanding figures among the next generation of disciples in the Order of the Righteous Alliance. They had come to the Order of the Righteous Alliance this time to let them broaden their horizons and did not plan to let them show their faces, but the rewards offered by the Order of the Righteous Alliance really moved him. He had been running the Order of the Righteous Alliance for so many years, and every time he thought of the 4 sects of the Immortal Path, he would feel a sense of inferiority from the bottom of his heart. He had been doing his best to search for the remains of the Immortal Path, hoping to find a way to enter the Immortal Path. However, even though he had spent a lot of effort and obtained a lot of secret manuals, jade slips, and so on, he had not been able to get a glimpse of the Immortal Path. This time he was participating in the Order of the Righteous Alliance's Martial Arts Assembly. He really did not expect that such a wonderful opportunity would be placed in front of him. Of course, he also believed that Nun Jingyi definitely had some tricks she did not mention about these 3 items, but who was he? He was the leader of the Righteous Alliance, one of the 3 supersections. He firmly believed that even if Jingyi Nun still had a trick up her sleeve, as long as he could get his hands on these 3 items, he would definitely be able to decipher the secret to becoming an immortal. After the Righteous Alliance, it was naturally the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water. Bai Yanqiu seemed to be determined to win Between the Clouds and the Water too. He sent 4 disciples including Liang Zhangxiu. At this moment, only the disciples of the Dalan Temple and the Tenryu sect seemed to be particularly relaxed. The disciples of the Dalan Temple stood there cautiously with their palms clasped together. They wore smiles on their faces as they watched the sword competition in a friendly manner. Compared to the rules of the disciples of the Dalan Temple, the Tenryu sect really didn't care about trifles. There were about 20 disciples of the Tenryu sect. They sat at 5 tables either scratching their heads or resting with their eyes closed. A few of the chairs were empty. No one knew where they had gone. For people were sitting at one of the tables. A good-looking woman was holding the hand of a middle-aged man with snow-white hair who looked to be in his 30s. She whispered, "Little Yaya, who do you think the Heavenly King will send?" "Sure, Ajiao, don't talk. Whoever the Heavenly King sends will go. It's not up to us to judge." These 2 people were Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong, whom Zhang Xiaohua was already familiar with. The 2 of them were separated from Zhang Xiaohua on the sea. Zhang Xiaohua fell into the sea and naturally had a different encounter. The 2 of them were also in the competition between the Tenryu sect and the government. They didn't suffer any injuries. The battle overseas only cost them a lot of manpower. When the ships approached, the Jianghu people, led by Su Jiaowang and the rest, had the upper hand. Of course, the Tenryu sect didn't want to offend the government too much. Although they knew that the ships that were chasing them had set sail without permission, they couldn't annihilate all of them. They only dispelled their arrogance and swaggered off. Chapter 1042. Qin Shiyue caught Zhang Xiaohua to interrogate her about the pill furnace, which Sakura and the others didn't know about. If Qin Shiyue could get her hands on it, it would be a great achievement. Even if she couldn't get her hands on it, she would have other relics of the Way of Immortality. Therefore, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua fall into the water, she knew that Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't survive, so she left and didn't mention this matter again. Of course, the power behind Zhang Xiaohua didn't show up later, and there were no clues, which made Qin Shiyue quite sad. As for Su Jiaodong, when Qin Shiyue returned to the Tenryu sect, she also went with her. The Flood Dragon of the Four Seas was a subordinate of the Tenryu sect, so Qin Shiyue took Su Jiaodong with her. As for the status, who cared about it? Su Jiaodong saw Qin Shiyue scolding her, so she stole a glance at Garuda, who was resting on the high platform with his eyes closed, and said in a low voice, "Little Yaya, I know the disciples of the Tenryu sect don't lack this, but this cultivation method sounds very powerful, and it can be practiced to the Way of Immortality. Even if you don't mind if you can get it and give it to my father, it won't be a waste of me serving you for so many years." Qin Shiyue frowned. "Jiao, if you want it, I'll ask the Heavenly King for it. We have no reason to mess up the Heavenly King's plan." "So, then, who do you think the Heavenly King will send?" "This?" Qin Shiyue looked at the crowd and said in a low voice, "This cultivation method is meaningless to the disciples of the Tenryu sect. Who will fight for this useless thing? I guess the Heavenly King doesn't plan to let the disciples fight at all." "Really?" Su Jiaodong's face lit up and she said, "Then, isn't this a good opportunity? If you volunteer to fight, you can make the Tenryu sect famous, and you can also get this secret manual for me. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Are you going or not? Su Jiaodong really acted like a spoiled child. Qin Shiyue was helpless. She looked around and got up and went to the high platform. As Qin Shiyue said, Garuda didn't take this matter seriously, and didn't plan to let the disciples fight. But since Qin Shiyue volunteered and had nothing to do, she nodded slightly. And the 4 disciples of the Dalan. They were the 4 disciples of the 3rd generation: Yuan Tong, Yuan Fa, Yuan, and Yuanzas, Yuan. And Yuan. It seemed like Dalan Temple and Dragon Sect had the same idea. The Tenryu sect was the Tenryu sect was B on the sect SST. The test. They had to give face to the Tenryu sect, so they nodded. When Qin Shiyue put the slip of paper with her name into the small hole in the arena, Abbess Shuizhen patted the arena, and the small hole immediately disappeared. After a while, the 8 arenas were covered by a faint light screen. Nun Shuizhen said loudly, 117 disciples will be assigned to the 8 platforms. For the sake of fairness, disciples of the same sect will not appear in the same platform. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound. 2 lines of words appeared on the light screens of the 8 platforms. They were the names of the 2 people who were going to fight in the arena. The platforms looked very fair. Qin Shiyue, who had just put his name in, was arranged to fight in the first round. When he saw his name, he frowned. When he saw his opponent, he became even more impatient. His opponent was an extremely young disciple from the Tenryu sect. When the disciple saw his opponent's name, he was stunned. He didn't expect to be so unlucky as to meet the Tenryu sect as soon as he got on the platform. Qin Shiyue looked at him impatiently. It was as if he was a fly. If he didn't fly away, he might be swatted to death. Therefore, even though the disciple knew that injuries were prohibited on the platform, he still bowed and said with a smile, I was very lucky to be able to pass the first round. To be able to meet Senior Brother Qin on the platform is a kind of fate. I know I'm not Senior Brother Qin's opponent, so I admit defeat. After he finished speaking, he jumped down from the platform. Well, you're from the Tenryu sect. Not bad. Qin Shiyue commented casually and jumped down from the platform. Little you are so awe-inspiring. Su Jiaodong pulled Qin Shiyue and whispered with a smile. Shu, you're not afraid of being laughed at? I'm not awe-inspiring. It's the Tenryu sect's awe-inspiring. Qin Shiyue said proudly. There were several more rounds, but they were all very boring. Whenever a disciple from the other sects met a disciple from one of the 5 major sects, they would all jump down from the platform and admit defeat. The only one who did so was a disciple from the floating mountain village. When he met Hu Ben, he saw Hu Ben's tall figure and thought he was clumsy. He wanted to use his superior Qinggong to fight him. If he could gain something, he might become famous in Jianghu. Who would have thought that when Hu Ben swung his copper staff, he would be mesmerized by the sound of the soul-devouring rod. When he regained his senses, the thick copper staff was already on his forehead. He almost collapsed on the platform. His legs went soft and he couldn't even walk. It was the floating mountain village's head who went up to the platform and carried him down. This disciple from the floating mountain village could be considered a lesson for those who came after him. Those who originally had some thoughts of being careful had long since given up. No one dared to challenge the dignity of the 5 major sections. The disciples of the 5 major sects had a smooth journey until the Righteous Alliance's Li Feng met the Dalan Temple's Yuan Wu. Li Feng was a tall man in his 30s. His weapon was different from the others. He used a white wax spear. When he saw his name appear at the same time as the Dalan Temple's name, he couldn't help but frown. He jumped onto the platform. Among the Dalan Temple's group, a short and thin disciple also jumped onto the platform. He held a very ordinary-looking wooden staff in his hand. Looking at his age, he seemed to be in his 20s. The 2 got on the platform and saluted each other. Li Feng waved his spear and the red-tasseled spear tip exploded. He called out, Young Master Yuan Wu, I'm older. I'll let you have one move. Yuan Wu waved the wooden staff in a circle in front of him. He raised one hand and nodded, Many thanks, Benefactor Li, for letting me win. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Wu didn't hold back and swung the wooden staff towards Li Feng's waist. Yuan Wu was originally a lower-generation disciple of the Dalan Temple. He was lucky enough to be chosen to come to the incense cult. Elder Changing made it clear that it was a matter of experience and experience. If he really cared about face, Kong Chan, Kong Jian and the other disciples behind him would have been chosen long ago. Before the wooden staff could get close to Li Feng's body, the sound of the wind could be heard. Good move. Li Feng shouted and leaped up like a sparrow hawk. Looking at his qinggong, it was obvious that his qinggong was better than Yuan Wu's qinggong. Yuan Wu's attack was obviously meant to test Li Feng's strength. When he saw that Li Feng's qinggong was good, he immediately retracted his staff. He was afraid that Li Feng would have more powerful moves waiting for him. Li Feng was disappointed when he saw that Yuan Wu didn't chase after him. Yuan Wu's move was indeed a bait. Once Yuan Wu chased after him, Li Feng would give him a thunderous strike. Unfortunately, he could only land on the ground, turn his spear and stab with all his heart. There were very few people who used spears in Jianghu. Those who used such a weapon would have extraordinary moves. Sure enough, Li Feng's spear was like a dragon that came out of the sea. It circled around Yuan Wu's body. As long as there was a slight opening, he would be able to break through the door. Unfortunately, Yuan Wu's performance disappointed Li Feng once again. When Yuan Wu saw that he was inferior to Li Feng, he immediately brandished his wooden stick and countered Li Feng's every move. He was not greedy and did not attack recklessly. The saying that the world's martial arts originated from the Dalan Temple might be an exaggeration, but there was some truth to it. Other than the widely spread Arhat fist and Liuha fist, they all originated from the Dalan Temple. Even the Chi Mei staff technique originated from the Dalan Temple. As for the monks of Dalan Temple, their martial arts might not reach the pinnacle, but all of them had excellent fundamentals. This was the same for Yuan Wu. Since he had accepted his position, Li Feng really didn't have any good ideas. If it was under normal circumstances, Li Feng would know that as long as he attacked for a while, this monk would definitely show an opening. However, this was the sword discourse arena, and there was only an incense stick's worth of time left. More than half of the time had already passed, and there were no signs of an opening. Li Feng couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Thinking about Alliance Master Zhang San's warning and his deep gaze, Li Feng clenched his teeth and circulated his energy, thrusting his spear forward. Whoosh! It actually caused the sound of the wind as it pierced straight towards Yuan Wu's face. Yuan Wu didn't dare to be careless. He held his wooden stick horizontally, blocking Li Feng's spear and lifted it up, raising the spearhead above his head. At this moment Yuan Wu's eyes slightly looked up at the spearhead. With a slight movement of his hand, Li Feng's hand cracked into 3 parts. Li Feng strode forward and raised the end of the spear with his right hand, as if he was using a 3-part stick. With a whoosh, his wooden stick smashed onto Yuan Wu's wooden stick. Bang! Bam! The 2 sticks collided. A wave of pain came from the area between Monk Yuan Wu's thumb and forefinger. Monk Yuan Wu had received several heavy blows from Li Feng and his hand was already cracked. This time Li Feng used all his strength. How could his hands not bleed? Feeling the huge force from Li Feng's 3-section staff, Monk Yuan Wu felt bitter. However, he still forcefully channeled his inner energy and raised his arms to withstand the force. Then he spun his left leg and kicked towards Li Feng's lower body. Seeing that Monk Kong Wu had the intention of attacking Li Feng's weak point to save his weak point, Li Feng understood. He used the momentum to dodge and pulled out his left hand. With a slight movement of his fingers, a flash of light came out from his sleeve. It was a sharp dagger. Li Feng held the dagger in his left hand and bent his body. He channeled his inner energy and stabbed it towards Monk Yuan Wu's chest. Chapter 1043. Monk Yuan Wu's heart sank when he saw Li Feng's dagger stabbing towards his chest. He knew that if he did not pull out his wooden stick, he would not be able to block the attack. However, Li Feng was still holding the spear in his right hand and he was still holding the spear tip. If he pulled out his wooden stick, he would still be stabbed by the spear tip. Therefore Monk Yuan Wu made up his mind. With one hand holding the wooden stick, he pulled out his other hand and leaned forward. Facing Li Feng's incoming momentum, he grabbed Li Feng's dagger with his bare hand. Li Feng's attack was very fast. He did not expect Kong Wu to be so reckless. He was stunned. Just as he was hesitating, Kong Wu's hand grabbed the dagger. Immediately, the sharp blade cut Kong Wu's palm and blood dripped down the dagger. Ah! Although the monks of the Dalan Temple were calm, they all exclaimed. Even Abbot Changxing, who was watching from afar, was stunned. Amit Ba. It's not good to have too much anger. Ah, you old monk. This brave monk is bleeding for the sake of the Dalan Temple's reputation. How can you say that? I like it. If you don't want it, you can give it to the Tenryu sect. Garuda laughed. The Dalan Temple's reputation is not something that can be determined by this sword competition. Even if he loses, what can he do? Elder Changxing shook his head. Alliance Master Zhang San's face was livid. Kong Wu was just a junior disciple of the Dalan Temple, but he had such a strong disciple. He was able to tie with the outstanding disciple he had selected in such a short time. This was something he had not expected. At this moment a voice shouted, "Time's up." Li Feng from the Alliance of Righteous Sects and Yuan Wu from the Dalan Temple are both eliminated. Li Feng was anxious when he heard this. When he looked again, the arena was already as high as the ground. This sword discourse was considered to be over. So, Li Feng put away his dagger and spear and smiled bitterly. "Little monk, you really wanted it. I admit defeat." Yuan Wu endured the pain and clasped his hands together. The blood flowed down his wrist. He forced a smile and said, "Thank you for showing mercy, benefactor." Li Feng shook his head helplessly as he looked at the high platform. Alliance Master Zhang San's ashen face had disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Thump. Li Feng was startled. He knew that Alliance Master Zhang was beyond furious. But what could he do? With the righteous alliances Li Feng as an example in the future, no one dared to hold back in the sword conference. As long as they went on stage, they would all use their ultimate moves, afraid that they would be eliminated because of the delay. The monks of the Dalan Temple, on the other hand, seemed to have received instructions from the great master Chang Gung. They no longer fought as fiercely as Yuan Wu. Whenever there was a slightly dangerous move, they would immediately withdraw. If the opponent forced them, they would immediately jump off the ring and admit defeat. But even so, under the mercy of the incense cult and the Dalan Temple, when the winners of the last 8 rings were determined, except for the disciples of the 5 great sects, the disciples of the other sects were all eliminated. Of course, even though these disciples had been eliminated, they were still able to exchange blows with the experts of the 5 great sects under a situation where their lives were not in danger. This was extremely beneficial to their cultivation of the martial Tao. This was probably even more precious than the Jade Restoration Pill. Therefore, even though they had been knocked out of the arena, their faces were still flushed red and they were in high spirits. There was absolutely no dejection. The 8 disciples of the 5 great sects were Xia Qing and Hu Ben from the incense cult, Liang Tsangshu, Hisu and Qin Yang from between the clouds and the water, Yuan Tong from the Dalan Temple, Qin Shiyue from the Tenryu sect, and Wu Shanghong from the Righteous Alliance. In terms of the number of disciples between the clouds and the water who went all out and sent out a strong lineup, had 3 disciples who won. Similarly, the Righteous Alliance who were determined to win, only had 1 disciple. The strength of the 2 sects could be seen from this. As for Xia Qing as an inner disciple, of course her martial arts were much better than the average disciple. It was very normal for her to win. When the list of the 8 people came out, 4 of the 8 arenas were retracted into the ground. The supervising disciples of the fragrant religion sent the list of the 8 people into the small holes in the arenas. Not long after, on the light screen of the 4 arenas, 2 lines of big words appeared: Xia Qing from the incense cult, Qin Shiyue from the Tenryu sect, Hu Ben from the incense cult, Hisu from between the clouds and the water, Yuan Tong from the Dalan Temple, Liang Tsangshu from between the clouds and the water, Wu Shanghong from the Righteous Alliance, Qin Yang from between the clouds and the water. The crowd was in an uproar. Judging from the performance in the sword competition arena just now, Xia Qing's martial arts were very high. She easily won several times. The same was true for Qin Shiyue from the Tenryu sect. Her flexible sword was like a snake, and it was difficult for her opponent to resist. Everyone thought that these 2 would meet in the end. Unexpectedly, they met at the beginning of the competition. For a time, many people surrounded the 2 rings, wanting to see the battle between the peak of martial arts. They saw Xia Qing look at her name. Her expression didn't change at all. She used her Qin Gong from the Tenryu sect and floated onto the ring. Qin Shiyue from the Tenryu sect was also very elegant. She waved her flexible sword like a folding fan in her hand. She took a step and stepped onto the ring as if she was climbing a very low flight of stairs. Good, everyone applauded. They were all discerning people. Naturally, they knew that the 2's Qin Gong was not ordinary. If it was purely a competition of Qin Gong, Qin Shiyue was slightly better than Xia Qing. Miss, look at your hand. It's much higher than the others. As far as I know, Li Hua Temple doesn't seem to have a female disciple with such high martial arts, right? Qin Shiyue asked with a smile. Xia Qing didn't pay attention to him. She waved her flexible sword and said coldly, "If you think you're not a match for me, you should get off the ring as soon as possible. You're saving face for the Tenryu sect, and also leaving room for both of our sections. Why are you being so long-winded again?" Qin Shiyue was furious and said, "You little girl, I'm just afraid of hurting you. I just want to give you a few words of advice." Without waiting for Qin Shiyue to finish, Xia Qing waved her hand. Her flexible sword was also like a dragon exploring the sea. "Oh little girl, you're really vicious," Qin Shiyue said, but his hands didn't stop. He used his internal force and waved it. His flexible sword straightened like an ordinary long sword. With a chi sound, it met Xia Qing's attack. Both of them were from famous sects and were well-known figures in their own sections. Their swordsmanship, moves, and mastery of their internal energy were not far apart. They were evenly matched and had met their match. After fighting for half an incense stick's worth of time, the two soft swords had not clashed. Everyone below the ring was dumbfounded. Everyone was calculating in their hearts. If they were in the ring right now, how many moves could they withstand? As time passed, the ring fell little by little. Xia Qing felt that something was wrong. She clenched her teeth and jumped into the air. She shook her flexible sword and slashed it down. "Haha," Qin Shiyue laughed. "Wasn't this the move he usually used?" So, he shook his flexible sword and spun it forward, wanting to entangle Xia Qing's flexible sword. Unexpectedly, just as the two soft swords were about to touch each other, an inch-long faint red light suddenly flashed from Qin Shiyue's soft sword. With a soft sound, the faint red light hit the tip of Qin Shiyue's soft sword, and the tip of the sword, which was about the length of 4 fingers, fell. "Sword light." Qin Shiyue gasped and almost cried out. At this time there were people below the ring who knew what was good for him. Suddenly the whole ring was noisy and everyone was amazed. Xia Qing's face was slightly proud. The inch-long sword light on her flexible sword was expanding and contracting, and a red light was moving up and down her flexible sword. On the other hand, Qin Shiyue frowned and looked a little nervous. Although Qin Shiyue was a disciple of the Tenryu sect's Garuda, Garuda was best at Qinggong. Therefore, Qin Shiyue was not as proficient in internal strength as Xia Qing. When he saw that the tip of his flexible sword had been chopped off, he knew that he might not be a match for Xia Qing in martial arts. So, he frowned and took back his flexible sword. He reached into his pocket and took out a foot-long thing that looked like an antler. That thing was shaped like an antler and was completely black. It was impossible to tell what material it was made of. Seeing this, Xia Qing didn't hold back and swung her sword again. Qin Shiyue raised his weapon to meet it while chanting. With a chi-la sound, like the sound of a torch being thrown into cold water, the inch-long sword light on Xia Qing's flexible sword immediately shrank when it touched the weapon. "Ah!" Xia Qing's face was full of horror and she unconsciously took a few steps back. Qin Shiyue grinned maliciously and followed up. She waved her antlers and displayed a strange move, forcing Xia Qing to be overwhelmed. She accidentally touched it again and the sword aura shrunk a little. As a result, the sword light on Xia Qing's flexible sword had disappeared, and Qin Shiyue became braver and braver as he fought. He stretched out his hand and the weapon went straight for Xia Qing's throat. Xia Qing seemed to have something wrong with her heart. She covered her heart with her left hand and wanted to block the antler with the flexible sword in her right hand. However, she was afraid that the antler would break the flexible sword. She had no choice but to roll the flexible sword and stab it under the antler towards Qin Shiyue's chest. The flexible sword was very fast and seemed to have the idea of besieging Wei to save Zhao. "Go down!" Qin Shiyue shouted and threw out the antler in his hand. At this time, his antler was only about 4 inches away from Xia Qing's throat, and the flexible sword was more than a foot away from him. In any case, it was impossible for Xia Qing to stab it first. However, at this moment a sudden change occurred. A faint brilliance flashed out from Xia Qing's chest, and a faint light shield blocked in front of Qin Shiyue's antler. With a soft poof, the light shield blocked the antler, and the antler couldn't move an inch further. "Jade Talisman?" Qin Shiyue cried out and immediately tried to use his hand to knock the soft sword away. Who would have thought that before he could use his antlers, another sword light would appear on Xia Qing's soft sword? Although this sword light was much dimmer than before, it was still able to hit Qin Shiyue's major acupuncture point at a distance of 3 inches. Seeing that the flexible sword had succeeded, Xia Qing floated up and kicked Qin Shiyue's chest, kicking him out of the ring with a "pa" sound. At this time the time limit for burning a stick of incense was up, and the ring had just fallen to the ground. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1044. Senior Brother Qin, thank you for letting me win. Xia Qin cupped her hands and said after Qin Shiyue's acupoints were unsealed by the disciples of the Tenryu sect. It's okay. It's okay. Qin Shiyue waved his hand and said, I didn't expect you to have a jade talisman, so it's normal for me to lose. Hehe, I also didn't expect Senior Brother Qin to have a magic tool, so I had no choice. Xia Qin didn't give in. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Qin Shiyue curled his lips and said in his heart. He turned around and comforted Su Jiaodong. He didn't finish what he promised, so he was afraid that it would be difficult to report back. Xia Qing and Qin Shiyue were evenly matched, so they fought for the longest time. The other 3 arenas had already been decided. Although Hu Ben was a disciple of the Ruijin Palace, he was born with great strength. His crazy devil staff technique could change the wind and clouds. Although between the clouds and the waters martial arts were also very strong, he was still defeated by the staff. The battle between Yuan Tong and Liang Cangshu was the most interesting. As soon as Liang Cangshu took out his long saber and waved it a few times, Yuan Tong knew that he was no match for him, so he immediately jumped down from the arena and admitted defeat. He really had a good attitude. The battle between Wu Shanghong and between the clouds and the waters Qinyang was basically not on the same level. Qinyang was similar to Hu Ben, he was also tall and strong and his arms were very strong. He held a bronze statue in his hand, and when the bronze statue danced, Wu Shanghong, who was holding a long sword, couldn't get close to him. Wu Shanghong wanted to use Qin Gong to fight, but Qinyang didn't give him a chance and sealed the entire arena. Wu Shanghong was helpless and was forced to jump down from the arena by the bronze statue. So far, the 4 disciples of the Righteous Alliance were all defeated. The sword competition of the Fragrant Religion's Wulin Assembly started in the morning, and now the sun was setting. Only 4 people were chosen. They were Xia Qing and Hu Ben from Fragrant Religion, and Liang Cangshu and Qinyang from Between the Clouds and the Water. In the middle of Huayu Palace, a platform that was several times bigger than the previous one slowly rose up. Nun Shuizhen jumped onto the arena and said with a smile, Everyone, after a day of exciting sword competition, we have finally chosen 4 disciples who are qualified to fight for the 3 rewards. There are still 4 more competitions left. For transparency and fairness, here are 4 jade tokens with the names of the 4 disciples written on them. Would the elder of the Dalan Temple please draw a jade token for us? The 2 that the elder draws will form a group, and the 2 of you will form a group. The 2 winners of the 2 groups will fight for the Purple Phoenix hairpin, and the 2 losers will fight for the 5 Elements Primordial Stone. As she spoke, a female disciple brought a tray with 4 jade tokens on it. Nun Shuizhen casually invited the 4 people below the arena to come up and stand to the side. Then the elder also came up. Under the gaze of the 4 people, he randomly picked 2 jade tokens and gave them to Nun Shuizhen. He didn't even look at them and jumped down from the arena. Nun Shuizhen took the jade tokens and looked at the names on them. A strange expression appeared on her face. She didn't read it and passed it to the person beside her. That person looked at it and smiled. The elder is really fair. Then he said, Xia Qing from the Cult of Fragrance versus Hu Ben from the Cult of Fragrance. Aha! The people below the arena laughed. This is great. The internal battle begins. Nun Shuizhen smiled and passed the remaining jade tokens to another person. That person nodded and read, Between the Clouds and the Water, Liang Cangshu versus Between the Clouds and the Water, Qinyang. All right, Nun Shuizhen said, since the 2 groups of opponents have been drawn by Master Chang Sheng, let's continue with the sword competition. The 5 people jumped down from the arena, and Xia Qing and Hu Ben came up again. Xia Qing held a soft sword and Hu Ben held a copper rod. The 2 looked at each other and Hu Ben cupped his hands and said, Although I think highly of myself, I know that I'm no match for senior sister. I admit defeat. After that, Hu Ben jumped down from the arena. Xia Qing sighed slightly and followed him down. Liang Cangshu and Qinyang didn't need to be mentioned. Qinyang didn't even say a word and directly jumped down from the arena. He was the fastest to decide the winner of the sword competition today. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. Since the 2 sects were enemies, they naturally had to send the strongest people. Between the Clouds and the Water questioned the Cult of Fragrance at the beginning of the sword competition, saying that they couldn't take out the blade breaking force as a reward. Then they should focus on the blade breaking force. The third and fourth place would be competing for the blade-breaking force. Why did Qinyang admit defeat? Qinyang was indeed strong, but he was still inferior to Liang Cangshu. Wouldn't Liang Cangshu have a better chance of winning the blade-breaking force than Qinyang? Could it be that the imitation purple phoenix hairpin was more useful than the blade-breaking force? That's what most people thought. At this time, Nun Shuezhen, who had just jumped down from the arena, jumped back into the arena again and said with a smile, "I didn't expect the winner to be decided so quickly. Then, the next battle will be for the third place of the sword competition. Whoever wins the sword competition will get the blade-breaking force." As she spoke, she waved the blade-breaking force in her hand and turned around to stand at the edge of the arena. When Hu Ben and Qinyang stood on the arena, Qinyang's words made everyone understand what Between the Clouds and the Water was planning. Qinyang cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother Hu, I didn't have enough fun in the battle just now. I think senior brother Hu didn't have enough fun either, right?" Hu Ben was stunned and said, "That's right. Junior brother Qin, what do you mean?" It's nothing. I just want to add one more rule to the arena. I don't know if senior brother Hu is willing to accept it. Tell me about it." Hu Ben was not fooled. "It's simple. The time in the arena is short, the task is heavy, and we can't kill people. It's really difficult. Since senior brother Hu is good at physical strength, why don't we compete in physical strength? We can't dodge from the first move until one of us is knocked out of the arena. If one of us dodges the first move, then he loses the battle. What do you think?" Everyone under the arena suddenly understood. Although Hu Ben's martial arts were not as good as Liang Cangshu's, his physical strength was much greater than Liang Cangshu's. His copper rod was also a very powerful weapon. Although Liang Cangshu's saber had the blade qi, he was not sure if he could avoid killing people in the time it took to burn an incense stick. When Hu Ben heard this, he laughed proudly. "Ha, good, except for a junior brother who used his strength to subdue me, I have never met anyone who is stronger than me. Junior brother Qin, what you said is very good, let's do it." As he spoke, he swung his copper rod. The terrifying whistling sound swept towards Qinyang's body. Qinyang silently circulated his internal strength. His mind was clear and the copper man in his hand swayed. With a dong sound, the two heavy weapons collided. The sound was so loud that it deafened everyone's ears. However, this was just the beginning. Next, it was like forging iron in a blacksmith's shop. The dong-dong sound was endless. The two people collided with each other. Good. Hu Ben laughed. "This is a real battle. Really, come, take another 300 moves from me. Who's afraid of you?" Another sound of forging iron. Below the stage, the crowd watched the exciting battle between the two of them without blinking. However, they covered their ears with their hands. Some of the more powerful ones even sealed their own acupoints so that they did not need to listen to any sounds. 30 minutes passed quickly. Under the two people's unreserved strength, the winner was gradually decided. Just as Between the Clouds and the Water had predicted, Hu Ben's strength was still a bit weaker than Qinyang's. If he didn't fall into the trap Between the Clouds and the Water and use the crazy demon rod technique, he might have a chance to win. However, now Hu Ben's arms were numb, and he couldn't even hold the copper rod. "Hu Ben, take another move from me." Yang Chen also saw this. He shouted loudly, gathered all the strength in his body, and swung the bronze statue towards Hu Ben's copper rod. With a dong sound, Hu Ben couldn't hold the rod anymore. The copper rod flew out and flew towards the entrance of Huayu Palace. Qinyang, who had won, was very happy. He raised his head and laughed. "I haven't had such a good fight in a long time. Who else wants to come?" This guy thought he was going to challenge him. Before Hu Ben could speak, a voice came from the entrance of Huayu Palace. "You brat, who are you? Let this Xiaoxia see your strength." Who is this? Everyone in the arena was shocked. That guy was just joking when he was having a good time. Who would really go up and challenge him? When they looked up, they saw a man and a woman walking in front of Huayu Palace. The woman was shy and followed the man. The man was tall and thin with a baby face, small eyes and a flat nose. He was still holding the copper rod that Hu Ben was knocked away by Qinyang. If the man wasn't Zhang Xiaohua and the woman wasn't Meng, who else could it be? On the high platform, Garuda, who was bored to death, watched the events unfold in front of him expressionlessly. However, when he saw Meng's face, he was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. With a shout, he stood up and was about to use the levitation technique to fly over, but he was stopped by Nun Jingyi. "Garuda, Heavenly King? Did you see someone familiar? Garuda was stunned and looked back at Nun Jingyi. His eyes narrowed and he sneered, Jingyi, how dare you? You don't know who she is? I know. She's an inner disciple of the Aroma sect. Her name is Zixia. Zixia? Garuda was surprised. He looked back at Meng several times and shook his head. This is the saintess of the Tenryu sect. How can she be an inner disciple of the Aroma sect? Saintess? Bai Yanqiu exclaimed. She was also puzzled when she saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. But she didn't care too much. Even if Zhang Xiaohua told Nun Jingyi about this, Bai Yanqiu knew that Nun Jingyi wouldn't do anything to her. After all, this happened before she came to the Aroma sect. She wasn't just saying that she would let bygones be bygones. But Bai Yanqiu didn't expect that the Mo Xian Gong disciple she didn't want to meet was actually related to the Tenryu sect. And she was the saintess. Then, this was really troublesome. Chapter 1045. Bai Yanqiu's heart was in a mess. He regretted that he didn't meet this disciple of Mo Sun Gong. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the side of the ring with the copper rod in her hand. She got on the ring in a flash. She cupped her hands and said with a smile, Senior brother, you must be a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water. I came back late this time and heard your challenge. Hee, my hands are itching. I want to take this opportunity to exchange pointers with you. What do you think? All right, I haven't asked your name yet. This? After Zhang Xiaohua finished his words, Qin Yang regretted it just like his Bai Zhangmen. He didn't have any reason to boast. Now he really got the disciple. Although this disciple didn't look good, was very young and might not be good at martial arts, but this was a mistake. He had completed the task given to him by the head. He only needed to slap his butt and jump off the ring. Why did he talk so much? However, Qin Yang had already thought about it. He cupped his hands and said, Junior brother, I am Qin Yang of Between the Clouds and the Water. I haven't asked your name yet. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, Senior brother Qin, haven't you seen me before? Qin Yang frowned and looked around. He shook his head and said, Forgive me, but I haven't seen you before. Well, if you haven't seen me before, then so be it. I am Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of the protector of the incense cult. Zhang Xiaohua's words surprised the people below the ring. These people were, of course, Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong. Qin Shiyue had just been defeated in the arena. She did not complete the task that Su Jiaodong had assigned to her. She only lost because of her carelessness. She did not know how many humiliating conditions she had agreed to, but she did not manage to make Su Jiaodong happy. Just as she was feeling depressed, she saw Hu Ben's copper rod being knocked away. Zhang Xiaohua entered the arena. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's familiar face, she did not care what she was thinking. She immediately shouted, Jiao, look. This was a way to divert attention. In fact, he might not remember Zhang Xiaohua, a child from 5 years ago. However, Su Jiaodong had some impression of Zhang Xiaohua. Not to mention the old man pushing the cart that day, which made her feel ashamed. Zhang Xiaohua risked her life to save Qin Shiyue, which gave her the opportunity to be with Qin Shiyue. This made her feel grateful. Later, although she felt a little guilty that Zhang Xiaohua was buried in the fish's belly, 5 years were enough for her to forget this inconspicuous person. Now, at best, Zhang Xiaohua was the real Xiaohua who served as a foil to the romance between Su Jiaodong and Qin Shiyue when they first met. However, although Xiaohua was Xiaohua, the scene when Su Jiaodong and Qin Shiyue first met was engraved in her mind. When Su Jiaodong saw Zhang Xiaohua for the first time, she couldn't help but blurt out, Hey, isn't this the one who was buried in the fish's belly? Ren Xiaoyao? We really do know each other. Qin Shiyue wasn't surprised. She took a closer look and shook her head. It looks very similar. It's exactly the same as it was 5 years ago. But, Jiao, you're a lot more plump than you were 5 years ago. Ren Xiaoyao was a child. He's already become another person. How could it be him? As she said that, her eyes stared at Su Jiaodong's chest with a lustful look. Su Jiaodong was stunned for a moment, but she immediately understood. She nodded and said, Yes, I only remembered it because I had a deep impression of you when I met you. You're right. Then she rolled her eyes at her and said, I'm so plump? Isn't it all because of you? You still have to work harder. Qin Shiyue saw that she had successfully changed the topic. She was secretly pleased and actually started to tease Su Jiaodong. He slammed the bronze statue on the stage and scolded, I respect you as a disciple of the fragrant religion. You are also young, so I don't mind you coming on stage. But why are you speaking so rudely? Haha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and pointed her finger outside. Senior brother Chen's words are funny. You can ask the people below. Who didn't hear it? I am you, the one who invited me to come on stage. Why did I come on stage? If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then your words just now are farts. Farts? Zhang Xiaohua's words, one word at a time, were sonorous, and in the end she used the word farts to end it. The people below the arena were very happy. They all shouted, yes, yes, we can all testify. Chen Yang didn't expect this result. He was very embarrassed. If it was any other time he would have already challenged her. But in this arena, he couldn't make the decision without permission. He unconsciously turned to look at Bai Yanqiu, who had a complicated expression on his face. Bai Yanqiu was thinking about the karma of the dream. He didn't have time to think about how Zhang Xiaohua and the dream were able to escape between the clouds and the water. At this time he saw that things were getting out of hand. He couldn't help but look at Nun Jingyi and sneered, I thought the fragrant religion as an immortal sect would have strict rules and their disciples would know the big picture. How come this protector disciple doesn't know etiquette? Today my eyes have been opened. Haha, Nun Jingyi laughed instead of being angry. Bai Zhangmin, these words are very interesting. This is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Seems. Bai Zhangmin also doesn't know etiquette. Nun Jingyi, why do you say this? Bai Yanqiu became angry. Is the fragrant religion bullying us between the clouds and the water? I won't talk to you about this. Let the elder explain it to you. Nun Jingyi snorted disdainfully. The elder nodded. Nun Jingyi's words are reasonable. Bai Zhangmin, the sword competition of the 5 sects has always had rules. For 2 disciples who haven't met, if one of them loses to a third disciple, and the third disciple wins against the other disciple, then the disciple can take out his prize and challenge the other disciple. Moreover, the other disciples can also challenge the other disciples who have won in the arena. However, the challenger must take out something of equal value to the prize of the disciple he challenged. Of course, this rule was created by the 5 sects to encourage the other sects to exchange ideas. It hasn't been used for a long time. Moreover, there are too many sects participating in the sword competition today. This is a special case. This old monk didn't expect that someone would take out such a valuable prize to challenge someone. Hearing this, Bai Yanqiu shook her head and said, Elder, I already understand what you said, but Chen Yang was the winner of the arena, and he didn't want to challenge someone of a higher rank. Rin Xiaoyao didn't win against other disciples? The elder laughed. The rules are set like this, but there are a lot of accidents outside the rules. We're too lazy to make the details. In the past, it was always the disciples who exchanged pointers, and they were always tormented. Moreover, this old monk has really encountered a situation like today. How about it? You don't have to believe the words of this sect, but what about the elder? Nun Jingyi sneered. Moreover, the matter that the elder mentioned, even Garuda knows about it. Jingyi, how many years has it been? How can you still remember it? Garuda laughed. That's right, it's this heavenly king. That day Jingyi got a treasure. This heavenly king coveted it and went to the arena to take it. What about it? That still, where did it happen? Sai, that was the last time we had a sword competition. How many years has it been? Now that I think about it, it seems like yesterday. Unfortunately, I'm already separated from senior sister Jingyi by life and death. What? Jingyi is no longer here? Garuda said curiously, she's not old enough? I know. She must be too competitive and has gone mad. Nun Jingyi looked at Garuda as if trying to figure out the meaning of his words. Bai Yanqiu frowned. Nun Jingyi, do you mean that my disciple must accept this challenge? Nun Jingyi came back to her senses and said, no need. It's fine as long as he says no. Then she added, as long as you give up your face between the clouds and the water, it's fine. This, isn't it the same as not saying anything? Bai Yanqiu's nose was almost crooked from anger. Bai Yanqiu thought for a moment and said, this is the first time I've met between the clouds and the water. Let me think about it. No problem. Anyway, even if it's a challenge, your disciple has just had a fight. It's impossible for her to continue now. Nun Jingyi was secretly pleased. She ordered her disciples to call Zhang Xiaohua and Qin Yang down from the arena. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 1046. Zhang Xiaohua, Meng and Qinyang came to the high platform. Qinyang walked to Bai Yanqiu with a long face. He sincerely admitted that he had learned the serious consequences of careless talk today. Then he stood with his hands down and quietly waited for the consequences. Jing Yinan smiled and asked in a gentle voice, Zixia Ren Xiaoyao, why did you come back so late? Why did you come back to Huayu Peak when you saw that the distinguished guests of the Dalan Temple had arrived and the martial arts convention was about to end? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng and then squinted at Bai Yanqiu. She said, after I came out of the Dalan Temple with senior sister Zixia, I saw that it was still early, so I took the opportunity to deal with some personal matters. But just as this disciple was about to return to the incense cult, I ran into this sect leader Bai's subordinates, who insisted on inviting this disciple to the Water Cloud sect. This disciple wanted to report back to the sect leader, but dozens of disciples from the Water Cloud sect had invited this disciple, so this disciple had no choice but to go. Jing Yinan finally understood why Zhang Xiaohua, who usually looked very gentle, was so aggressive as soon as she entered the Huayu Palace. She could not help but sneer at Bai Yanqiu and said, Bai Zhangmin, since you invited the protectors of your sect, you should be courteous and sincere. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to invite dozens of people. Bai Yanqiu said with a smile, it's precisely because I wanted to be courteous and sincere that I used dozens of people. Only the fragrant religion can have this kind of face. Zhang Xiaohua said again, the water island between the clouds and the water is really good, but the route is complicated. Brother Liang used a carriage and a black cloth to bring me and Zixia between the clouds and the water. It must have been hard on you. Ren Xiaoyao, you actually managed to walk out on your own. Abish Jingyi laughed. That's right. I don't know what Bai Zhangmen is thinking. He came to Huayu Peak to participate in the martial arts circle convention and left his disciple and dream between the clouds and the water behind. Zhang Xiaohua bared her teeth and said. Bai Yanqiu threw caution to the wind and said with a smile, I invited Ren Xiaoyao to come over because I wanted to ask about the fragrant cult and when the martial arts convention would be held. But when I heard that time was tight, I hurried over. Then he instructed his disciples to treat Ren Xiaoyao and Zixia with respect. Then he sent people to escort the two disciples back to the incense religion slowly and carefully. But I don't know what Ren Xiaoxiao would say that I left the two of you between the clouds and the water. Could it be that something went wrong? Is there a misunderstanding? Seeing Bai Yanqiu keep making excuses, Zhang Xiaohua already knew what was going on. She only smiled and said, well, Bai Zhangmin is right. Bai Zhangmin might have instructed senior brother Peng. But he might have other important things to do. After sending us out of between the clouds and the water, he immediately went to do other things. Peng Yeu? Bai Yanqiu was stunned. What? Didn't Bai Zhangmen instruct senior brother Peng? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Bai Yanqiu with a faint smile. Oh no, I instructed him. These words seemed to be said to Zhang Xiaohua, but in fact Bai Yanqiu wanted Garuda to hear it. That's right, it was Garuda. When Meng went up to the high platform from outside, Garuda's eyes were fixed on Meng. He did not seem to care about Bai Yanqiu's explanation. Meng already knew about her background. Looking at the 5 people sitting on the high platform and then at Garuda's position, she already knew who this person was. But when she thought about her mother's situation, she unconsciously turned a blind eye to Garuda's gaze. On the high platform where the sect leaders were, there was a restriction that blocked off their voices. The people outside could not hear what they were saying. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to report to Nanjing Yi, the last round of the Martial Arts Society convention had already begun on the arena outside. The last match was naturally between Xia Qing from the School of Fragrance and Liang Cangshu from between the clouds and the water. Peacock had already told Xia Qing about Liang Cangshu's strength when she saw that it was Xia Qing's turn. But when she was done she realized, was there really a need for that? Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua and Qinyang left the arena, Nun Xuezhen announced the start of the last match. Xia Qing held a soft sword in her hand, and Liang Cangshu also held a long saber. They both leaped into the arena. But after they introduced themselves, Xia Qing smiled and said, Brother Liang, between the clouds and the water is a guest from afar. Our sect leader has instructed. Before she could finish, Liang Cangshu suddenly realized that something was wrong. He immediately exerted force on his feet and tried to jump off the stage. Unfortunately, what he thought was exactly what Xia Qing had predicted. Moreover, between the clouds and the water's lightness skill was obviously inferior to that of the School of Fragrance. When Liang Cangshu's figure was still in mid-air, Xia Qing had already landed on the ground and added, Our sect leader has instructed that in this last match, you can only lose, not win. Liang Cangshu was furious. Since you're not allowed to win, why did you still participate in this match? Who doesn't know that you want the 5-element stone? If I had known, I would have thrown away my pride and jumped off the stage without waiting for you to say anything. In fact, Liang Cangshu had thought of this, but Qin Yang had just been humiliated by Zhang Xiaohua. Even if he tried to cover it up, between the clouds and the water had already lost face. He didn't dare to make trouble for Bai Yanqiu again and again. So he thought of using a trick during the sword competition and pretending to be kicked off the stage by Xia Qing. Who knew? Xia Qing would do anything to get the 5-element stone. Well, right now Xia Qing was only a disciple of the distant fire temple and had nothing to do with Mo Shengong. It wouldn't be a disgrace to the school of fragrance. Most likely, Nun Jingyi had thought of this a long time ago. Needless to say, the disciples of the various sects in Huayu Palace, even Nun Shuizhen was caught off guard by the change in the arena. She only came to her senses after Xia Qing admitted defeat. With a bitter smile, she shouted, "According to the rules of the sword competition, the one who falls to the ground first is the loser. Therefore, Liang Cangshu of Between the Clouds and the Water is the winner. He has won the prize of this martial arts competition, the imitation purple phoenix hairpin." The whole arena roared with laughter, followed by a burst of clapping sounds. It was unknown whether it was praise or ridicule. Liang Cangshu was quite helpless, but he still went up the stage and took the imitation purple phoenix hairpin from Nun Shuizhen's hands. This thing. Alas, for sects other than the 5 great sects, it might be a treasure, but now that the way of immortality had been annihilated, Between the Clouds and the Water was the inheritance of the Shindao sect. What kind of broken magic tools did they not have? They even had quite a few complete magic tools, so who would be lacking in this? In contrast to Liang Cangshu's bitter smile, Xia Qing's smile was as beautiful as a flower. It was impossible to tell that she was the loser of a battle. Abbess Shuizhen was also smiling at this time. She handed the jade box with 5 primordial stones in it to Xia Qing and said, "Congratulations, disciple Xia Qing from the Fire Palace. I hope you will continue to work hard in the future and make further progress to become the champion of the Sword Conference." "Thank you, Nun Shuizhen." Xia Qing could not suppress the smile on her face. Seeing the two of them like this, even an idiot could tell that the value of the 2 items were different. Everyone in the arena was a little curious about why Nun Jingyi made such an arrangement. Then they looked at the high platform where Nun Jingyi and the others were standing. They wanted to see how the protector who suddenly appeared would deal with Qin Yang. Of course, Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong were also looking forward to it. They also wanted to know if this Ren Xiaoyao was the Ren Xiaoyao they knew. However, after some discussion they agreed that this was just a coincidence. It was impossible for a young man to grow from a person with poor martial arts to one of the top masters in Jianghu in 5 years. Nun Jingyi looked at the farce on the stage and laughed in her heart. She looked at the unhappy Bai Yanqiu and sneered. She turned to Master Changsheng and said, "Master, according to the previous rules, we have decided to provide Ren Xiaoyao with a manual of the same value as the blade-breaking force. He will have a sword competition with the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water. What do you think?" Master Changsheng nodded and said, "Of course, but I wonder if Bai Zhangmen is willing to accept?" When Bai Yanqiu heard this, he was moved. He looked at Ren Xiaoyao, then at Qin Yang. He thought about Zhang Xiaohua's performance Between the Clouds and the Water and said, "That's great. Since I'm participating in the sword competition of the 5 sects Between the Clouds and the Water, I naturally have to follow the original rules of the 5 sections. But I have a request." "Please speak, Bai Zhangmen," Master Changsheng said with a smile. "That is, there is no time limit for this competition. What do you think?" "What do you think, Nun Jingyi?" Master Changsheng asked. "Of course," Nun Jingyi said without hesitation. Seeing Nun Jingyi's quick response, Bai Yanqiu felt that he had been tricked. However, when he thought about it carefully, there was nothing he could think of. Would Master Changsheng be the supervisor of this competition? Bai Yanqiu stood up and said. Master Changsheng nodded and said, "This matter involves the incense cult and Between the Clouds and the Water, so of course I have to be the supervisor." Below the arena, the crowd saw that the host of the Dalan Temple had come to the arena in person, and they were all interested. Nun Shuizhen walked to the front and told the whole story. In the end, she took out a small booklet and said, "This is my incense cult's martial art, like water. It is also a martial art, but it is more for women. Now I give it to my sect's disciple Ren Xiaoyao. If he loses this competition, this like water will belong to Qin Yang Between the Clouds and the Water." If he wins, then Qin Yang's blade-breaking force will belong to my sect's disciple Ren Xiaoyao. Great. The crowd shouted. They realized that this was the climax of the martial arts circle convention. However, they were all whispering. Ren Xiaoyao was so young, how could his martial arts be comparable to Qin Yang's? However, when Ren Xiaoyao and Qin Yang went to the arena again, they saw Zhang Xiaohua holding the wrought copper staff. She looked like she knew everything. Everyone had a feeling that this young disciple was not as simple as he looked. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua waved the wrought copper staff and shouted to the crowd, "Senior brother Hu, lend me your wrought copper staff." The people who had just regained their confidence in Zhang Xiaohua were immediately discouraged. This weapon, could anyone borrow it? Chapter 1047. Hu Ben was also amused and said, take it. Smash this guy until his peach blossoms bloom. Well, if you win, I will give you this cudgel. Everyone laughed out loud. Zhang Xiaohua weighed the copper cudgel in her hand and said to Qin Yang, this cudgel is really light. I have no choice. I can't find a suitable one in a short time. I will just have to make do with this for now. As she spoke, she waved the cudgel, which seemed a little jerky. Damn, seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, Qin Yang's eyes were almost burning with anger. He had been scared for a long time and was on tenterhooks when Bai Yanqiu gave him a good face. How come this guy's cudgel was not used at all? Since junior brother Ren wants to fight with me, then I have no choice. I'm older, so I don't dare to take the lead. Please make your move, junior brother Ren. Qin Yang said politely. Well said. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked at the elder next to her. I have just learned a new cudgel technique and was looking for someone to test it out. After she finished speaking, she waved her copper cudgel and displayed the Tong Tian cudgel technique. This move seems to be the Luohan cudgel? No. Tong Tian cudgel technique. The elder's eyes were so sharp that he could see the problem with Zhang Xiaohua's cudgel technique at a glance. However, after 2 moves he found something wrong again. This is not right. Why is it so different from the moves of the Luohan cudgel? It seems to be more like the twin dragon cudgel technique. This young benefactor Ren has learned so many things. The elder was confused and stared at the competition. Qin Yang's heart was also in turmoil. Since Zhang Xiaohua's first cudgel, Qin Yang had been trying his best to deal with her. He intended to knock Zhang Xiaohua out of the arena to make up for his slip of the tongue. However, the first 10 moves of Zhang Xiaohua's cudgel technique were still obscure and full of flaws. There were also a lot of problems in the connection between the moves. Qin Yang hit her with the copper cudgel several times, forcing Zhang Xiaohua to stop her moves and resist with her strength. To Qin Yang's surprise, Zhang Xiaohua's strength seemed to be no less than his. Every time their weapons collided, there would be a loud sound, which was even louder than the competition between him and Hu Ben. However, after every collision with him, Zhang Xiaohua tried to pick up her broken moves again. After dozens of moves like this, Qin Yang gradually felt that something was wrong, because Zhang Xiaohua's moves were becoming more and more skillful. The cudgel was like Zhang Xiaohua's extended arm, which was natural and easy to control. And the cudgel technique displayed by Zhang Xiaohua became more and more mysterious. Not only were there no flaws, but the moves were also as smooth as flowing water. The overwhelming cudgel waves hit Qin Yang from all directions, making him feel breathless. With a loud bang, Zhang Xiaohua's cudgel hit Qin Yang's copper cudgel. She laughed and said, "Cool, such cudgel technique only exists in heaven." Then she shouted again, "Qin Yang, watch my moves." After that, she turned her head, and a creaking sound came from her neck. She raised the cudgel high and waved it, like a rolling yellow dragon, rolling and smashing towards Qin Yang's face. Seeing this, Qin Yang suddenly felt that something was wrong. He saw a flaw in Zhang Xiaohua's moves, so he raised his copper cudgel and pushed it. "That's why I asked you to come." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and hit the copper cudgel. Qin Yang's hand was a bit numb. Before Qin Yang could change his move, Zhang Xiaohua waved her cudgel again. With a whoosh, the cudgel hit Qin Yang's left shoulder. Qin Yang had no choice but to raise his copper cudgel to block it. Since Zhang Xiaohua had taken the initiative, why would she be polite? Qin Yang was being hit by Zhang Xiaohua's copper rod from head to toe. Cracking noises were almost audible. Qin Yang was hit by Zhang Xiaohua's copper rod from head to toe. For Qin Yang, it was the opposite. Just now, he was chasing after Zhang Xiaohua's flaws and wanted to compete with Zhang Xiaohua in strength. Now, every time Zhang Xiaohua hit the copper cudgel, her strength increased a bit. After a dozen hits, Qinyang couldn't stand it anymore. He really couldn't understand how this thin and weak young man could have so much strength in his arms. His arms were even bigger than Hubin's. Moreover, the strength was increasing little by little, and there was no end to it. Zhang Xiaohua became more and more excited. He had always used prajna and had never used cudgel techniques. Today, when he used it, he felt that this cudgel was a weapon that a real man should use. It was his strong suit to win with strength. You brute, if you can block this move, I Xiao will immediately jump out of the arena. Zhang Xiaohua shouted heroically. He raised his cudgel to the sky and smashed it toward Qinyang's face. It was the heaven-shocking cudgel move that he had learned long ago. Yang Qin was also emboldened by his words. However, when he saw the cudgel that seemed to fill up the sky and earth, his momentum was already weak. He wanted to dodge, but the cudgel seemed to have locked onto him. No matter how he moved, the copper cudgel kept hitting him bit by bit. Good. Qinyang made up his mind. He waved his copper cudgel, gathered all his strength and faced the cudgel head-on. First, there was a loud bang which was louder than the countless sounds that people had heard before. Qinyang felt pain in his hands and his arms were numb. He loosened his grip, and the copper cudgel was knocked away. At the same time there was a cracking sound. When people saw that the cudgel, which was as thick as a goose egg, was bent by Zhang Xiaohua. Not only Qinyang was dumbfounded, but everyone in the square was dumbfounded except for Hubin. No one expected that this ordinary-looking young man would have such great strength in his arms that he could knock away Qinyang's copper cudgel. Perhaps no one had heard of Qinyang yesterday, but today he was already famous. However, in just a few moments he was trampled under Zhang Xiaohua's feet. Different from other people's amazement, Master Changxing, and Great Master Changgung had known that Zhang Xiaohua was so strong that even the guardian disciples of the Dalan Temple were not as strong as him. They had expected this result. What surprised them was the cudgel technique used by Zhang Xiaohua. At first glance, this cudgel technique was similar to the Luohan cudgel, but after looking at it again, it was different. It also had the shadow of the Tongtian cudgel technique. However, in the end they did not see the complete Tongtian cudgel technique. Is Ren Xiaoyao using the Tongtian cudgel technique? Or is it something else? This was the common doubt in the hearts of the three masters. Well, this sword competition is over. I declare that the guardian disciple of the cult of fragrance, Ren Xiaoyao, is the winner. With Master Changxing's announcement, the whole square was boiling. Some of the dissatisfaction in their hearts had disappeared. The sword competition just now was a perfect combination of strength and moves, which was really pleasing to their eyes. Different from the excitement of the people below the stage, Qinyang was extremely regretful. He reluctantly handed the blade-breaking force to Master Changxing. Master Changxing turned around and said with a smile, "Young benefactor Ren, last time at the Dalan Temple, I only heard junior brother Changxing talk about your elegant demeanor. Now that I have finally seen it, it is really amazing. You are indeed worthy of being the Xiao of this generation." Zhang Xiaohua laughed out loud and said, "If others said so, I could still be proud for a while. However, how can these things be seen in Master Changxing's eyes? Just now, I heard from senior sister Mo Zhangong that the Dalan Temple only sent disciples with the surname Yuan. Senior brother Kongchan and senior brother Kongju did not go on stage. If they came, how could I have the chance to show off? Master Changxing's praise is mocking me." Master Changxing laughed and handed the blade-breaking force to Ren Baqian. He said, "This is the reward for this sword competition. Take it. This secret manual is a classic of martial arts. I have read it before. It is especially suitable for people like you who are good at external martial arts. If you have the opportunity, you may really set foot on the path of immortality." Zhang Xiaohua felt warm in his heart. He took it with his hands and bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Changxing." Yes, although the Dalan Temple and the Incense sect were two different sects and there was some estrangement between the two sects, both Master Changxing and the nameless old monk of the Sutra Depository Pavilion cared for him with the attitude of an elder. They even gave him some guidance. Perhaps these guidance might not be useful to Zhang Xiaohua, but Zhang Xiaohua enjoyed this kind of care very much. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua displayed the newly learned heaven-reaching staff technique in the arena. On one hand, it was to practice, and on the other hand, it was of course to return the favor of the Dalan Temple. Sure enough, the elder asked, "I still have a question to ask young benefactor Ren." "Please go ahead, master." Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile. "The staff technique that young benefactor Ren displayed just now, is it the secret manual that I read in the Dalan Temple?" Zhang Xiaohua asked, What do you think? It seems to be the same but not the same. It seems to be a mixture of many staff techniques. Zhang Xiaohua said again, I heard the great master Changgung say that the world's martial arts originated from the Dalan Temple. The staff technique should be the same, right? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. If Master Changxing can understand it, then it is naturally the staff technique of the Dalan Temple. Zhang Xiaohua did not directly mention the heaven-reaching staff technique, but Master Changxing did not ask again. He was slightly stunned and said meaningfully, Young benefactor Ren, you have a deep affinity with Buddhism. If there is a chance in the future, I would like to invite you to the Dalan Temple for a chat. Go to the Dalan Temple? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought of the lotus platform, bamboo, and wind beads that she had taken directly from the Dalan Temple. She immediately wanted to shake her head like a rattle drum, but then she changed her mind and said, I would like to thank Master Changxing. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely go. As for when there would be a chance, that was up to Zhang Xiaohua. Master Changxing smiled and did not say anything else. He returned to the platform first, followed by Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, Meng had already seen Zhang Xiaohua's power and secretly gave her a thumbs up. Zhang Xiaohua smiled knowingly, but this made Garuda frown slightly. On the platform, Zhang Xiaohua took out the sword-breaking force, and like water, and handed them to Abbess Jingyi. She said, Disciple did not disappoint you. These 2 secret manuals. Chapter 1048. Zhang Xiaohua defeated Qinyang and took back the sword-breaking force, which certainly affected Nun Jingyi's plan. However, seeing Zhang Xiaohua increase the prestige of the fragrance cult in the arena and kill the arrogant man between the clouds and the water, Nun Jingyi was overjoyed. Although the fragrance cult didn't have many secret skills like the sword-breaking force, and like water, they still had a lot of them. Even Xia Qing, who wasn't a disciple of the inheritance cult, could get such skills as long as her martial arts reached a certain level. Moreover, the sword-breaking force was suitable for men. How could Nun Jingyi take it seriously? Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, I was waiting for you to reach a higher level of martial arts before I gave you this skill. Since you took it today, you can keep it for yourself. Then she looked at the like water and smiled. Since I gave it to you, it's yours. But don't spread it to others. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. A few days ago, she had promised Zhang Xiaohu to find a skill for Chang'e and Qin Qin. Now it was delivered directly to her. The Misty Hall was a part of the fragrance cult, so she couldn't spread it to others. Thank you, Your Excellency. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and put it away. Nun Jingyi smiled and looked at Bai Yanqiu, whose face was livid. She waved her hand and cast a spell to remove the restriction on the high platform. Then, the high platform gradually moved forward. At the same time, the arena in the Huayu Palace gradually shrank into the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, the sword competition of the Wulin Convention is over. After many rounds of competition, the top scorer, second scorer, and third scorer have been decided. They have all been rewarded. Of course, this is just a simple gain. What makes me the happiest is that I can see the growth of the new generation of heroes in Jianghu through this sword competition. In the future, the entire Jianghu will prosper in your hands. The cultivation of martial arts will rise to a new height. Nun Jingyi turned to look at Bai Yanqiu and said to the crowd, This Wulin Convention is not only a ceremony for our fragrance cult to re-enter Jianghu, but also a starting point for Between the Clouds and the Water to enter Jianghu. I hope that in the future, Between the Clouds and the Water can become a big family in Jianghu. I hope that in the future, Between the Clouds and the Water can become a big family of Jianghu and take on the responsibility of a big sect. Everyone clapped their hands and Bai Yanqiu smiled. He stood up and cupped his hands and said, Between the Clouds and the Water is a new sect in Jianghu is a new sect in the Jianghu. I hope that we can establish a good relationship with the other sects in Jianghu and make an effort Jianghu prosper. I hope that we can make Jianghu prosperous together. And I hope that in the future, Between the Clouds and the Water can receive guidance from the other sects in Jianghu so that we can do better and become stronger. Good. Some of the sects that were related to Between the Clouds and the Water began to praise them wholeheartedly. Bai Yanqiu continued, There is one more thing that I need to explain to everyone in Jianghu. Between the Clouds and the Water is the legacy of the Shindao sect. Although we have now appeared in Jianghu with a brand new face, Between the Clouds and the Water will accept everything related to the Shindao sect. When Nun Jingyi heard this, she couldn't help but smile and said, Bai Zhangmin said it very well. Between the clouds and the water has been reborn from the ashes, and it is time to create a new world. Once again, Fragrance Cult wishes that Between the Clouds and the Water can develop smoothly and reach the heights that the Shindao sect reached in the past. Thank you, Nun. Bai Yinqiu said with a smile. Then Nun Jingyi continued, the Jianghu is currently in a period of change, and it needs a brand new sect like Between the Clouds and the Water to enter the Jianghu. I am pleased to announce that Fragrance Cult will be returning to Jianghu. While Between the Clouds and the Water is returning to Jianghu, I also want to tell everyone something. Nun Jingyi paused for a moment, then raised her voice and said, that is, Misty School will also be returning to Jianghu. When Alliance Master Zhang San heard this, he almost couldn't believe his ears. He stood up and said, Nun Jingyi, is what you said true? At the same time, the entire Huayu Palace was in an uproar. Everyone was talking at once, filling the entire palace. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. He never thought that Misty School would also be returning to Jianghu. Moreover, it was under Nun Jingyi's control that he returned to the pugilistic world. Everyone quiet down? Nun Jingyi said sternly. Gradually, the voices in the palace quieted down. Zhang San stood up and felt that something was wrong. He could only stand aside and laugh coldly. What is Fragrance Cult doing? Misty School has already been destroyed. How can it return to Jianghu? Nun Jingyi laughed. Alliance Master Zhang San, what are you saying? Shindao sect has already been destroyed for thousands of years. Isn't it returning to Jianghu now? Misty School has only been destroyed for 4 or 5 years. Why can't it return to Jianghu? If we do as Alliance Master Zhang San said, Between the Clouds and the Water, won't it be able to return to Jianghu forever? Bai Yinqiu saw that he was being used as an excuse and had no choice but to go along with Nun Jingyi's idea. He said, yes, Alliance Master Zhang San's words are inappropriate. Alliance Master Zhang San was flustered. He pointed at Nun Jingyi and said, weren't the remnants of Misty School taken in by Fragrance Cult as Misty Hall? It was established at First Faith Peak. How can it suddenly return to Jianghu? Nun Jingyi laughed coldly. I'm afraid that the Righteous Alliance can't meddle with the internal affairs of Fragrance Cult? Even if the Aroma Cult had absorbed the Ethereal Sect into the cult and became the Ethereal Hall, but no one can say that the Aroma Cult had trapped the Ethereal Sect's disciples in the Shirxin Peak all this time, right? Furthermore, the reason why my Fragrant Cult took in the disciples of the Ethereal Sect was because the mistress of the sect master of the Ethereal Sect was a disciple of my Fragrant Cult. Moreover, she was a direct disciple of my cult. If my cult didn't take her in, wouldn't she have been killed? Great harm to Jianghu? Right now, Misty Hall is in Fragrance Cult and doesn't fit in with the other branches of Fragrance Cult. There's always trouble. Moreover, our disciples have fulfilled their duties as elders and used their own strength to protect the remnants of Misty School's disciples for 4 to 5 years. It can be said that they didn't let down her late husband. She herself told us that she was tired and didn't have the ability to lead Misty School anymore. She begged us to release Misty School's disciples from Fragrance Cult and let them grow in the melting pot that is Jianghu. We've thought about it over and over again. It just so happened that Fragrance Cult's restrictions were lifted. It can be said that the heavens are helping Misty School, so we've decided to let go. To let Misty School become their own Misty School again. When did this happen? Misty School's disciples will also return to Jianghu with Fragrance Cult? Alliance Master Zhang San had an ominous feeling in his heart. Of course not. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, Misty School may be an immortal sect, but it's already declining. How can it compare to Fragrance Cult and Between the Clouds and the Water? They don't have the right to hold a martial arts convention. You're saying? Alliance Master Zhang San said anxiously, they have already left Fragrance Cult? Yes. Let me think. Nun Jingyi tilted her head and thought for a moment. Maybe 3 months, maybe 2 months, but it won't be less than a month. We've already let them leave Fragrance Cult. Ah, Alliance Master Zhang San was shocked. Well, that's right. After the Misty Sect disciples left Dianchi Lake, they headed north. As for where they went, I don't know. Anyway, I've already let go of the Incense Cult. It's not appropriate to meddle too much. You. Alliance Master Zhang San stuttered. He didn't know what to say. Since they were heading north, what else could he say? If they didn't go to Pingyang City, where could they go? And this was something that happened 2 to 3 months ago. Why didn't he receive any news? Thinking of this, Alliance Master Zhang San calmed down. The incident had already happened 3 months ago, so there was no need to rush. Even if he couldn't send the news out today, he could do it tomorrow. I'd like to ask Nun Jingyi. Alliance Master Zhang San asked. Go ahead. Then Misty School has nothing to do with Fragrance Cult anymore, right? Yes, our disciples have already stayed in Misty School's palace and no longer care about Misty School's affairs. That's good. Then even if our Righteous Alliance and Misty School have an unexpected conflict, Fragrance Cult won't interfere. Alliance Master Zhang San laughed sinisterly. Of course. Nun Jingyi nodded. As long as this unexpected conflict doesn't affect the safety of Jianghu and doesn't affect the interests of many sects, Fragrance Cult has no reason to interfere. That's good. Thank you for letting us go, Nun Jingyi. Alliance Master Zhang San said and sat back down on his chair. Then he seemed to have thought of something and asked casually, Oh right, Nun Jingyi, since your disciples no longer care about Misty School's affairs, who became the leader of Misty School? Didn't I already say? Misty School has reappeared in Jianghu and is no longer under Fragrance Cult's control. No matter who becomes the leader, it has nothing to do with Fragrance Cult. Nun Jingyi said flawlessly. However, I seem to have heard from my disciples that Misty School elected a new leader after Dianchi Lake left. Let me think. I think it's someone called Zhang Xiaohu. Ah? Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed. Then she felt that something was wrong and immediately covered her mouth. Meng Qi was also stunned. She turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a strange expression in her eyes. When Nun Jingyi heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice, she raised her head slightly and looked at her in surprise. Then she realized and nodded. Yes, it should be the disciple of Misty Hall who brought you out of Orchid Dusk. Ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Then if I have the chance, I'll go and congratulate Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu saved your life. Of course you can go and thank him. However, you can't do it under the banner of Fragrance Cult. Nun Jingyi said with a double meaning. How could Zhang Xiaohua not know? He nodded and said, Disciple understands. Alliance Master Zhang San was puzzled. He didn't seem to be familiar with the name Zhang Xiaohu. He also didn't know why this person was elected as the leader. Alright, this time sword competition? Nun Jingyi's expression was refreshed. Just as she was about to announce the end of the martial arts assembly, a powerful divine sense suddenly swept in from outside Huayu Palace. Nun Jingyi's expression changed drastically. Chapter 1049. Zhang Xiaohua also sensed it, but he couldn't release his divine sense. He hurriedly used his heart sutra to hide his divine sense and vital energy. On the high platform, everyone had different reactions. Nun Jingyi was surprised and raised her head to look in the direction of the spiritual sense. Master Chongqing raised his eyebrows and stood up unconsciously. Bai Yanqiu noticed it too late. Her eyes widened as if she had discovered something unbelievable. Of course, her reaction was not as good as Garuda's. With a whoosh, Garuda leaped up from the high platform and flew straight out of Huayu Palace. Alliance Master Zhang San's face was slightly red and then pale. He looked at the strange reactions of the people around him and quickly closed his eyes. After a while he returned to normal and looked outside of Huayu Palace. Inside Huayu Palace, about 2,000 people were listening to Nun Jingyi's words. Seeing the strange situation on the high platform, they also found it strange and turned their heads. At this moment, a very pleasant voice sounded, Both Fragrant Cult and Shindao sect are going to reappear in Jianghu. How can I not come and take a look? Following the voice, a tall and thin figure in black floated in the air like an immortal and flew in from outside Huayu Palace. Behind the black-clothed man, Garuda flew slightly lower with a respectful look on his face. Sakura. Nun Jingyi blurted out. She looked at the elders beside her. Bai Yanqiu and Alliance Master Zhang San also didn't dare to be negligent. They all stood up and went forward to welcome him. The black-clothed man gradually descended from the sky and landed on the high platform. A voice sounded, I haven't participated in the 5-sect sword competition for many years. I didn't expect to come today. Chongqing Jingyi, how are you? Very good, very good. Sakura, how are you? Nun Jingyi and the elders looked nervous, but their faces were full of smiles. Is this Sakura? Below the high platform, Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Meng and looked from afar. Just by looking at the levitation technique, it's only SOSO. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel proud of her flying technique. Then she curiously sized up Lord Sakura, whom Qin Shiriwa had mentioned before, the sect master of the Tenryu sect. Sakura was wearing a black robe, and the style of this robe was rather strange. It seemed to be tightly wrapping around his body. Sakura's entire head was hidden in the bamboo hat, and it was unknown what was so strange about the bamboo hat that one couldn't see Sakura's face clearly. Although Sakura had landed on the platform, his feet didn't seem to have really landed on the ground. I didn't expect Lord Sakura to be able to come, so I didn't go out to welcome you. I hope you can forgive me. Nun Jingyi said with a smile. It's all right. This heavenly king made a decision on the spur of the moment. I didn't inform you directly about the incense cult and became an uninvited guest. I hope you can forgive me. In the face of the number one person in Jianghu, other than Elder Chang Xing and Abbess Jia Jingyi, Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San had been hesitating for a long time. They did not know what to do. Needless to say, below the platform the whole place was silent. A series of footsteps came from outside Huayu Palace. Another dozen disciples of the Tenryu sect entered in a single file. They walked to the bottom of the platform and stood with their hands by their sides. All right, everyone, take a seat. Sakura waved his hand and walked to the front of the 5 chairs. He picked the chair in the middle and sat down. Abbess Jingyi frowned, but she concealed it immediately and sat down beside Sakura. Elder Chang Xing took a look and also sat down. Bai Yanqiu looked at Alliance Master Zhang San and went forward to greet Sakura. I'm Bai Yanqiu between the clouds and the water. Greetings to Heavenly King Sakura. And so it's between the clouds and the water. I thought it was still called Shindao sect. Sakura said and didn't speak anymore. Bai Yanqiu was bored and didn't dare to say anything. He lowered his head and found a chair beside Abbess Jingyi to sit down. Zhang San walked forward and also cupped his hands. Greetings to Heavenly King Sakura. And Zhang San, long time no see you, your martial arts have improved by leaps and bounds. Sakura looked at Zhang San and said strangely. Zhang San's expression changed slightly and he smiled. No matter how much I improve, it's impossible for me to be Sakura's opponent. That might not be the case, Sakura said. All the martial arts in the world return to the origin. In the end, all of them can be cultivated to the extreme. Zhang San casually replied with a few words and picked the last chair to sit down. Heavenly King, I wonder why you have the leisure to come to my place to preach incense cult? Abbess Jingyi smiled. Jingyi, your words are against your heart. Didn't you know that I would definitely come? Sakura replied. Abbess Jingyi nodded and looked around. I knew that you would come, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. I also didn't expect you to come at this kind of occasion. Immediately she said, Please wait a moment, Heavenly King. Then she stood up and walked to the front. Everyone, the sword conference of this martial arts convention has ended. My incense cult has prepared food and wine. Please enjoy your drinks at Huayu Peak. If anyone wants to leave Huayu Peak now, my disciples will also guide you along the way. Because Sakura of Tenryu sect is here, I can't greet everyone. I'm very sorry, Abbess Shuizhen will be in charge of the following matters of the martial arts convention. Saying so, she nodded towards Abbess Shuizhen and walked to the front of Sakura. Heavenly King, please follow me. And? Sakura nodded. His gaze swept and he saw Meng, who was with Zhang Xiaohua below the stage. Hence, she told him everything from the first time she met Meng Qi until she found the small village outside the town. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua talked about Meng Qi's matters and didn't talk about her own matters. Presumably, even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to talk about it, Sakura might not be willing to listen. After Zhang Xiaohua finished, Sakura nodded and asked, presumably you already know about your background? Reporting to Sakura, I already know. However, I have already lost all my memories. I still don't know why Mother is the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect and why I myself, have been missing for so many years. Your mother isn't some sacred ambassador. The sacred ambassador is a title to outsiders. Your mother is the previous saintess of the Tenryu sect. However, because of some other reasons, she left the Tenryu sect and chose to live in a small village. As for the reason, I don't need to tell you now. You will definitely understand in the future. And you are the current saintess of the Tenryu sect. Meng raised her head in astonishment and asked in puzzlement, This matter, how come I don't know about it? Sakura looked at Meng Qi's familiar face and smiled, You silly child. Then he looked at Nun Jingyi and said, This is the matter of the Tenryu sect. Nun, can you leave for a moment? He of course. Nun Jingyi stood up and left. Zhang Xiaohua also wanted to leave but was stopped by Sakura. Ren Xiaoyao, don't go. This is also related to you. Me? Zhang Xiaohua was baffled. Chapter 1050. Not only was Zhang Xiaohua stunned, even Nun Jingyi, who was about to walk out of the small palace, frowned. She looked back at Zhang Xiaohua thoughtfully and nodded. Since Sakura asked you to stay here, then you will stay here. Yes, sect leader. Zhang Xiaohua agreed. When Abbess Jingyi left the palace, Sakura used his divine sense to scan the place. He snorted from his nose and waved his left hand. Several wisps of black gas flew out from his hand and landed on the floor of the palace, disappearing without a trace. Sakura then waved his right hand again and quickly threw out a red jade talisman. When the jade talisman landed on the floor, Sakura muttered something. After a long while, several wisps of black gas activated the restriction. A red light screen flashed and disappeared, covering the entire palace. Seeing Sakura's familiar technique and strange incantation, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think. The Tenryu sect is a demonic sect, and the cultivation method they practice is different from the way of immortality. Looking at Sakura's incantation, it is quite different from the way of immortality, but the technique is similar. I'm afraid the Tenryu sect made some improvements after the sharp decline of the chi of heaven and earth? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua staring at him, Sakura was also concerned. After he finished setting up the restriction, he said, Yeah, about your experience, Ren Xiaoyao has already told me. It's really been hard on you? Then, Sakura seemed to be recalling something and said with a long tone, Actually, when you left the small village and met Ren Xiaoyao for the first time, you were in the Tenryu sect. Meng Qi was surprised. Why don't I have any impression of it? Hee, it's normal that you don't have any impression. Actually, since the previous saintess lived in seclusion, our sect has been looking for her because it involves a great secret of the Tenryu sect. This is bad. Why are you talking about the Tenryu sect's greatest secret in front of an outsider like me? Isn't this? Zhang Xiaohua was a little nervous. Her eyes darted around as if she was looking for a way to escape. In my Tenryu sect, Sakura has always been the leader, followed by the saintess, and then the other heavenly kings. But do you know why the saintess, who doesn't have high martial arts, has a higher status than the heavenly kings? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. Meng also looked at him in puzzlement and asked Sakura, May Heavenly King please dispel my doubts? Because it's very simple. The husband chosen by the saintess is the Tenryu sect's next generation Sakura. The daughter of the saintess is the next saintess. Sakura said word by word, shocking Zhang Xiaohua and Meng so much that their mouths were wide open, not knowing what to do. In my Tenryu sect there's always a saying. First there's the saintess, then there's Sakura, then there's the heavenly kings. Therefore, the saintess is the root of my Tenryu sect's existence and also the link of inheritance. But? Meng wanted to speak but was stopped by Di Shirtian. Actually, there's no buts. Madame Aya, who is your mother, is the previous generation's saintess. This lord is the husband she chose, so this lord is Di Shirtian. And you are the daughter of the previous generation's saintess, which is also this generation's saintess. In other words, you, Xiaoya, is this lord's daughter. Meng and Zhang Xiaohua had already heard it from Sakura's words. They didn't dare to believe it. It wasn't that they didn't guess Lady Aya's position in the Tenryu sect and Meng's position in the Tenryu sect, but they never thought that Meng was actually Sakura's daughter, and the so-called saintess. The extremely important saintess. And he. Sakura pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, If he's the husband you chose, then he's the next Sakura. Your daughter is the next saintess. This. Zhang Xiaohua was really speechless. He never thought that there would be a day when he could be Sakura. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked, Lord Sakura, why are you so sure that we will definitely give birth to a daughter? Ah, Sakura laughed and said, It's not that I'm sure, it's just that the Tenryu sect has always been like this. The saintess will definitely give birth to a daughter. Then he said, However, Ren Xiaoyao, your martial arts are extremely poor and you don't have a trace of devil cultivation. What makes you Sakura? Didn't I say it just now? You still have to go to the Tenryu sect and cultivate properly. Only when your devil cultivation reaches a certain level can you be qualified to be Sakura. You have to know that Sakura is a symbol of status. All the Sakuras in the Tenryu sect are the #1 people in the pugilistic world, the #1 people in the world. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, how can it be so powerful? Is there no exception? No. Sakura said proudly, the saintess's heavy responsibility is like this. As long as she chooses someone, that person will definitely be the #1 person in the world. But Zhang Xiaohua thought of his second brother who was preparing to attack the Misty Peak. He couldn't possibly follow Sakura back to the Tenryu sect. Moreover, his cultivation was on the path of immortality, so how could he change to the path of devil cultivation? She could only find an excuse to decline, but I'm already so old. Even if I want to cultivate, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Sakura waved his hand, you don't have to worry about this. As long as the Tenryu sect is willing, you and Yi can go back to the Tenryu sect with me. I can definitely make you the #1 person in the world. Then he smiled, even if you can't cultivate in the end, I can just use the enlightenment technique and give you all my cultivation. What's so difficult about that? Meng knew Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts and interrupted, Heavenly King. Xiaoyao, if anything happens, don't make things difficult for him. It's fine if he doesn't go to the Tenryu sect for the time being. It's fine. Your matter isn't settled yet and I'm also fine. As for the next Sakura, you don't have to decide so early. Sakura smiled. By the way, since you already know how important the saintess is to the Tenryu sect, you should also understand why the Tenryu sect is still brooding over your mother's seclusion and searching everywhere for her. About 10 years ago, the disciples who went out to search for your mother suddenly found traces of you. Although you were still young at that time, your face was exactly the same as your mother's. They could recognize you at a glance. You also know that compared to your mother, you're more important to the Tenryu sect. Therefore, after the disciples of the Tenryu sect couldn't find any trace of your mother, they brought you back to the Tenryu sect as if they had found a treasure. However, at that time, you were muddle-headed and it seemed like there was something wrong with your brain. This seat then sought out the divine doctor in the sect and the Jianghu's divine doctor to treat your illness. They treated you for about 5 years. 5 years ago, when your illness was about to be cured, you suddenly disappeared again. I sent people to search for you, but they couldn't find you at the place where you appeared last time. In these 5 years, it was as if you had evaporated, and there was no news of you. I didn't expect that you would be picked up by Jingshen and brought back to the Tenryu sect. The Tenryu sect did a good thing. Jingshen is also interesting. She actually wanted to take you in as an inner disciple. She's really shameless. I knew that you appeared in the Jianghu and even went to the Dalan temple to deliver the invitation to the Tenryu sect's martial arts convention. I immediately rushed over to take you back to the Tenryu sect. Meng sighed and nodded, I got it. On the way, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng discussed a lot. Meng knew that she was related to the Tenryu sect, so she knew that she couldn't stay in the Tenryu sect any longer. Now that she heard that she was the most important saintess of the Tenryu sect, Abbess Jingyi of the Tenryu sect, she didn't have the guts to take her in. She could only go back to the Tenryu sect. Moreover, the Tenryu sect was also her home in another sense. It was just that. Meng looked up at Zhang Xiaohua. The only thing she couldn't bear to part with was Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng and then looked at Sakura. She smiled and said, Meng, you should go back. Haven't you been looking for your family all this time? Now that it has finally come true, what's there to hesitate about? Moreover, if you miss me or if I miss you, we can go to the Tenryu sect to see you. Upon seeing this, Sakura took out something from his bosom and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said, this is my token. If you come to the Tenryu sect, you only need to show this token. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took it. She felt a bone-piercing coldness. When she looked carefully, it was a piece of pitch-black iron with a faint flame engraved on it. In addition, you don't need to be the guardian disciple of the Tenryu sect anymore. I already know about what happened in the Dalan temple. Abbess Jingyi must have other plans for you to be the guardian disciple. The Tenryu sect's cultivation method is a mortal cultivation method, so it's not suitable for you. And this one knows. This one came down to the Tenryu sect for Meng. Since Meng has left, there's no point in the Tenryu sect staying. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. At this time, the Tenryu sect didn't have any disciples of the Misty School and Meng, so he naturally wouldn't stay. Alright Rin Xiaoyao, I'll take you back to the Tenryu sect in a while. You can talk to her. At this time, where was the appearance of the most powerful person in the world? He was now the image of a loving father. After he finished speaking, Indra removed the restriction around him and walked out without looking back. Xiaohua. Meng pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hand and whispered, You really don't want to go back to the Tenryu sect with me? Zhang Xiaohua held Meng's hand and nodded. You also know. I do have some things to do. After I'm done with them, I'll go to the Tenryu sect to find you, okay? I know. I'll wait for you. You can treat the illness, but you can't treat it until you forget about me. How can I? Meng smiled and said, Even if I forget everything in the world, I'll never forget you. That's right. Don't forget, I still want to be the Tenryu sect's lord. Xiaohua. Meng's face was abnormally red. She peeked to see that there was no one in the hall and threw herself into Zhang Xiaohua's arms, holding him tightly in her arms. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 1051. After some time, there was a coughing sound at the entrance of the temple. Zhang Xiaohua and Dream turned around to see Peacock and Qin Shen standing outside. Peacock and Qin Shen's expressions were different. Peacock's face was cold like frost. She was already cold to begin with, and now she was even more unapproachable. However, Qin Shen bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with indignation and even a trace of provocation. Her chest rose and fell slightly as if she was feeling aggrieved. Cough cough Zixia, no, I should call her Xiaoya. I really didn't expect that the usually obedient little tail behind me was actually the saintess of the dragon sect. How come I didn't see it at all? Qin Shen coughed and said, Ren Xiaoyao, you have good taste. No wonder after taking advantage of Nye Xiaoyao from the Rejuvenation Valley, you immediately wiped your mouth and denied it. So you have already noticed Zixia. She's not ordinary. Now that you've climbed the coattails of the Tenryu sect's saint, can you be proud? Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. Qin Shen was a straightforward person, but he did not mean any harm. Although everything in the Refining Heart Cave was just an illusion, Zhang Xiaohua still had a good impression of Qin Shen and Peacock. Therefore, when he heard this, he did not think much of it. Instead, he felt like he was being jealous, like a wife being jealous of her husband. Zhang Xiaohua laughed dryly and said, Senior Qin, what are you saying? Even you didn't see it, how could I see it clearly? I just like Meng. Why would I care if she's a commoner, a disciple of the incense cult, or the saint of the Tenryu sect? You know that although I know Nye Qinyu, but it was after I met Meng. I have never hidden anything about Nye Qinyu from her. Meng was also a little embarrassed. She got out of Zhang Xiaohua's arms but still held onto Zhang Xiaohua's hand and nodded. Little? Xiaoyao is right. I've seen Nye Qinyu in the Sorrow City and I know everything. Senior Qin, don't talk about this boring topic. As for the saint of the Tenryu sect, I don't need to explain. I'm sure Senior Qin knows better than Senior Qin what I was like when I first came to the Tenryu sect. Even now, I can't remember whether I'm the saint of the Tenryu sect or not. Of course, since Di Shirtian said so, I don't think it's wrong. However, during the 5 years I have been in the incense cult, other than Master, that is, Senior Sister Qin has cared a lot about me. I'll still have to thank Senior Sister Qin. After that, Meng let go of Zhang Xiaohua's hand and bowed. Qin Shen knew Meng's identity and naturally felt that she had been deceived. Moreover, Meng's identity made her feel that she could not compare with her. This kind of gap made her feel extremely uncomfortable, so she felt that it was unfair. At this moment, after hearing Meng's words and thinking about the helplessness and confusion she felt when she first came here, she felt relieved. She stepped forward and said, Forget it. You're just a junior. If I don't take care of you, who will take care of you? But just as she took a step forward, she was pulled back by Peacock. Qin Shen turned back and asked curiously, Senior Qin, what's wrong? Peacock said to Meng, I didn't know your identity before so I could call you Senior Qin. But now you are no longer Zixia of the Emo Shen Palace, but Ya of the Tenryu sect. This is a big difference. Although we've been in the 5 sects for thousands of years, but your cult isn't an immortal. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths can't make plans together. In the future, we have to be clear about this. Of course, if you can remember the time you spent at Lingxiang Peak and take care of the incense cult in the future, then both of us will be very grateful. When Qin Shen heard this, she was already depressed and stopped in her tracks. Yes, their status had been confirmed. Zixia was no longer the Zixia of the past. The difference between immortals and demons, the difference in their identities, the difference in their sects, They were all standing in front of Meng and Qinshin. It was impossible for them to go back to how they were before. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she also sighed. Meng didn't seem to understand and didn't know how to explain it. From Wan Wuxin, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the Tenryu sect was created by the ancient Sakra. It was a branch of the demon sect that fed on immortals and was a mortal enemy of immortals. Of course, the demon sect and the demon sect were both rebuilt. The demon sect's Sakra must have considered this problem when he created the Tenryu sect and passed down the martial arts. However, the difference between immortals and demons still existed. Moreover, when the way of immortals was annihilated 10,000 years ago, the way of diabolism was also affected. The way of martial arts flourished, and the relationship between the way of immortals and diabolism was already somewhat blurred. In this martial arts society convention, the way of diabolism, sat together with way of immortals, way of diabolism, and by Yanshio instead of facing each other with weapons. From this, it could be seen that the two ways of diabolism had changed. Perhaps the two ways of diabolism were not enemies of each other. Then again, the immortal path was the immortal path and the demonic path was the demonic path. There was a fundamental difference between the two. With the rise of the immortal path, the demonic path would surely undergo changes as well. How could Dream, Qinshin, or Peacock be able to control these changes? Perhaps drawing a clear line and treating the other party coldly was the best way to go. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua reached out to hold Meng's hand and said with a smile, "No matter where you are, what happened has happened and happy times have been. Maybe you can't call senior sister Qin senior sister now, but after all, you used to call her that. So you just need to keep it in your heart. Regardless of the vicissitudes of the world and whether people have changed, you just need to guard your heart." I know." Meng's expression softened. Zhang Xiaohua said gently, "Also remember this. No matter who you are, I have set my mind on you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth and become a beggar, I will still pursue you." Meng blushed and looked at Qinshin and Peacock who were not far away. She spat at Zhang Xiaohua and whispered, "Can't you say this when? It's not like I haven't heard it before." And in front of the two senior sisters? When Peacock and Qinshin heard that Meng still addressed them as two senior sisters, they felt relieved. However, when they heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, their hearts ached. Zhang Xiaohua giggled and said, no way, I want to say this every day all the time. I want to say it to you, to everyone in the world." Sigh, how shameless. Qinshin was jealous for no reason. "Junior brother Rin, don't try to make the saint happy, the hierarch has invited you." "Yes, I understand. Please lead the way, senior sisters." Zhang Xiaohua's face stiffened and immediately put on a serious face and said righteously, "Making the saint happy is my next life's mission. If the hierarch summons me, I will have to put it aside for now." Meng laughed and pinched Zhang Xiaohua's hand. "Rin Xiaoyao, you bastard." Qinshin laughed and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua without any demeanor. Peacock could not hold it in anymore and laughed. Then with a straight face she turned and left. When Meng and Zhang Xiaohua followed the two to Huayu Palace, there was no one else in the palace. The Tenryu sect was here and the world's #1 martial artist, Sakra, was here. Who would dare to stay in the palace for a moment longer? At this moment there were only 2 chairs on the platform. Sakra and Nun Jing each sat on one while the others stood on both sides. Nun Jing Fan, Nun Shuizhen and several consecrators had also arrived. Besides Sakra, Garuda and the others were also standing quietly. Meng came to the platform, hesitated for a moment and still bowed to Nun Jingyi. Nun Jingyi quickly turned her body slightly and said with a smile, "Congratulations to ya for finding out her identity. I didn't work in vain these years. I hope that if there is a chance in the future, you will take care of me more." This disciple, thanks, Nun Jingyi, for taking care of me these years. If there is a chance in the future, I will never forget these years of kindness. Nun Jingyi was elated and said, "That's great. My junior sister Jing Xian didn't bring you back in vain because of fate." "Oh, Nun Jingyi, I still want to go to Lingxiang Peak to pay my respects to master before I leave." Meng hesitated for a moment and said, There's no need. As long as you have junior sister Jing Xian in your heart, where can't you pay your respects? If you don't have her in your heart, even if you pay your respects every day, what does that mean?" Nun Jingyi rejected without any trace of politeness. Sigh, Meng sighed slightly and nodded, "Nun Jingyi is right." "All right, Jingyi. My heavenly dragon cult has accepted your invitation to spread the incense cult and will definitely repay you in the future. This seat will now bring the saintess back." Sakra Jiao Meng didn't like it and continued, Respectfully send Sakura off. Nun Jingyi also hoped that Sakura would leave early. However, when Sakura stood up and saw Zhang Xiaohua beside Meng, he said, "That's right, just now we were talking about ya and forgot about Ren Xiaoyao. This Ren Xiaoyao came to your Tenryu sect for less than a year and also hasn't practiced the martial arts of your Tenryu sect. It's fine if he doesn't become a guardian disciple." Nun Jingyi looked at Zhang Xiaohua and frowned slightly. She said, "Ren Xiaoyao indeed hasn't practiced the martial arts of my Tenryu sect, but this guardian disciple, he can also become one. He might have a bright future ahead of him." Nun Jingyi's words "indeed hasn't practiced the martial arts of my Tenryu sect" were quite forceful. She even looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if she was hinting something. When Zhang Xiaohua only looked at Meng as if she didn't understand at all. Nun Jingyi saw that Sakura was a little unhappy. Although she was unwilling, she could only say, "Of course, if the Tenryu sect has any better arrangements, I think it would also be excellent." Zhang Xiaohua heard these words clearly. She moved her gaze away from Meng's face and took out his waist token. She handed it over and said emotionally, "Esteemed leader, Ren is untalented. After coming to the Misty School for more than a year, esteemed leader has taken good care of me and I'm really grateful. It's just that Ren is small and weak and his martial arts are also low. Even if he wants to do something for the Tenryu sect, he has the will but not the power. Therefore, I can only remember the kindness of the Tenryu sect in my heart and strive to remember it at all times and every day." Nun Jingyi felt powerless after hearing this. She waved her hand and let Qin Qin put away Zhang Xiaohua's waist token. "Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote recommendation and monthly." Chapter 1052. At the beginning of the silver moon at the foot of Huayu Peak, Indra brought Meng along to bid farewell to the people of Fragrance Cult. Meng whispered to Zhang Xiaohua, Aren't you going to the Tenryu sect with me?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. He was on the path of immortality, which was poles apart from the Tenryu sect. Why would he go to the Tenryu sect? Could he really be the Sakura? Moreover, this Indra was an expert of the demonic path, and his magical powers were unimaginable. Although he had temporarily concealed his cultivation and didn't let him know, he couldn't guarantee that he would be exposed after a long time. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua also had his own plans. The Tenryu sect was established on the path of the demonic path, and they didn't covet the path of immortality. Although he didn't know why Indra collected the immortal relics, it was safer to expose his immortal secrets in front of Indra if it was exposed. However, one may know a person's face but not his heart. Who knew what Indra was thinking? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to put his life in the hands of others, even if he felt that he wasn't inferior to Indra in terms of flying techniques. "You also know that I have other things to do. When I have some progress, I'll go to the Tenryu sect to see you?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to hold Meng's hand in front of everyone. Meng nodded. She knew that these things couldn't be said clearly, so she forced a smile and said, "Then remember to come and see me quickly. Or wait until I'm done with the Tenryu sect's matters, I'll go and see you too?" But Meng wanted to ask where to find Zhang Xiaohua, but when she said that, she felt that it was inappropriate, so she changed her words, "You and I help each other in times of need, don't forget each other in your heart." After saying that, Meng took the initiative to hold Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Her eyes were a little moist and she said, "Be careful, take care and think of me." "Well." Zhang Xiaohua also forced a smile and held her hand even tighter. Not far away, Abbess Jingyi said, "Sakura, it's already late now. Why don't you rest at my fragrant cult for a night and set off tomorrow?" "Haha," Sakura laughed and said, "Even if I want to rest, I don't need to preach at your place. If I were here, would your incense cult be stable?" Nun Jingyi secretly curled her lips. He's quite tactful. "Alright, come with me." Sakura also didn't talk to Nun Jingyi anymore. His figure floated up and he pulled Meng's hand. "Although the martial world is big, there will always be a time when we meet again. There's no need to care about a momentary love." Then with a pull, the two of them flew up at the same time. They were about 30 feet above the ground, and quickly flew in the direction of Dianchi Lake. "Our hearts are connected and the world is boundless." A voice floated down from the night sky, "Help each other in times of need." Zhang Xiaohua almost floated up and shouted loudly. Seeing that Sakura had left, Garuda and the others also bid farewell to Abbess Jingyi and walked past Zhang Xiaohua. Although they didn't show absolute respect, their eyes were full of kindness as they nodded at him. It was as if they loved the house and its crow. Zhang Xiaohua's mood was complicated. She nodded with a smile. When she saw Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong, she couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue rolled her eyes and cupped her hands. Ren Xiaoxia, you look very familiar. I wonder, have we met before? Zhang Xiaohua's expression immediately returned to normal. She smiled and said, This? Senior Martial Brother, what's your name? I've never seen a disciple of the Tenryu sect before, but where have I met Senior Martial Brother? Qin Shiyue was slightly stunned. She turned to look at Su Jiaodong and said with a smile, My name is Qin Shiyue. I'm Garuda Heavenly King's direct disciple. Oh, Senior Martial Brother Qin. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands. Junior. Senior Martial Brother Rin, I met someone who looked exactly like you 5 years ago. It's just that person was very young and shorter than you. When I saw Junior Brother Rin just now, I almost thought that I was back in time 5 years ago. Eh? Really? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, What's that person's name? Where did you meet him? Hee, what a coincidence. That person is also called Rin Xiaoyao. I met him at Shizue Mountain near Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua looked incredulous. Is there really such a thing? I happen to have nothing to do. I'll go to Pingyang City to see if I can meet this guy who has the same name and looks as me. Then she asked again, By the way, Senior Martial Brother Qin, where is this Pingyang City? This. Qin Shiyue was helpless. She simply pointed in the direction of Pingyang City and said, It's very far from here. Junior Brother Ren won't go there out of boredom, right? Maybe. I'm just curious. Zhang Xiaohua did not comment. All right, Junior Brother Ren, I'll take my leave. I'll be waiting for you in the Tenryu sect now. I wish you. Junior Brother Ren, you know. After Garuda and the others had left, Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward and bowed. Sir Leader, don't Ren Xiaoyao. You're no longer a disciple of the fragrant cult. It's inappropriate to call you Sir Leader. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said coldly. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, This disciple has always been under Lord Leader's care ever since I came to the Incense Order to search for my dreams. Although Lord Leader thinks this disciple is inappropriate, this disciple still wishes to call you Lord Leader in my heart. Nun Jingyi listened quietly and did not say anything. Zhang Xiaohua continued. Actually, it's useless to say anything now. I didn't know that things would develop to this stage. Even if I wanted to stay in the fragrant cult, Sir Leader wouldn't allow it. So, I can only leave. In addition, let's not talk about Sir Cult Leader's grace. Just Senior Nun Jingshen's life-saving grace is engraved in this disciple's heart. In the future, if the incense cult needs this disciple, please tell me. This disciple will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. You're better off saying that than singing, Qin Qin said secretly. You won't even tell me where you're going. Even if the fragrant cult needs you, where can I find you? Qin Qin, Peacock scolded. Don't you know you have a mouth? Qin Qin felt wronged. It's true. He's gone. Where can I find him? Peacock's heart skipped a beat. Senior Sister Kong, Senior Sister Chen, don't worry. With the fragrant cult's methods, how could they not know where Ren is? Alright, I appreciate your kindness. But the fragrant cult has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Who knows how many difficulties and obstacles we've encountered. We've never asked for help from outsiders. Nun Jingyi waved her hand. Ren Xiaoxia, if there's nothing else, please leave the fragrant cult as soon as possible. Seeing that Nun Jingyi had ordered him to leave, Zhang Xiaohua nodded helplessly. I'll leave now. But in order not to be with the Tenryu sect, I'll leave later than them. I'll go to Jinghai Lake tomorrow morning. Ren Xiaoxia, there's no need to panic. Hearing that Zhang Xiaohua did not want to leave with the Tenryu sect, Nun Jingyi's tone softened. Although the Tenryu sect is powerful now and its strength is unparalleled in the world, but it's still a demonic cult. It's not the right path to immortality. Ren Xiaoxia was born with superhuman strength and a kind heart. If he can enter the path of immortality through martial arts, I'm sure he'll have a place in Jianghu one day. With such a bright future ahead of him, why should he submit to the demonic cult? Seeing that Nun Jingyi was trying to rope him in, Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. If Di Shirtian had heard this, he would have laughed his head off. This might be useful to others, but If Zhang Xiaohua were to submit to the Tenryu sect then he would be the next Di Shirtian, much more honorable than Peacock and Qinshin. If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was already an immortal, would he not have followed them? However, Zhang Xiaohua still smiled. "None, you're right. I'll consider it seriously." After that, he bowed to Peacock and Qinshin. "I'd like to thank both of you for bringing me here from Rejuvenation Valley. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to say this again in the future." Peacock and Qinshin's hearts ached for no reason. They both whispered, "You have to be careful. The Jianghu is dangerous. You have to be careful." "Aha." Zhang Xiaohua raised his head. "The mountains will not change and the rivers will flow forever. I hope we'll meet again in the future." After that, he leaped onto the David's deer, patted Huanhuan's protruding horn and walked straight along the mountain path. The tall and thin shadow was dragged along by the full moon, winding along the ground. It was incomparably lonely. Nun Jingyi and the rest had already turned around and returned to Huayu Peak. Peacock and Qinshin were still standing there, looking at the gradually disappearing figure. No one knew what they were thinking. When Peacock came back to her senses, Nun Jingyi and the rest were already far away. Peacock's heart trembled. She reached out to pull Qinshin, who was still grieving, and walked a few steps to catch up with them. However, after a few steps she could not help but turn back to look. Usually, although they did not meet often, she knew that he was in Mo Xian's palace on Lingxiang Peak. She always felt a sense of security. However, now that she had to leave and perhaps they would not meet again, she knew that this person had been imprinted in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua went down Huayu Peak and walked along the mountain path. On the mountain path, there were disciples from various sects in the Jianghu as well as the inner disciples of Ruijin Palace. The cult of fragrance had been established for thousands of years. Everything in the cult had long been mysterious. Many people who came to participate in the martial arts convention wanted to see what was going on. They did not dare to stay in Huayu Palace, but they still wanted to stay in the cult of fragrance for a few days. Since the martial arts convention was over, there would be a few days for them to go out. Zhang Xiaohua found an opportunity to ride the David's deer down the mountain path. He threw Huanhuan to one side and then concealed himself. He used the flying spell and flew towards the direction of Lingxiang Peak. However, before he had even traveled halfway, he suddenly stopped and stood on the clouds. He had a strange expression on his face as he alternated between looking forward and left. It was as if there was something strange in those two places. After waiting for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up with joy. He whistled and flew down. When he landed about 50 feet from the ground, there was a black shadow coming from the direction of Lingxiang Peak. It was like a gust of wind rushing towards Zhang Xiaohua. On the left of Zhang Xiaohua there was also a black shadow. It was like a bolt of lightning and was even faster. It was also coming towards Zhang Xiaohua's direction. Chapter 1053. Haha, little yellow? Little black? Zhang Xiaohua stood in the air with a big smile on her face. Her heart was filled with warmth, and the sadness from the dream's departure was greatly reduced. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, Goldie was the first to arrive. It stopped when it was about 1 zhang away from Zhang Xiaohua. Its tail, which was larger than its entire body, swung gently behind its back as it floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly heard a faint voice in her heart. "Mother, is that you?" Zhang Xiaohua's face revealed an awkward expression, and she did not know how to answer. She could only curse in her heart. "This little brat, I was originally a man, how did I become your mother?" But at this moment Little Yellow seemed to have understood. Its small eyes were filled with joy, and with a swish of its tail, it landed on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder with a whoosh. Its two small claws hugged Zhang Xiaohua's head intimately, but this intimacy caused Zhang Xiaohua's hair to become a mess. Zhang Xiaohua felt Little Yellow's affection, and also reached out her hand, affectionately stroking Little Yellow's body. Little Yellow enjoyed it very much, and its small head rubbed against Zhang Xiaohua's hand again and again. Woof! A black shadow also flew over, and like Little Yellow, it also stopped about 10 feet away. Zhang Xiaohua felt a voice in her heart shouting, "Father, is that you?" Little Yellow flew over with a whoosh and directly pounced on Little Black, causing Little Black to fall to the ground. Although Little Black's body was larger than Little Yellow's, it was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Little Black then angrily barked and stood up again. Its small claws slapped Little Yellow's face, causing Little Yellow to sway. Little Yellow also could not take it anymore, and swung its large tail, hitting Little Black's face. Little Black barked as if it was in pain. Oh no! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Could it be that the two of them don't know each other? Thinking about it, since these two things were born, although they had always been in his arms, they had never opened their eyes. How could they know each other? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly flew to the two things. Just as she was about to separate them, a voice rang out in her heart. I said it's Daddy, so it's Daddy. How can it be Mommy? Yes, Mother. I've always called her that. You're mistaken. That's right, it's Daddy, it's Daddy. I'm the one who should be called Mother, Mother. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. So, the two little things were fighting because of this. Zhang Xiaohua stood there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She waited for the two little things to have enough fun. One of the little things stood on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, and it kept making noise in its heart. Daddy, quickly tell it that you're Daddy. The other one was not convinced. Mommy, quickly tell it that you're Mommy. If it was a direction, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua could use her hands. If it was to eat, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua could use her hands. But, her mother and father, these two, Zhang Xiaohua really did not know how to explain it to them. After thinking for a while, she stretched out her hand and patted them on the head. The left nodded and the right nodded. And it was quite effective. The two little things were quiet, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua had agreed with them. Ai, my heart is finally at peace. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Then she looked at the sky and Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. She found the bottom of a cliff and took out the jade talisman. After setting up the restriction, she sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. As for the two little things, when they saw the starlight falling, they were delighted. Each of them floated in a strange position beside Zhang Xiaohua. A lot of the starlight was also absorbed into their bodies. When she woke up in the morning, she saw Xiao Huang and Xiao He chasing each other in the air and playing on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with sunshine. Then she frowned again as if she had forgotten something. After a while, she suddenly patted her forehead and took out two small vitality stones. The moment she took out the vitality stones, Xiao Huang and Xiao He immediately sensed it and flew over. They floated beside Zhang Xiaohua's hand and looked at it greedily. Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and handed the vitality stones to the two little things. Xiao Huang and Xiao He looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and the two little things somersaulted in the air. Then Xiao Huang emitted a white light from his nose and slowly sucked the vitality stones in. Xiao He also emitted a white light from his mouth and swallowed the vitality stones. Do you want more? Zhang Xiaohua thought and took out two more vitality stones. But this time the two little things only sniffed with their noses and shook their heads slightly. Well, I think they are full. Zhang Xiaohua put away the vitality stones and put the two little things on her shoulders. She floated in the air and looked in the direction of Lingering Fragrance Peak, thinking about something. She wanted to go to Lingering Fragrance Peak last night because she wanted to take advantage of the time when Nun Jingyi and the others were at Huayu Peak. She wanted to see if she could refine the stone tablet and then see if there were any benefits. However, she was delayed by the two little things. She was afraid that it would be inconvenient for her to go now. She guessed that the disciples of Ruijin Palace would be on high alert during the day and she might alarm them. Forget it. I got a lot of good things from Lingering Fragrance Cult. That stone tablet. I will leave it to Nun Jingyi. Zhang Xiaohua made up her mind and flew back to Huayu Peak. When they found Huan Huan, the four odd beasts were immediately scared witless by Xiao Huang and Xiao He. They ran far away and did not dare to come close. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She remembered that when Xiao Huang and Xiao He were young, she had taken them to ride the four odd beasts. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the four odd beasts in the air and said in her heart, "You two, fly up first and follow me. We will talk when we get out." The two little things were quite obedient. She did not know whether they understood what she said or what they saw. Anyway, they flew up. Then Zhang Xiaohua led the four odd beasts over and rode them towards Dianqi Lake. The two little things flew very fast. Their figures hid in the forest and were not discovered by others. After a few days, Zhang Xiaohua finally arrived at Jinghai Lake. These few days Zhang Xiaohua had long wanted to fly out. But after thinking about it, she was now a person that Nun Jingyi cared about. If she did not let people watch her leave, or if she left at a normal speed, Nun Jingyi would definitely be suspicious. She might even send people to Lingering Fragrance Cult to look for her. Therefore she patiently rode the 4 odd beasts to Jinghai Lake. Zhang Xiaohua was no longer a guardian disciple. It seemed that Nun Jingyi's decree had also reached Jinghai Lake. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua's performance in the martial arts convention had also spread to Jinghai Lake along with the departure of the people of Jianghu. Therefore, although the disciples of Lingering Fragrance cult were not as respectful as before, they still had smiles on their faces. They obviously treated Zhang Xiaohua differently from the disciples of other sections. At least, when they were riding the boat at Jinghai Lake, Zhang Xiaohua had enjoyed preferential treatment. When they got ashore, Zhang Xiaohua was a little worried. She found the disciple of Ruijin Palace who was on duty at Dianqi Lake and invited him to a secluded place. She used her enchanted finger to ask for information about the disciples of Misty School. Then she rode the 4 odd beasts and left. The disciples of Misty School left more than a month ago, right after Meng and I left the Dalan Temple. At that time, the entire Jianghu did not know that Lingering Fragrance cult had opened its doors. I'm afraid that not only the Righteous Alliance, but the other sects also did not know that Misty School had left. Zhang Xiaohua rode on Huanhuan's back and thought to herself. Moreover, the opening of Lingering Fragrance cult's doors was also out of Nun Jingyi's expectations. How could she make the decision to let Misty School leave Lingering Fragrance cult in such a short time? Could it be that she was not afraid that Misty School would leave and never return? Sigh, this Nun Jingyi is indeed powerful. She is indeed the leader of Lingering Fragrance cult. I think she had already planned for this. Moreover, she had taken into account the various reactions of Misty School. The opening of Lingering Fragrance cult's doors was just a preemptive opportunity for her. If she did not have this opportunity, she would have taken action in another year or so. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and thought to herself, perhaps I don't need to think so much. When I see second brother, I just need to ask him. Second brother has already left for more than a month. I took more than 2 months to travel from Pingyang City to Macho City. It took me more than 10 days to travel from Macho City to Lingering Fragrance cult. However, if second brother and the rest went directly from Lingering Fragrance cult to Pingyang City, I'm afraid it would take less than 2 months. However, there are more than 1,000 of them. They would have to cover their tracks as they travel, so it would not be much faster. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already left Lingering Fragrance cult. There were still many people from the pugilistic world on the road. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine perception to scan the area and saw that Little Black and Little Yellow had already bypassed Dianqi Lake and were running in her direction. She frowned as she looked at the odd beast beneath her. If she rode on the odd beast, it would take her at least a month to reach Pingyang City. By then, the battle between Misty School and the Righteous Alliance would have already ended. She would not be able to help second brother at all, much less protect him. She could only use her flying skill to catch up with the Misty School disciples. However, what should Huanhuan do? Suddenly, Huanhuan panicked and ran towards the forest beside the mountain path. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Needless to say, Little Black and Little Yellow had arrived in mid-air. However, as soon as he arrived at the forest, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. The odd beasts had been captured by the Pill-Sprouting Hall's disciples on Tianmu Peak, but they had still managed to escape. No one had been able to find any trace of them. If he left them here, he might be able to find them safely. Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from Huanhuan's back and took the bag. She patted the odd beast's bald head and smiled. Huanhuan, I have something urgent to attend to and cannot take care of you for the time being. You find a place to hide first. When I'm done with my business, I'll come and find you again. How about that? Please vote for me. Please add me to your collection. Please tip me. Chapter 1054. However, before Huanhuan could say anything, 2 faint shadows descended from the sky. The odd beast let out a low howl and scurried into the forest, not daring to bother with Zhang Xiaohua anymore. Sigh, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Although she was reluctant to part with the odd beasts and felt sorry for Ji Xiaohua who shared the same name as her, but her second brother's life was more important, so she had no choice but to give it up. With a wave of her hand, Xiaohuang and Xiaohe each took one of her shoulders. Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal to hide her figure, then she soared into the sky, looking towards the north and flew straight over. Zhang Xiaohua flew extremely fast. In less than 4 hours she arrived at an unfamiliar place. It was a desolate place with few people. While she was flying, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have sensed something, so she used her divine sense to look down. She saw dozens of groups of more than 100 people looking for a faintly discernible path in the mountain range and moving forward. Aren't they people from the Tenryu sect? Why did I meet them? Could it be that the Tenryu sect is also in the north? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to know why she sensed something, but Sakura and Meng were obviously not in the group. Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to look carefully. Just as she was about to withdraw her divine sense, a woman suddenly jumped out of the group. She came to the side of the mountain path in a few leaps and poked her head out to look at the deep cliff. She shouted, "Garuda, if you don't let me go I will jump down now." Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over. Wasn't this woman Zhang Pinger? She was surprised. Why is she here? Could it be that Garuda kidnapped her? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. Zhang Pinger and him, although one had feelings for each other and the other was heartless, Zhang Pinger had brought Zhang Xiaohua from Shixing Peak to Lingxiang Peak. She was also someone whom Zhang Xiaohua was grateful to. How could she let Zhang Pinger be bullied? She waved her hand and Zhu Meng took action to protect herself. Then she covered her figure in breath and slowly descended. Xiao Huang and Xiaohe stopped in the air far away. "Miss Zhang, why are you doing this?" Garuda's lazy voice was heard. Then he seemed to take it very seriously. He slowly walked out of the crowd and said with a smile, "Now that things have come to this, why do you still want to seek death? If you don't want to pass down the incense cult, how can I take you from Abbess Jingyi?" "What does this mean?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly as she hid at the side. "Garuda, you think I don't know? If you hadn't used the Tenryu sect to force me to spread the incense cult, how could I have ended up like this?" When Garuda heard this, he immediately stopped and said seriously, "Miss Zhang, I have already made my intentions clear a few days ago. You are really important to me, so I can only ask for you directly? Besides, if the incense cult's Abbess Jingyi really cares about you, how can I just threaten her and send you away?" Zhang Pinger's face paled, but then she gritted her teeth and said, "Garuda, no matter what you say, I still don't want to. Don't come any closer or I'll jump off the cliff and we'll go our separate ways." Garuda didn't care and took 2 more steps forward. Seeing that Zhang Pinger really did move a little further away, he stopped and sneered, "If you don't want to, why didn't you say so earlier in Huayu Palace? You followed me all the way here and now you're showing your true feelings?" Zhang Pinger also sneered, "In Huayu Palace I was a disciple of the incense cult. The Fire Temple Master was my master. How can I not listen to her? Abbess Jingyi is the head of the incense cult. How can I resist? It's different here. Since I left Dianchi Lake, I'm no longer a disciple of the incense cult. Who can order me around?" It's a good idea," Garuda said, "but aren't you afraid that I'll go back and kill the incense cult on a whim?" "I've already told you. The incense cult is the incense cult, and Zhang Pinger is Zhang Pinger. From the moment I left Dianchi Lake, I've already made a clear distinction between kindness and hatred. Even if your Tenryu sect destroys the incense cult, it has nothing to do with me." "Good. This character is exactly what I want." Garuda gave her a thumbs up. "I didn't expect you to be so compatible with my character. But Miss Zhang, you're all alone now. Even if I let you go, where can you go? I only need to announce your escape." "Well, I don't need to announce it. I just need to tell the incense cult. They'll take care of their reputation and capture you. They'll either kill you or send you to the Tenryu sect. Do you think there's still a place for you in Jianghu? Moreover, if you follow me, even if you lose your martial arts, I swear that I'll never let you down. I'll let you live happily for the rest of your life. What do you think?" Sigh. Zhang Pinger looked at Garuda and then at the incense cult. She shook her head and said, "I've already left my happiness in Lihua Temple. He's the only one who can give it to me in this world. Even if you have my body, you can't have my heart." Who is he? Tell me, I'll drag him out of the incense cult. I only care about your body. If you're willing, you can live happily with him in the Tenryu sect for the rest of your life. What do you think?" Zhang Pinger's face lit up. Then she realized something and sneered, "I didn't expect Garuda to be so magnanimous. Do you think I'm a fool? Haha, who dares to covet my woman? Even if you don't say it, I'll ask Abbess Jingyi and cut that boy into pieces. Let's see if you still dare to go against me then." Garuda took a few steps forward. "Garuda, if you take another step, I'll definitely jump down." Zhang Pinger took another step to the side. Half of her body was outside the cliff. "Haha," Garuda shouted, "jump as much as you want. I only care about what's in your meridians. Even if it's a dead body, I can still use it. If you jump, I'll enjoy you, strip you naked and hang you next to the incense cult's Dianchi lake. I'd like to see, where's your in the incense cult's face? Zhang Ping'er was shocked. She hesitated. Garuda floated over and tried to catch her. Zhang Ping'er didn't panic when she saw Garuda coming up. She gritted her teeth and didn't look at him anymore. She turned around and jumped down the cliff. However, her face was still looking in the direction of the incense cult. She whispered, "Senior brother, I want to meet you first in my next life." Garuda was already in front of her. He reached out and grabbed her. She was just a hair's breadth away. When he wanted to ride the wind down again, he hesitated. The mountain was very high. If he was alone, he would definitely be fine. However, with Zhang Ping'er, he wasn't confident. How could Garuda not consider giving up his life for the sake of breaking through the wind? Zhang Ping'er had already fallen about 20 feet. Suddenly, Garuda, who was in midair, shouted, "Who are you?" In midair not far from Garuda there was a flash. A handsome man in a simple robe appeared out of thin air. He was of medium height and had a handsome face. It was Zhang Xiaohua. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. However, it wasn't directed at Garuda. It was directed at Zhang Ping'er, who was falling down the cliff. Her expression was both desperate and sad. Zhang Xiaohua was hiding beside Zhang Ping'er. He had already heard her whispers. He didn't expect that he was so important to Zhang Ping'er. Once this cold-faced but warm-hearted woman fell in love, she had already engraved Zhang Xiaohua in her heart. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua was so shocked that he exposed himself. He even forgot to save Zhang Ping'er. Garuda and Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. He made a gesture and quickly flew down the cliff to catch Zhang Ping'er, who was falling rapidly. Zhang Ping'er was completely disheartened. However, she was determined and didn't faint. She suddenly stopped and felt a pair of warm hands around her waist. It felt so familiar that she couldn't help but wonder if she was in a dream. She turned around and hugged Zhang Xiaohua. She blurted out, "Senior brother, is that you?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said in a hoarse voice, "Who is your senior brother? Does he have such magical powers as I?" Zhang Ping'er's face was flushed. She quickly withdrew her hands and calmed herself down. When she looked carefully, she was even more surprised. She was actually flying outside the cliff. Immortal Elder? Zhang Ping'er suddenly realized that the news of an immortal cultivator appearing in Rejuvenation Valley had already spread throughout the Jianghu 2 months ago. Although the fragrant sect was somewhat uninformed, people had already talked about it at the martial arts circle convention. How could Zhang Ping'er not know? However, she had never thought that she would encounter it. "Immortal Elders, save me. Immortal Elders, save me." Zhang Ping'er immediately grasped at the life-saving straw. Don't shout, don't shout. If I didn't save you, I wouldn't have helped," Zhang Xiaohua said, amused. When Zhang Ping'er heard this, she blushed again. Her heart was filled with hope again. In the distance, Garuda floated in the air. His expression was uncertain, as if he was hesitating about something. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua flying over with Zhang Ping'er in his arms, his eyes narrowed. He immediately took out a coarse black bottle from his chest. He formed a seal with one hand and muttered something. A black fog flew out of the bottle. Garuda pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. The black fog immediately turned into an arrow and pierced toward Zhang Xiaohua. With a zhi sound, a yellow shadow fell from the sky and blocked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. As soon as the shadow appeared, a white light came from the shadow and covered the black fog. The arrow immediately panicked and was no longer in shape. A part of the black fog was sucked into the white light. Ah! Garuda was shocked. He looked at the small and skinny little marten beside the black fog in amazement. Woof! Another bark. Another black shadow flew over. Similarly, a white light appeared and continued to suck in the black fog. When Garuda saw this, he calmed down and hurriedly used both his hands and mouth to retrieve the black fog. However, at this moment, 8 sword beams appeared out of thin air and shot towards Garuda from about 10 feet away. Chapter 1055. Garuda was not surprised to see the 8 sword lights. He had heard from the disciples of the Tenryu sect that someone from the immortal Tao had appeared in Rejuvenation Valley, so he was prepared for Zhang Xiaohua's 8 sword lights. Therefore, when the 8 sword lights flashed, he immediately used the wind-controlling technique and dodged to the side. Garuda was indeed good at flying. His wind-controlling technique was different from the one Zhang Xiaohua had learned from the Misty School. It was very strange. While controlling the wind, it seemed to merge with the wind. When Zhang Xiaohua saw such a wondrous imperial wind technique, he couldn't help but be stunned and secretly praised it. However, the 8 sword lights still didn't stop. They only tilted slightly and still pierced towards Garuda. Garuda was even more surprised than Zhang Xiaohua. He had heard of the sword controlling technique. There were people in the Tenryu sect who could barely control a sword. However, the sword controlling technique was not much stronger than ordinary hidden weapons. Under the control of the technique, it could fly at will. In terms of speed, it was not as fast as Zhang Xiaohua's sword of the world. Therefore, Garuda only strengthened his impression of the sword controlling technique by 10 times to guess Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. However, his guess was far from catching up with Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. Before he could steady himself, the 8 flying swords were in front of him like swimming fish. Garuda was shocked. He tried to move away, but the first sword light pierced the black bottle in his hand with a bang. Garuda felt as if he had escaped death. Could it be that I missed? But then the other 7 sword lights appeared again and hit the black bottle 7 times in a row. Garuda's hand was numb from the vibrations. He loosened his grip and the black bottle fell out of his hand. However, it still floated beside Garuda's hand. In just a few breaths, Little Black and Little Yellow had eliminated 30% of the black fog released by Garuda. Zhang Xiaohua also landed on the cliff with Zhang Ping'er in her arms. Garuda's heart ached when he saw the loss of the black fog. He quickly made a gesture and commanded the black fog to retreat. Then he reached into his chest and threw a pale white magic weapon that looked like a bone into the air. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised that the flying sword didn't shatter Garuda's black bottle as he had expected. Seeing Garuda take out his Dharma artifact, he didn't dare to be careless. He stretched out his hand and waved it. The dragon binding hoop expanded in the wind, turning into a 3-foot-long hoop that spiraled toward Garuda's bone. At this moment, the dragon binding hoop was different from before. After Zhang Xiaohua's blood refining, and as Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation increased, it gained a new mystique. Countless crimson flames appeared on the hoop and danced around it. It was like a few small fire dragons were flying around it. The aura was ferocious. Garuda frowned when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua had the dragon binding hoop in addition to her flying sword. He stood in the air and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist, why are you so fierce in your first attack? Even the magic weapon that I dripped blood on was knocked out of your hand? Look at this situation. Are you going to fight to the death with me? Then he looked at Zhang Ping'er and asked, Do you know this Miss Zhang? Drip blood on it? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. He had intended to destroy Garuda's black bottle with his flying sword. He had used the 8 sword beams, but none of them had landed. They had all hit Garuda, but all he had done was knock the black bottle out of Garuda's hand. Not only had he not destroyed it, but he could not even knock it down. Garuda had only casually waved his hand, and it flew back into his hand. Now that Garuda questioned her. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. Who are you? Why do you call yourself a heavenly king? Fellow Taoist, you don't know me? Garuda was stunned. Are you very famous? Zhang Xiaohua looked up and smiled. It's just that your imperial wind technique is a little special. Should everyone know you? Garuda's imperial wind technique, which he was most proud of, was called a little special by someone else. But look at her, it was a flying technique. She had the right to criticize him. Garuda could only pinch his nose and answer, Fellow Taoist, I'm Garuda of the Tenryu sect. I know. So you're Garuda of the Tenryu sect. No wonder you call yourself a heavenly king and are so arrogant. You snatched a woman in broad daylight. Fellow Taoist. Garuda was anxious and explained, No matter how shameless I am, I wouldn't go so far as to snatch a woman. If you didn't snatch a woman, why did you force her into the cliff? Why did you attack me with a magic weapon when I tried to save her? Remember, you attacked I with a magic weapon first. I had no choice but to fight back. Garuda was so angry that his nose was crooked. He said loudly, Fellow Taoist, you're unreasonable. This woman is my concubine. It's only because of some family disputes that she thought of committing suicide. Before I could save her, you appeared and snatched my concubine away without saying a word. Tell me, how could I not intervene? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. She looked at the white bones that were emitting red smoke in the air and said, How could I listen to your side of the story? Moreover, since I have already intervened, there's no reason for me to give up halfway. Heavenly King, I'm afraid you don't want to let this go? If it was someone else, Garuda would have turned hostile long ago. However, he could only say coldly in the face of someone who didn't know the depth of the immortal Tao. I'm Garuda of the Tenryu sect. How could I surrender just because of a few words from you? Fellow Taoist, you must be Taoist Pan and who appeared briefly in front of Rejuvenation Valley. Since you're so righteous and like to see injustice, I'd like to see if you have the ability to take care of everything in the world. Come here. Zhang Xiaohua waved at Zhang Pinger and said, Tell I everything that happened. Yes, Immortal Elder. Zhang Pinger knew that Zhang Xiaohua was the only person she could rely on. She quickly told her everything that happened in Huayu Palace. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned ashen when he heard this. Zhang Pinger was just one of the many inner disciples of the fragrant cult. She was just a nobody, not even worth half a copper coin in the eyes of Nun Jingyi. That was why she had been given to Garuda so easily. But for Zhang Pinger this was like a bolt from the blue. Her fate had changed in an instant. Jingyi Nun might have thought that Zhang Pinger's martial arts couldn't reach great success, so it was better for her to be a wealthy concubine in the Tenryu sect. However, in Zhang Pinger's eyes, this was no different from hell on earth. A nobody would never have the right to decide their own fate. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly and said to Zhang Pinger, What bullshit hierarch? What bullshit decree? I only want to ask you one thing. Are you willing to go with Garuda? Zhang Pinger said sadly, Immortal Elder, please no. I don't want to go with him. Now I just want to die. I can't follow his wishes. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, What a woman with integrity. Then she said to Garuda, Did you hear that? This doesn't seem to be your family's business anymore. I will definitely take care of this kind of forced prostitution. Unless I don't encounter it, I will definitely take care of it. Garuda almost fainted from anger. What did she mean by forced prostitution? Thus he shouted, Don't forget that I'm Garuda of the Tenryu sect. I don't want to fight with you, but if you insist on taking care of this matter, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't blame the Tenryu sect for treating you as an enemy. Zhang Xiaohua could tell that Garuda was referring to the Tenryu sect. She leaped into the air and laughed wildly. There are always injustices in this world. If I can't take care of them, then what's the point of cultivating the way of heaven? Garuda, your Tenryu sect is suppressing I. If you can defeat I will let go. Good. Garuda also laughed evilly. If you can defeat me, I'll also give Zhang Pinger to you. After saying that, he waved his hand and the black bottle that was suspended in the air disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense didn't find any clues. Could this be the magic of using a drop of blood to recognize a magic artifact as its master? Zhang Xiaohua was slightly stunned and thought, What's a drop of blood to recognize a magic artifact as its master? As the name suggests, it's to use a drop of blood to make a magic artifact recognize a master. But how do I do it? Before Zhang Xiaohua could think about it, the red smoke from the white bone in the air became thicker and gradually enveloped Garuda. Zhang Xiaohua pointed with her finger and the dragon binding hoop was surrounded by flames. With a whoosh it went down. However, before the dragon binding hoop could land, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the red smoke and immediately sensed that something was wrong. The red smoke was different from the black smoke from before. It wasn't formed by small black insects. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense entered the smoke, it felt like it was sinking into a quagmire. It was difficult to even move Garuda, let alone see his shadow. Furthermore, when Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense, the red smoke actually showed signs of counterattacking along with her divine sense. Isn't this somewhat similar to the mysterious black smoke from before? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Since her divine sense couldn't be used freely in the red smoke, the dragon binding hoop couldn't land, and even the flying sword couldn't pierce it. No wonder Garuda was somewhat fearless. Zhang Xiaohua thought and didn't dare to be careless. She released the Crimson Spirit Protection and first protected herself. Then she tried to throw a fire talisman into the smoke. With a sizzling sound, the flames burned for a while before extinguishing. It didn't have any effect on the smoke at all. What magic artifact should I use? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Although she knew how to use the purple phoenix hairpin and the Sangarama plate, she definitely couldn't use them now. Although the Prajna heavy sword wouldn't be affected by divine sense, it was Rin Xiaoyao's trademark. She couldn't take it out now either. How could I have forgotten about it? Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead and unconsciously came to a realization. Chapter 1056. In fact, when Garuda mentioned the magic item that could recognize its master by dripping blood on it, Zhang Xiaohua was already deep in thought. Now that he saw the crimson smoke getting thicker and thicker, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of the wind pearl he had obtained in the wind-forbidden valley of the Dalan Temple. She remembered that the wind pearl was very unruly at that time. Even the vitality of the bamboo used to suppress it had been depleted by it. However, when she tried to retrieve the wind pearl, she was cut by the wind from the wind pearl. After a drop of blood fell into the wind pearl became much more obedient and no longer released any evil wind. Could it be that the wind pearl is bound by blood? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. As she was thinking, the red smoke approached Zhang Xiaohua. It seemed that Garuda wanted to wrap Zhang Xiaohua in the smoke before killing her. Zhang Xiaohua flew up about 10 feet and reached into her belt to take out the jade box that contained the wind pearl. At this time, the restriction on the jade box was still there and the divine thought was still there. Zhang Xiaohua opened the jade box and held the wind pearl in her hand. Sure enough, she felt that it was connected to her blood. But how can I release the wind? Zhang Xiaohua wondered. Strangely, just as Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, a suction force appeared from the wind pearl and sucked the vital qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians into the wind pearl. Then, a gust of evil wind appeared outside the wind pearl. With a whoosh, it blew towards Garuda's smoke. At first, it was just a gust of wind, but when it reached the smoke, it became a gust of wind. It was the nemesis of smoke. As soon as the wind blew, all the red smoke was blown away, revealing Garuda, who had an incredulous expression on his face. Then another gust of wind blew. Crack. The wind blew a crack on the floating white bone above Garuda's head. Ah! Garuda was shocked. He immediately ran away and kept the white bone in his hand. The other members of the Tenryu sect who were watching the battle from afar didn't stop to rest when they saw Garuda escape. They turned around and flew in the direction that Garuda had flown to. Looking at their clumsy appearance, it seemed that they had never experienced such a difficult situation before. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face was also somewhat pale. Just now, the two wisps of evil wind had sucked away 90% of the true qi in his body. It made him want to kill the thief, but he didn't have the strength to pursue. A drop of blood to claim ownership? It's really amazing, but I don't think I can be the master of this wind pearl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let it absorb my true qi. Zhang Xiaohua thought as she put the wind pearl back into the jade box. At this moment, little black and little yellow landed from the sky. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua curiously as she put the jade box into her belt. Zhang Pinger was pleasantly surprised. She took a few steps forward and fell to the ground. Thank you for saving my life, immortal elder. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and helped Zhang Pinger up. She smiled and said, don't mention it, don't mention it. I just happened to be there at the right time. Anyone would have helped me. Then she looked at the desolate wilderness and frowned. This place is dangerous. It's not a good idea to stay here for long. Where are you going? Let me give you a ride. Zhang Pinger looked miserable and shook her head. I've lived in the fragrance sect for a long time. I don't have any relatives in other places. But now the fragrant religion has abandoned me. This world is so big, but there is no place for me to stay. Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. Zhang Pinger suddenly thought of something and fell to the ground again. She cried and said, Immortal Elder is merciful. Can you take me as your disciple? Even if I have to work like a horse, I will repay Immortal Elder for saving my life. Oh? That's a good idea. Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up. In the Beidou school, other than Zhang Xiaohua, Little Martin, Puppy, and Ye Qinyu, who insisted on being accepted as a disciple. If she accepted Zhang Pinger as her disciple, it would also add to the popularity of the school. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Get up. Yes, master. Zhang Pinger heard that Zhang Xiaohua had no intention of rejecting her. She was happy and got up from the ground. She had already changed the way she addressed her. You must know that I am a person of the path of immortality. The path of immortality is different from martial arts. If you can't get started, your life will be wasted. I'm not afraid. Even if I can't make any progress, I'll be satisfied as long as I can be under Master's wing. It's not that simple. If your aptitude is not good enough, what's the use of joining my path of immortality? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Don't mention the matter of becoming my disciple. When I have time, I'll look at your aptitude and deal with it. Thank you for your permission, Master. Zhang Pinger said happily. Okay. Since you want to be I's disciple, I can't leave you alone. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and thought of an idea. He said, "Close your eyes first. Open them when I tell you to." "Yes, master." Zhang Pinger closed her eyes obediently. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and grabbed Zhang Pinger's waist. He leaped into the air and flew back with Little Black and Little Yellow. When they arrived at the place where he had left Little White Deer and Huan Huan, he landed and said to Zhang Pinger, whose face was already red, "Okay, open your eyes." Zhang Pinger opened her eyes. She looked for a long time but couldn't see where she was. However, she was very obedient and didn't ask. She only whispered, "Why did master bring me here? Is this master's residence?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "I have some trivial matters to attend to and can't return to the residence. I also left a registered disciple in Rejuvenation Valley. I can't send you to Rejuvenation Valley, so I want to help you find a mount. You can ride it to Rejuvenation Valley." Rejuvenation Valley, Nyechinyu? How could Zhang Pinger not know? She said in surprise, "I know about this, but isn't Nyechinyu going to enter Beidou school?" "Master, this is..." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head mysteriously and said, "Don't worry about this for now." As he spoke, he took out a jade talisman for communication and handed it to Zhang Pinger. He said, "This jade talisman is the same as Nyecinyu's. You only need to tell her about it." "Yes, I understand." Zhang Pinger took the jade talisman and carefully hid it. Just as she raised her head, she saw the David's deer in the distance. It was scared and wanted to come closer. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Huan Huan? Huan Huan?" Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. He pointed at the David's deer and said, "Is that it? You know it?" Zhang Pinger's face flushed. She whispered, "Yes, this is the mount of a very good senior martial brother before I joined the Cult of Fragrance. However, it should be in the Cult of Fragrance. How did it get here?" "Ah," Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "That's good. I wanted to help you find a mount. You actually met an old friend's mount. This is outside the mountain path. There aren't any disciples of the Cult of Fragrance within a few miles. Perhaps this beast was abandoned here by your senior martial brother?" "It can't be. Senior martial brother really cares about this David's deer." Zhang Pinger shook her head. "But didn't you see the David's deer? It looks like it has suffered a great deal and was abandoned." Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said, "This place is close to the mountain path. If it was seen by others, it might be captured. It's a small matter if it was used as a mount. If it was killed and eaten, wouldn't your senior martial brother be very sad if he knew?" "Yes, then what should I do?" Zhang Pinger didn't know what to do when she thought of Zhang Xiaohua's sadness. "You can ride it away first. When you meet your senior martial brother in the future, you can return it to him." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "You saved his mount. He can't blame you, right?" This. Zhang Pinger felt that it was very reasonable. She could only nod. "Okay, you can go up. Rejuvenation Valley seems to be in that direction. You can ask as you go." Zhang Xiaohua pointed in that direction and said, "When I finish my business, I will go to Rejuvenation Valley to find you." "Master, you can't abandon your disciple." Zhang Pinger said pitifully, "I won't. I am a person of the Tao of Immortals. I pay the most attention to my reputation." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She turned around and flew north. Zhang Pinger waited until Zhang Xiaohua had flown out of sight before she patted her cheeks and confirmed that this really wasn't a dream. She then happily flew in the direction of Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua flew back and found the great wisdom sword that she had thrown on the ground. She then continued to fly north. However, she had used 90% of her true chi in the fight with Garuda today. Although she had recovered a bit before she sent Zhang Pinger back, her true chi was insufficient again when the sun set in the west. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't continue on her way. She found a small thatched hut that seemed to be used by hunters in the wilderness and landed there. She set down a restriction and began to recover her true chi. When her true chi was replenished, the full moon hung high in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua stretched and released her divine sense. She looked around for a long time and didn't find anything unusual. Only then did she take out the wind pearl. The wind pearl was abnormally well behaved and quietly stayed in the jade box. However, when Zhang Xiaohua sent her divine sense into it, she still couldn't do anything. It was different from the crimson spirit protection and dragon binding hoop that Zhang Xiaohua had refined before. Dripping blood to recognize it as its master? It doesn't seem as good as refining it. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Apart from feeling connected by blood and being able to blow out evil winds, Zhang Xiaohua still didn't know anything else about this wind pearl. What about the other celestial devices? Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of the celestial devices that her divine sense couldn't penetrate. Zhang Xiaohua first took out the bamboo that was used to suppress the wind pearl. She made up her mind and bit her finger. A drop of blood that contained golden threads dripped onto the bamboo. Seeing the drop of blood seeping into the bamboo as if it was being absorbed, Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly shocked. Why are there golden threads in my blood? Could it be that I've contracted an extremely serious illness? Zhang Xiaohua anxiously checked her own pulse and used her divine sense to check her body for a long time. However, she didn't find anything unusual. She just slowly circulated her true qi in her meridians and still didn't find any clues. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. At this moment, the 7-section bamboo suddenly emitted a faint Buddhist light. Then it was extinguished. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have some inexplicable things in her mind. That bamboo in Zhang Xiaohua's hand also had a feeling that it was connected by blood. Chapter 1057. The Tree of Seven Wonders? This lousy thing is called the Tree of Seven Wonders? Zhang Xiaohua stared at the ordinary-looking bamboo in her hand in disbelief. It seemed that only the 7 bamboo sections had anything to do with the name Tree of Seven Wonders. Regardless of whether it was treasure, wonder, or tree, there was no connection at all. Oh my god. This Dalan Temple. The old monk really knows how to come up with names. Zhang Xiaohua gave the Dalan Temple a thumbs up in her mind as she flipped through the information that had just been transmitted to her. Unfortunately, all that appeared in her mind was a blur except for the name. She did not even know how to use it. Sigh, it must have been because it had been fighting with the wind bead for so long that it had exhausted everything. It didn't even have time to write down its last words. I wonder what kind of awesome name that Lotus Throne 9 could be called. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua threw the so-called Tree of Seven Wonders into her belt. Perhaps in antiquity times, the Tree of Seven Wonders was indeed an extremely important treasure to the Dalan Temple. But now it only had a little Buddha's light left. It needed the help of the Lotus Throne to suppress the wind bead. It was no longer as glorious as it used to be. Zhang Xiaohua endured the pain and dripped a drop of blood on the Lotus Throne 9. Just like the Tree of Seven Wonders, there was a faint Buddha's light, followed by white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. 9 colors flashed on the Lotus Throne 9. Finally, the 9 lotuses on the Lotus Throne 9 each had a different color and disappeared. At the same time, some blurry things appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. What made Zhang Xiaohua's jaw drop was that the Lotus Throne 9 did not have a name at all. Perhaps its name was Lotus Throne 9. Are you kidding me? The previous ordinary bamboo was so arrogant. Even the famous Tree of Seven Wonders did not have any treasures. This Lotus Throne 9 could compete with the Black Flag, so it must be of a high level. Since it's only called Lotus Throne 9, I wonder if it's because this celestial device is not good enough? Or the monks who use it are lazy. The things left behind by the 9th grade Lotus platform were also blurry. Zhang Xiaohua only leaped up and sat on the Lotus platform. With a thought, the Lotus platform emitted a faint Buddhist light, enveloping him inside. It should be a defensive magical artifact like the Crimson Spirit Shield. Zhang Xiaohua had no idea how to find other functions. Forget it. Zhang Xiaohua also put the 9th-grade Lotus Throne into her belt. You're already surnamed Zhang. Even if you grow hair, don't even think about running away. One day I'll find a way to use you. Looking at the time, Zhang Xiaohua also lost interest in piercing her blood to recognize her as the owner. She sat cross-legged and took out a few of the jade slips that she obtained from Immortal Huolong from Dragon Mountain. She took a quick look at them. Immortal Huolong's Tao was the orthodox Tao of Celestials. It talked about how to absorb qi into the body and then refine the qi. When the qi refinement stage was completed, one would have to condense the vital qi into a liquid state in the lower abdomen, which was known as the real liquid. At the same time, one would enter the so-called foundation establishment stage. The cultivation of the foundation establishment stage was obviously different from that of the qi refinement stage. There were many ways to cultivate and the variety was also very complicated. Zhang Xiaohua was confused. What about after the foundation establishment stage? Zhang Xiaohua continued to read, but there was a blank page of martial arts manuals. Isn't that so? Immortal Huolong himself said that he was in the foundation establishment stage. If he himself did not complete the foundation establishment stage, how could he have martial arts manuals after the foundation establishment stage? It's just that. What's the realm after the foundation establishment stage? It seems like Senior Wan Wuxin's cultivation was after the foundation establishment stage, but I've never heard of him achieving it before. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and wanted to keep the jade bamboo slip into his money bag. But suddenly he seemed to have thought of something and his face was slightly shocked. He released his spiritual perception and impatiently immersed it into the jade bamboo slip. After he finished searching, his face revealed a puzzled expression. No wonder I felt that something was amiss just now. Now I finally understand. This immortal Huolong's cultivation of the lower dantian is the same as the current martial arts. The martial arts manuals that he passed down all focus on the lower dantian. I am unable to cultivate it. Furthermore, the martial arts manual that Immortal Huolong cultivated, Fire Cloud Sutra, only has 13 levels of the Qi refinement stage. Compared to the Carefree Heart Sutra, it's 5 levels lower. What's going on? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua took a look at Immortal Huolong's martial arts manuals. Although the dantian that he cultivated was different, the martial arts manuals were similar. They all revolved around drawing energy into the body and using the meridians to refine the energy. Oh, this is great. Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. Wasn't the meridians that Immortal Huolong's Fire Cloud Sutra used to refine the meridians that he knew of? Previously, when he saw the meridians of the Byron when they were born, he had recorded it in his heart. However, he was unable to find a way to cultivate it. Now, wasn't this Fire Cloud Sutra a new way to cultivate it? But I've only cultivated 10 levels of the Carefree Heart Sutra. There's still a lot more in the future. The heaven and earth's energy is also insufficient. Where would I find the time to cultivate the lower dantian? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head again. Forget it, I'll wait till I've mastered the Carefree Heart Sutra before I cultivate this Fire Cloud Sutra. Or, I'll let the Beidou school disciples cultivate this Fire Cloud Sutra. After making up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua kept that Fire Cloud Sutra in his money pouch. He did not look at the other jade scrolls. He would wait till the Beidou school was established and have the time to sort them out. Seeing that there was still time, Zhang Xiaohua took out the blade-breaking force and soft as water. These two secret manuals were the manuals of the Shindao sect and the Incense sect. They were the manuals that helped to improve the martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua was thick-skinned enough to keep them. How could he not take a look at them? After reading them, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. These two secret manuals were similar. According to the manuals, the inner strength of martial arts could indeed be converted into true qi. However, it was extremely dangerous and required luck. It was not much different from the difficulty of drawing qi into the body. It was a supreme technique that could be used when the qi of heaven and earth was decreasing sharply. However, there was a huge drawback. The true qi in the meridians was converted by the inner strength of martial arts. The foundation was too weak. In the future, it would be congenitally deficient. It would be difficult to achieve great success in cultivation. Even when mobilizing the qi of heaven and earth, it would be difficult to achieve great success. Many of the supernatural powers that Zhang Xiaohua knew of, such as the flying sword, would be difficult to achieve great success. Oh, where was I thinking? Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and laughed. The qi of heaven and earth has decreased greatly. Although it is recovering, I'm afraid it will be thousands or even tens of thousands of years later. Even if there is a supernatural power that can mobilize the qi of heaven and earth, there is no qi of heaven and earth to mobilize. Isn't that nonsense? It would be better to just mobilize the true qi in the body. Moreover, haven't I been mobilizing the true qi in my meridians? How many times can I use the qi of heaven and earth? It seems that this sword-breaking force, and like water, are more precious than the Fire Cloud Sutra and the Carefree Heart Sutra. After all, the former could be used to become a celestial while the latter could never be used without help. Alright, these two secret manuals should be given to second sister-in-law. However, I have to keep a copy of them in Beidou school to give the disciples of Beidou school a path to heaven. Zhang Xiaohua now had the awareness of the founder of Beidou school. Oh yes, what is the use of Elder Hua's Peiyuan pill? I have to find out how to use it. Zhang Xiaohua flipped through Fire Dragon Jinren's jade bamboo slip and found it in one of the jade bamboo slip. Oh, as expected, I understand now. When Zhang Xiaohua finished reading it, she was overjoyed. She had always felt that it was extremely difficult to attract qi into the body. Without a trace of cultivation, how could one sense the qi of heaven and earth outside the body? Even the sword-breaking force, and like water, were used by martial arts experts to change their inner strength and sense the chi of heaven and earth. After all, they had inner strength and had a preliminary foundation. The people of the celestial path were extremely powerful. How could they not have thought of this? This Peiyuan pill was a pill that cultivated the chi of heaven and earth in the body of a cultivator of the celestial path. Consuming the Peiyuan pill would allow the cultivator to sense the characteristics of the chi of heaven and earth. Furthermore, using the chi of heaven and earth produced by the Peiyuan pill as a foundation, one would be able to attract chi into the body. It's done. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Disciples of Beta School, you are in luck. Now that everything is ready, we only need one thing." Previously, Zhang Xiaohua had obtained the 5 colors chalcedony from 9 Radiance Peak and the Spirit Gathering Formation. She should be able to set up the 5 Element Spirit Gathering Formation. Now that she had obtained the Peiyuan pill and the cultivation method of Immortal Fire Dragon, she even had the cultivation method of martial arts. The establishment of Beta School seemed to be a matter of course. However, what did Zhang Xiaohua mean by, "Everything is ready, we only need one thing"? After taking stock of her recent gains, Zhang Xiaohua patted her money pouch with satisfaction. Just when she was about to cultivate the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, she suddenly remembered that the small mirror that she used to use often had now been restored to the real Hao Tian mirror. It seemed that she had not dripped her blood on it yet. This small mirror was extremely powerful and could reflect any light or water. Furthermore, judging from the mirror's movements in between the clouds and the water, it should still have sufficient chi of heaven and earth. It would not give her a half-assed introduction like the Lotus Throne and the Tree of Seven Wonders, right? Luckily, the Hao Tian mirror did not disappoint Zhang Xiaohua. After dripping her blood on it, Zhang Xiaohua used the first level of the Hao Tian mirror's sacrificial formula in her mind. At the same time, she also had the introduction of the Hao Tian mirror. Just as Zhang Xiaohua had expected, the Hao Tian mirror could reflect all attacks. Of course, this attack was within the range that Zhang Xiaohua could withstand. Furthermore, the Hao Tian mirror could reflect all things that were hidden, including cultivation base and traces. Zhang Xiaohua had already seen all of these in between the clouds and the water. As for the other auxiliary functions, Zhang Xiaohua only skimmed through them briefly and placed her divine sense at the end. The Hao Tian mirror could break through space and travel through time. Hiss, Zhang Xiaohua gasped, "This Hao Tian mirror is really too heaven-defying. Is this still a magic item? It's simply a treasure. It can break through space? If Wan Wuxin and the others were to obtain it, wouldn't they be able to return to the ruins? But this item is in the Fragrance Cult and the Shindao sect. Why didn't they discover it?" Zhang Xiaohua was extremely puzzled. Chapter 1058. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness I didn't let them get it, or I wouldn't be able to get it. Zhang Xiaohua was happy when he thought about it. However, when he looked at it carefully, he found that the so-called Hao Tian mirror actually had 18 levels of sacrificial refining. After each level was refined, a corresponding skill would appear. If he wanted to break the space and travel through time, he would have to refine all the way to the 18th level. After Zhang Xiaohua memorized the first level of the incantation and tried to cultivate it, he nearly vomited blood. The first level of the Hao Tian mirror was enough for a kid in the middle stage of chi refining like him to slowly cultivate, let alone the 18th level. Moreover, using the Hao Tian mirror required a huge amount of Jinqi. If it was only used for defense, Zhang Xiaohua's Jinqi would be more than enough. If it was used to attack, except for the self-protection of the Hao Tian mirror, any other kind of attack would definitely empty Zhang Xiaohua's Jinqi. It seemed that the Hao Tian mirror was not a magical item for a practitioner of Zhang Xiaohua's level. What can I do? What can I do? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders and put the Hao Tian mirror into his money pouch. He sighed helplessly. Yeah, I'd better memorize the incantation first and slowly refine it. Speaking of which, Zhang Xiaohua was also very unlucky. He got a lot of magical items in his belt, but they were either trash or the best. He couldn't use many of them. On the other hand, he could use some of them, such as the Purple Phoenix hairpin and the Sangharama plate, but he couldn't take them out. Well, there were also some items he didn't know about, such as the 5 elements bead, the green gourd, the earth's core, the yin-yang fruit. Forget it, he didn't want to talk about them. If he talked too much, Zhang Xiaohua would feel sad again. That night, Zhang Xiaohua rested in the straw hut in the wilderness and cultivated the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. The two little things, little black and little yellow, also curled up in the starlight and adjusted their breath instinctively. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. She first practiced the Big Dipper magical fist, then took out the wrought copper staff and practiced the heaven-piercing staff technique several times in the fresh and earthy fragrance. That day Hubin had said that if he could defeat Yang Qin, he would give the cooked copper rod to Zhang Xiaohua. After leaving the arena, Zhang Xiaohua didn't look for Hubin. She decisively put away the cooked copper rod, giving Hubin a chance to keep his promise. The sky-piercing staff technique had a total of 360 moves. The more Zhang Xiaohua practiced, the more comfortable she felt. The more she practiced, the smoother the flow of her real qi in her body became. But as for the specific benefits of her practice, Zhang Xiaohua herself was not clear. She only faintly felt that as long as she continued to practice, not only would she become proficient in the moves, but she would also be able to gain an advantage in a fight. It would also have a profound impact on her own practice. When the sun rose, Zhang Xiaohua soared into the sky and headed north again. In order not to get lost, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense as she flew. When she saw a town, she would land and quietly ask someone to inquire about the direction. She flew for more than 8 days. On this day when Zhang Xiaohua was flying in the air, her divine sense suddenly found a caravan on the spacious official road. This caravan immediately attracted her attention. It was not that this caravan was different from other caravans, nor was it that the goods sold by this caravan were special. It was just that one of the coachmen in this caravan looked quite familiar to Zhang Xiaohua. When she thought about it carefully, she realized that it was Zhou Mufeng, martial uncle Zhou, whom she met when she followed Zhang Xiaohu to the ethereal villa at the back of Shixin Peak. Zhou Mufeng had lost all his martial arts. It was Zhang Xiaohua who repaired his broken dantian with the meridian nourishing pill. So it's the old, weak, sick and disabled from the Misty School. They actually followed us out. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Her divine sense carefully scanned the caravan again. This caravan was not big, only a few dozen people. Except for Zhou Mufeng, Zhang Xiaohua did not know the rest. Presumably, the thousands of people from the ethereal villa had split up and gone on their own in order not to attract the attention of the Righteous Alliance or other forces in the Jianghu. Since she had seen the disciples from the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu was not far away. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and sped up, wanting to see her second brother as soon as possible. However, after flying for a few more days and with Zhang Xiaohua's attention, she did see many disciples from the Misty School along the way. Not to mention Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Shernyo and others from the ethereal villa. She also saw Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, Shui Qing and He Tianshu from the Misty Hall. However, she did not see Zhang Xiaohu. Why is this? Could it be that second brother was left behind? That's not right. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She descended from the sky and hid her figure. She lightly landed on the carriage and pricked up her ears to listen to the movement inside. This carriage was quite big and it was dressed like a rich merchant. Wen Wenhai and Lu Yueming were sitting inside. Both of them were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, as if they were seizing the time to cultivate. After waiting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. When she was about to get up, she saw Lu Yueming open his eyes and open his mouth. He wanted to say something but closed it again. At this time, Wen Wenhai also opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Junior brother Lu, if you have something to say, you can say it. Why do you keep silent again and again? Could it be about little tiger?" Alas, yes. Lu Yueming heard Wen Wenhai's question and could only say, "Actually, I've always wanted to talk to senior brother. It's just that before there were disciples from the cult of fragrance, so I didn't dare to leak the news." Junior brother Lu, as the saying goes, breaking through the confinement of a phoenix and breaking through the golden lock of a dragon. Now that we've left the cult of fragrance, the Jianghu is so big that we can only be fish in the vast sea and birds in the sky. Why should we be afraid of those cult of fragrance disciples? Senior brother Wen, you've forgotten that we haven't recovered our martial arts yet. How can we be so bold? If the cult of fragrance disciples see us, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to little tiger. Then he sighed, I wonder how senior brother Wen feels. This time I've really understood how powerful Abbess Jingyi is. She actually released our Misty Sect's disciples to spread the incense cult. She even sent disciples to help us rebuild the Misty Sect. Isn't she afraid that she won't be able to control us? Yes. When One Hai also sighed, I'm afraid even Master wouldn't use such a ruthless method when he was alive. Yes, although Master used the same method to deal with the Luo River gang, he also spared Shui Yuping's family in case she had second thoughts. But Abbess Jingyi didn't spare a single person. I heard that even Martial Uncle Li and Martial Uncle Lu were released. Yes, that's a big move. When One Hai nodded, but I don't believe that Abbess Jingyi didn't have a way to defend herself. I'm sure that Gao Kunheng, the deputy faction leader, and those outer core disciples of the incense cult who were sent to assist us, are also Nun Jingyi's supporters. I'm guessing that's one of the reasons. Maybe there's a second reason. We'll have to ask Little Tiger about it. Yes. Lu Yueming was a little hesitant. After a while he said, moreover, Abbess Jingyi pushing Little Tiger to the position of faction leader is really out of our expectations. I'm sure Senior Brother Wen didn't expect this either. Indeed, I thought that Abbess Jingyi would train Little Tiger for a few years and wait for the right time to announce it. Who knew that it would be so sudden? This is also Abbess Jingyi's method. Lu Yueming sighed. On one hand she found the chief disciple of the Misty School. On the other hand she found the easiest person to control. It's both the most legitimate and the least legitimate. Not only can she make us Misty School disciples temporarily listen to Little Tiger's orders, but she can also make us Misty School disciples feel estranged and suspicious of each other. We can't be united. AI, that's right. When One Hai nodded in agreement but didn't ask any more questions. He must have thought about it for a long time. Could it be? Lu Yueming thought for a while and said, could it be that Senior Brother Wen isn't tempted by the position of faction leader of the Misty School? Seeing that when One Hai didn't say anything, Lu Yueming continued, previously, we lost all our cultivation and were powerless for this position. But it's different now. Senior Brother Zhang isn't here, so Senior Brother Wen is the leader. You, ha. When One Hai chuckled and said, Junior Brother Lu, what should I say to you? We've been brothers for so many years, how can I not know what you're thinking? Don't try to trick me with words. Actually, when Little Tiger healed me and told me about the chief disciple of the Misty Hall, I already told him my thoughts. This so-called Misty Hall master and the current faction leader of the Misty School, I don't care about them. AI, actually, even if I care about them, can I fight with my own disciple? How can I compete with my benefactor who has restored my power? Hee hee. Lu Yueming smiled and didn't say anything else. Junior Brother Lu, I know you admire Little Tiger's chivalrous heart and want to help him. Since you thought of it, how can I, as his master, not think of it? Besides, you and I aren't qualified to fight for this position right now. Lu Yueming was surprised when he heard this. Who else could it be? Are there any other senior brothers still alive? I don't know if any of the other senior brothers are still alive, but we still have 3 senior uncles and senior uncles. They're still alive. Huh? It can't be, they're martial arts. Lu Yueming almost cried out. I thought Little Tiger only healed the 3 of us. Don't tell me he healed Senior Uncle Li and Senior Uncle Lu as well? Oh, that's bad. If the senior uncles want to fight with Nun Jingyi, maybe Little Tiger's position won't be stable. Hee hee, Junior Brother Lu, you don't have to worry about this. If he only healed Senior Uncle Li and Senior Uncle Lu, Zhang Xiaohua's position would be contested. But, according to Little Tiger, he healed all the disciples of the Misty Mountain Villa. Tell me, how can the 2 senior uncles compete with him? Huh? Lu Yueming's jaw dropped. How is that possible? Don't tell me Zhang Xiaohu met a deity? Chapter 1059. Of course he met an immortal, but this immortal is his blood brother. Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed as she eavesdropped from the carriage. This matter concerns Little Tiger's life. Even I didn't dare to ask. Anyway, as long as I can restore the martial arts of all the brothers in the Misty School, not to mention an immortal, even if I meet a demon, I'll be happy. Well, I was wondering why Little Tiger has been so busy with the affairs of the Misty Hall. He didn't even have time to practice martial arts. So you guys have been plotting all this time. We didn't deliberately hide it from you, it's just that this matter is too important and Little Tiger's foundation is still shallow. It will take a lot of time for him to become the Misty Hall's leader, so we didn't tell you. Well, Senior Brother Wen, you don't have to explain, I understand. I've been worried about you, so, oh, right, if it's as you said, little tiger can sit back and relax as the faction leader, but, thinking about it, there should be two more difficulties. Two. When Wenhai said curiously, I think only martial uncle who will be a big problem. After all, little tiger was given the position by Abbess Jingi. If martial uncle who doesn't admit it, it will be very difficult. Yes, of course this is a big problem, but this problem, maybe Martial Uncle Lee and Martial Uncle Lou have already planned it, but we can't. What I want to talk about is another problem. Junior brother, please go ahead. When Wenhai nodded. Of course it's little tiger's martial arts. Lu Yueming frowned. His martial arts are so bad that he can't even be ranked in the 3 beauties of the Misty School. How can he convince everyone? Even if he has a big contribution, but it's not a long-term solution. What am I thinking? If it's martial arts, then you don't have to worry about him. When Wenhai smiled and whispered something to Lu Yueming. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't hear it clearly, but his heart skipped a beat. He still had some qi replenishing pills in his pouch. He didn't want to attract the attention of the fragrant cult, so he didn't give them to his second brother. Perhaps this was a good opportunity. Inside the carriage, someone exclaimed, "What? Little tiger." Lu Yueming lowered his voice and said, "Little tiger actually has such talent?" "I don't think so. It's not just you. Even I don't believe it." When Wenhai was also extremely depressed. I heard that the plain domain mantra is an inner strength mantra of extreme yin and is most suitable for women to cultivate. In order to control Xiaohu, it can be said that Abbess Jingyi has racked her brains. Who would have thought that I would actually pick up such an excellent disciple who has successfully cultivated the extreme yang ethereal divine art and the extreme yin plain domain mantra at the same time? Presumably with yin and yang as one, dragon and tiger blending together, Xiaohu's martial arts will definitely reach great success and catch up to Master's realm in the future. This stupid brat actually has this kind of aptitude. I really couldn't tell. Back then. At this time, Lu Yueming suddenly remembered that he had only seen Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua in the past and had never seen Zhang Xiaohu. He could only smile and say, back then I saw his 2 brothers and they both looked quite stupid. Who would have thought that a martial arts genius like him would appear? Hearing this, when Wenhai also laughed and said, I don't know about his big brother Zhang Xiaolong, but I heard from He Tianshu that his little brother was someone who couldn't even cultivate the Arhat fist. Back then He Tianshu was extremely depressed. Is that so? There's someone who couldn't even cultivate the Arhat fist? That seemingly stupid little boy? Lu Yueming didn't know where he saw Zhang Xiaohua's stupidity and blurted out, however, that child's temperament is firm and resolute. In order to save his sister-in-law, he even stood in front of her and was kicked until he vomited blood. Outside the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua's nose almost became crooked. How am I stupid? Hero Lu, you have to be responsible for what you say. Yes, that's right. I heard from Xiaohu that for a girl, he even killed his way up Shichui Mountain alone. Sigh, it's a pity that his aptitude is not good, and his fate is not good either. How am I not good? And, please, I'm still alive. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to jump down and reason with them. He didn't expect that these 2 heroes of the Jianghu would be so gossipy and actually talk about him behind his back. Where are we now? Lu Yueming lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. I'm not sure and I'm too lazy to ask. Anyway, we're here. Ethereal Heights is Misty Schools. We just have to go in. That's right. Xiaohu was the one who led the charge. They should be arriving soon. Yes, that's right. Let's come out together. They've been moving stealthily for almost 2 months now. They should have reached the boundary of Pingyang City. Gosh, you should have said so earlier. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose. His heart was hurt by the 2 heroes' talk. He jumped and flew straight to the north. Zhang Xiaohua's flying technique was swift. In just 2 days' time he had reached the boundary of Pingyang City. After asking for directions, Zhang Xiaohua was about to fly away when he saw a fast horse galloping on the official road. The person on the horse was so tired that he was drenched in sweat. When he sat down, white smoke was coming out of his mouth and nose. He must be extremely tired. Sure enough, after galloping for another 100 feet, the horse fell dead by the roadside. The person on the horse jumped up lightly. He didn't even look at the horse. He looked around and saw a tea stall and a few fine horses in front of the tea stall. He was delighted. He used his lightness skill to reach the tea stall. Once he lifted the curtain, he shouted, "Which hero does the horse at the door belong to? I have something important to do. Can you give me the horse?" Someone in the tea stall laughed and said, "Hero, we also ride horses. If we give you the horse, how are we going to travel? You'd better look for it elsewhere." These words were reasonable, so the man was not angry. He reached out and took out an ingot of gold from his bosom. He smiled and said, "This humble one really has an important matter. This is the money to buy a horse. Hero, please accept it." That person looked at it. Although there was greed in his eyes, he still shook his head. In the end, that man had no choice. He gritted his teeth and took out 2 ingots of gold and a waist token. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Wuxia, a disciple of the Righteous Alliance. I have something important to do on the road ahead. This is my waist token. Please accept it. In the future, if you encounter any problems in the Jianghu that you can't solve, or if you feel that I can speak to you, feel free to look for me." Righteous Alliance? Those people looked at each other. They were all surprised. The person from before also stood up and said, "So it's Brother Su from the Righteous Alliance. I am Zhou Qingxian from the Vast Moon Sect. I have a few brothers in the Righteous Alliance that I know. Since the Righteous Alliance has something important to do, how can I delay it? Please accept the gold and let Brother Su ride the horse." How can this be? Su Jia wanted to hand over the gold, but how could Zhou Qingxian be willing to accept it? Su Jia did not dare to delay any longer. He handed the waist token to Zhou Qingxian and said, "Brother Zhou is so righteous. I thank you on behalf of the Righteous Alliance. I won't say anything else. I will be in Pingyang City for the next few days. If Brother Zhou wants to come, I will be a good host." Well said, well said. Zhou Qingxian smiled and kept the waist token. Su Jia did not dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands and bade farewell. He led the horse and galloped along the official road. Brother Zhou is going to treat us. An inferior horse in exchange for a favor from the Righteous Alliance. It's really worth it. The person beside him said with a smile. Isn't that so? Let's go. Everyone, let's go to the town in front. I will treat everyone. Not to mention these few people. When Su Jia turned around a big tree on his horse, a tall and thin figure suddenly appeared on his horse. It was Zhang Xiaohua, who had seen and heard everything just now. Then Zhang Xiaohua reached out and pressed Su Jia to a stop. She slapped the horse to death and carried Su Jia to a secluded place. How could she not know what was going on when she used her bewitching finger? It was indeed the messenger from the Righteous Alliance. That alliance leader Zhou of the Righteous Alliance had received the news that Misty School had returned to Ethereal Peak from Huayu Palace. That night, he had sent out the news and used various methods to pass this news to the Righteous Alliance disciples in Ethereal Peak. However, how could they be faster than Zhang Xiaohua? Even the messenger pigeons could not be compared to her. Therefore he was stopped by Zhang Xiaohua here. It seems that second brother has not arrived yet. Zhang Xiaohua thought. She pressed Su Jia's Achilles heel and flew up again. This time it was even faster. In less than half a day they arrived at a mountain village. It was already dark. Tents were set up in the forest beside the mountain village and in the ravines. Many patrolling disciples were holding swords and sabers in their hands. They were lined up in several teams and were on duty. At the entrance of the village, a young disciple was holding something in his hand and saying something to the other disciples. Isn't this Du Feng? I haven't seen him for a few days and it seems that his martial arts have improved. Seeing Du Feng here, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. Needless to say, second brother was also nearby. Sure enough, with a sweep of her divine sense, in a small courtyard at the east of the village, Zhang Xiaohu was sitting in the central room. Chang'e and Qinshin were also sitting beside him. There was still food on the table, but at this time the food was already cold. The three of them seemed to have no appetite and were sitting quietly. Zhang Xiaohua also looked to the side. There were no disciples of the incense cult around, so she made a gesture and escaped into the central room. Zhang Xiaohu was in a daze when a voice sounded from the side. Oh, who made this food? It's already cold and you haven't eaten it. How can such a culinary skill be married into our Zhang family? Who? The three of them were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. As soon as they heard someone, they immediately jumped up and raised the long swords in their hands. They were about to stab in the direction of the voice. Xiaohua. Chang'e's eyes were sharp and saw her first. He exclaimed, why are you here? Qinshin was also puzzled and said softly, Zhang Xiaohua, why aren't you being an alchemy disciple at Lingxiang Peak? Why are you here? Damn, what the hell is going on? It's been a long time. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Xiaohua, you're here? Zhang Xiaohu was calm. When he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, he put the long sword on the table and asked. Chapter 1060. Jianghu and Qinshin relaxed when they saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua. However, they still went to the door with long swords in their hands and looked carefully before coming back. Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly. She had used the earth escape to get in. She didn't know why they went to the door to look. What's wrong? Second brother, second sister-in-law, why are you so nervous? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Who knew that this time Jianghu was not as shy as before? He said in all seriousness, our ethereal sects returned to Pingyang City this time as a surprise attack. Of course we have to be careful. If the Alliance of Righteous Sects gets the slightest bit of information, not only will there be a lot of casualties in the sect, whether we can take down ethereal heights will also be a problem. How can we not be nervous? By the way, Zhang Xiaohua, aren't you refining elixirs at Lingxiang Peak? Why are you here? Qinshin asked softly. Don't tell me. Nanjingyi sent you. Oh, she sent an inner disciple to help us. And you, the little dog and little Martin, on your shoulder, are they the ones I held in Orchid Canyon? They don't seem to have grown much. Qinshin asked while looking curiously at Xiaohuang and Xiaohei who were standing on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. These two little things just walked up and down on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and looked at Zhang Xiaohu and the other two, but didn't seem to care about them. Aha, you asked so many questions at once. How do you want me to answer? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stroked Little Black. She said, it's those two little things. I don't know. They seem to be growing very slowly. Then Zhang Xiaohua frowned again and said, Nanjingyi? Inner disciple? I remember that you used to call her sect master at Shishing Peak. Now, have you all changed to Nanjingyi? Chang'e sneered and said, that was then and this is now. Back then we were like fish on a chopping board. As a disciple of the Misty Hall, of course, we had to call him sect master. Now that we are back in Jianghu and have become a Misty School, of course, we have to change the way we address him. Qinshin also gritted his teeth and said, that's right. At first, I thought that Nanjingyi was very kind to the disciples of our Misty School. Although I haven't seen her real face, I heard her kind voice and thought that it was only right for me to call her master. But I didn't expect that. She actually used so many tricks to break up senior sister and senior brother. Moreover, in order to control senior brother, she even poisoned him. When Qinshin saw Zhang Xiaohua, it was as if she had seen her family. She poured out all her grievances as if she was complaining to an adult. What? Poison? Jingyi, you old beggar. Zhang Xiaohua was furious. He didn't sit down at first. At this time he slapped the table where the food was placed and his body emitted a kind of anger. Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Qinshin had never seen Zhang Xiaohua so angry. At this time he suddenly became angry and they were shocked. The Zhang Xiaohua in front of them was very different from what they remembered. In a moment, he was like a coiling dragon with its bloody mouth open and glaring at them, which made them shudder. Then, with a crash, the table had been smashed into powder and the bowls and chopsticks on the table were scattered on the ground. Xiaohua. I'm fine. Zhang Xiaohu was a little frightened and didn't dare to know Zhang Xiaohua. He said in a low voice, Oh, second brother, I forgot myself. Zhang Xiaohua saw that he forgot himself and hurriedly said with a smile. Outside the yard, some disciples had heard the noise and had come. Second sister-in-law, you send these disciples away. I'll hide for a while. Zhang Xiaohua made an incantation and disappeared. Zhang Xiaohu was not surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua suddenly disappear. Only Chang'e and Qinshin looked at it in a daze. It was Ding Chao who came in. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu and the other two were fine, he was relieved and cupped his hands, saying, Master Zhang, is there anything wrong? This table? At this time, Chang'e came to her senses. She nudged Qinshin with her arm and said with a smile, It's okay, senior brother Ding. Xiaohu was a little absent-minded when practicing martial arts and accidentally broke the table. Alas, we can go back to the ethereal heights tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Xiaohu was a little excited and practiced a little harder. Chang'e, junior sister, I understand Master Zhang's mood. The disciples of our Misty School are all eager to go back to the ethereal heights these days. But Master Zhang has a noble body and needs to rest more. As he said that, he beckoned his disciples forward to clean up the table. But when he saw that the table had already been shaken into powder, he couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of inner strength was this, to be able to shake a table into powder? Could it be that Master Zhang had been hiding his strength all this time? When Ding Chao glanced at Zhang Xiaohu, who was calm and composed, he was more sure of his idea. Zhang Xiaohu is really hiding his strength. Alas, we Misty School 2 talent said that his martial arts were not good enough behind his back, but we didn't know that he didn't intend to compete with us for this title at all. Zhang Xiaohu was still thinking about the angry look of Zhang Xiaohua just now. He didn't expect Ding Chao to think so much. Of course, the table was not broken by him, so he didn't need to pay for it. Naturally, he looked calm and composed. When Ding Chao asked the disciples to clean up and leave with a longing mood, Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared again. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't move at all, Qinshin rolled her eyes and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, are you using a trick?" Zhang Xiaohu also said, "Yes, Xiaohua, you didn't move at all. You're different from before." Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak with a sullen face. She walked to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Second brother, give me your hand. Let me see the poison in your body." "Ah, it's okay." Nun Jingyi said that this poison only acts up once a year. As early as 2 months ago when I took it, it had already acted up. Now I don't feel anything. Zhang Xiaohu laughed, fearing that Zhang Xiaohua would feel distressed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. She held Zhang Xiaohu's wrist with her hand and carefully looked at it. She used a wisp of true qi to check it. Then her face relaxed. She took out the antidote pill from her arms and poured out one pill. She said, "Second brother, you eat it first. Let me see the effect." Xiaohua, Nun Jingyi said that this poison can only be detoxified by her. Maybe Sakura and Changxing can detoxify it. "Your pill, is it okay?" Chang'e said worriedly. Zhang Xiaohu didn't pay attention to Chang'e. He reached out to take it and swallowed it. "It's okay, second sister-in-law. I said it can be detoxified, so it can be detoxified." Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about Chang'e's distrust. After all, she was thinking for her second brother. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohu released his hand from his wrist and said with a smile, "Second brother, if you had just taken it, I would have been able to force the poison out immediately, but it's already been 2 months, I don't have any other way." "Xiaohua, is there really no way?" Chang'e asked anxiously. Qinshin also stepped forward with a pleading look on her face. Zhang Xiaohu's face suddenly turned red. He swung his hand and rushed out. "Hey you, what are you doing?" Chang'e and Qinshin chased after him. "Don't follow?" Zhang Xiaohu said anxiously. Then they heard a puff sound. Zhang Xiaohu's face turned redder and there was a stench. At this time, how could Chang'e and Qinshin not know? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile behind them, "It's been 2 months. I can't force the poison out, so I have to trouble second brother to pull it out." Ah. Knowing that the detoxification pill could detoxify second brother, Zhang Xiaohua was in a good mood. Chang'e and Qinshin had already turned red. They covered their noses and went back to the central room. Then they opened all the windows in the central room. Qinshin hurried into the inner room. After a while, Chang'e entered the inner room, took some clothes from the inner room and handed them to Zhang Xiaohua. Her face was still red and she said, "It's all because of you. Send these clothes to your second brother." "Me? Why should I go?" Zhang Xiaohua looked innocent. She raised her hands and said, I haven't finished my words. Second brother. If you don't go, you want me to go?" Chang'e said angrily. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua had to stand up and take the clothes. This yard was almost the same as the yard of Zhang Xiaohua's Guizhuang house. There was no need to worry that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't find it. Well, Zhang Xiaohua also took water in a wooden basin by the way. After Zhang Xiaohu changed his clothes, he still looked embarrassed. He glared at Zhang Xiaohua several times and then went back to the room. In the central room, Chang'e and Qinshin saw Zhang Xiaohu's embarrassed look and they both burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Zhang Xiaohu said helplessly. "Ha ha ha. It would have been better if he didn't say that." After he said that, Chang'e and Qinshin laughed even harder. It seemed that they were about to laugh out all the worries they had for Zhang Xiaohu in the past few months. "Second brother, let me have a look." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and reached out her hand. Zhang Xiaohu glared at her again. "Well, it's okay, second brother. It's not a big deal." Chapter 1061. Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. Where are you going? Didn't you follow me, to help me? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Second brother, isn't this nonsense? If I don't help you, why would I come here? Seeing that Qinshin still wanted to talk? Then he said, but to help you, I don't have to join the Misty School? Yeah. Can't I also start a sect? What? You want to start a sect? The three of them exclaimed in unison. What? Can't I? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose and was extremely helpless. Well, I thought about it. You've been talking about some Beidou school. Don't tell me you want to build a Beidou school. Zhang Xiaohu realized. Yes, second brother, I do have such a plan. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. But, do you know what is needed to build a sect? How do you manage your money, disciples, and livelihood? Chang'e also asked. How would I know? Zhang Xiaohua said with a bitter face. I only need to build this sect and let others do the rest. Ah. The three of them finally came to their senses and laughed. In their hearts, they had already decided that Zhang Xiaohua was just playing house. Well, second brother wishes your Beidou school to dominate the world and unify the world. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's nonsensical congratulatory words, Zhang Xiaohua knew that his second brother didn't believe it at all, but he didn't say it out loud. Xiaohua, what are your plans in the future? Zhang Xiaohu just opened his mouth and shut it. Zhang Xiaohua was going to start a sect, why should he ask? Right, Xiaohua, about the Martial Arts Society Assembly, who told you about it? Chang'e remembered his question. Second sister-in-law? Zhang Xiaohua said tentatively, I went to the Martial Arts Society Assembly late and only saw the end, but I heard some things from Qinshin. Meh. Qinshin was stunned and immediately understood that this Qinshin was not her. Chang'e didn't mind Zhang Xiaohua's address and frowned. Xiaohua, it's not good to lie. The Martial Arts Society Assembly was held half a month ago. How could you attend it? Yeah, little flower. You. Zhang Xiaohu was also stunned. He had always believed in his brother and never doubted him. Now that he heard it, was there really no problem with the timing? I used half a month's time to chase after you from the fragrant cult to Pingyang City. Can't I? How is that possible? Chang'e and Qinshin blurted out, but then they patted their foreheads as if they had thought of something. They both looked back at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu was calm and said after a moment, it seems that what you said at Shixing Peak last time about going back to Lingxiang Peak at night was true. Haha, of course. Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest and said, when did I lie to you? Just now. Just now you lied to me, let me. Zhang Xiaohu thought of the detoxification pill. There will always be accidents. But, how did you come here? Zhang Xiaohu had already begun to believe her. Is there a need to ask? Of course I flew. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously. Nonsense, do you think you're a bird? Qinshin said and blushed unconsciously. But then, the three of them were stunned and thought of Zhang Xiaohua flying in the air in the Yulong Grand Canyon. It had been a long time, the three of them seemed to have forgotten about it. Could it be? You're from the immortal Tao? Chang'e asked, pointing at Zhang Xiaohua in shock. Maybe, I'm not sure myself. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and looked innocent. Great, my Misty School is saved. Chang'e almost put her hands together and thanked the heavens. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua said, second brother, second sister-in-law, let's not talk about me. What's going on? After the martial arts convention, Nun Jingyi announced that Misty School would leave Chuanxiang cult and rebuild it. I rushed here in a hurry and didn't inquire about it in detail. Is that so? Nun Jingyi has announced it to the world? Then the Righteous Alliance already knows? Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, what does she mean? Of course the Righteous Alliance already knows. I even met a messenger on the way. But it seems that the Righteous Alliance disciples in Misty Mountain Villa don't know. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That's good. I originally planned to rest tonight and recharge my energy and leave early tomorrow morning. Now it seems that I have to change my plan. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and stood up. I'll go arrange it, you guys wait for me. Chang'e also stood up and was about to leave when Zhang Xiaohua stopped her. Second sister-in-law, don't go yet. Tell little brother about Chuanxiang cult. But, Chang'e hesitated. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, Chang'e, tell Xiaohua about Emo Sun Gong. It's good that he knows more. But, Chang'e was still hesitant. Although Emo Sun Gong's matter was very important, but, it was mostly a private affair. It was all planned by Nun Jingyi. It was really difficult for her to say it herself. Senior sister. How about I say it and you listen on the side? If it doesn't work, you can tell Zhang Xiaohua? Qinshan was quite considerate and said softly. You guys talk, I'll leave first. Zhang Xiaohu anxiously left. As for the remaining 3 people, Qinshan had already heard the story from Chang'e. Now that she said it, it was also very detailed. After Qinshan finished talking about what happened in Mo Sun Gong, Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded. This Nun Jingyi is really the leader of Chuanxiang cult. Her schemes are not something that ordinary people can compare to. While controlling second brother, she also inserted her own disciples into the Misty School. She used the whole Misty School as a puppet. Then she secretly raised her little tail. If I didn't get the divine hand and heal everyone's internal injuries in the Misty School, this Misty School wouldn't be surnamed Zhang but Jingyi. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was moved. She remembered the jade slip she got from Nun Jinggang and the poison sutra of the great master Chang'e. There seemed to be a method to control others. If it worked, Nun Jingyi would go for wool but come home shorn. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua stood up, straightened her clothes and saluted Chang'e properly. Second sister-in-law, I called you a little casually just now. From now on, I'll call you seriously. Chang'e didn't blush when she heard Zhang Xiaohua call her that. Now that Zhang Xiaohua suddenly became serious, her face became hot. She quickly stood up and saluted back, saying, Xiaohu and I have been through thick and thin together. It's lucky that we can have this ending. It's a great fortune to have your help in the future. Zhang Xiaohua laughed heartily. Of course. If mother and father knew about this, they would be so happy that their mouths would turn crooked. Then she secretly looked at Qinshan, who was a little sad next to her. With Nun Jingyi's approval, Chang'e was undoubtedly the wife of the faction master. But what about Qinshan? This little tail seemed to have some resentment in her heart. Now she didn't need Nun Jingyi's approval, but Zhang Xiaohu had never been strict with her. Chang'e was also busy with the Misty School, so she didn't take Qinshan seriously. Chang'e blushed and said in a low voice, After we take down the ethereal heights, I'll go to the Guizhuang house with Xiaohu. Qinshan was even more unhappy when she didn't mention herself. She lowered her head and looked at the ground. Well, okay. I'll go back and tell father and mother first so that they can be prepared. After saying that, she raised her head and saw that Zhang Xiaohu had returned. As soon as he entered the door, he asked, What did you say to father and mother? Then he understood. Xiaohua, you mean, you'll go back to the Guizhuang house first? Well, yes, second brother. Although I've asked the carriage company to send a letter to father and mother a few months ago, I'm still worried. Now I'm near Pingyang City. With my speed, I'll be home soon. I'll tell father and mother first. Well, Xiaohua, you tell father and mother that I'm really unfilial. After the Misty School is finished, Zhang Xiaohu said and stole a glance at Chang'e. Chang'e said shyly, I've already told Xiaohua. That's good. After the Misty School is finished, I'll take Chang'e back to the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, but then he realized something and said, By the way, what about your dream? Why didn't she come? Oh my god, only now did you remember. Zhang Xiaohu secretly despised Zhang Xiaohua and said sadly, I can't make it. Didn't Nun Jingyi allow her to come? Qinshan was curious. Chang'e said, By the way, how did you come out of Chuanxiang sect? We've been talking for a long time, but you haven't said a word. It's like this. Zhang Xiaohua then told the story of her and Chang'e and finally said, Chang'e went back to the Tenryu sect with Di Shirtian. After all, it's her home. After her illness is cured, we'll meet again. The 3 of them were fascinated by the story and were almost stunned. Chang'e is Di Shirtian's daughter. The daughter of the leader of the world's #1 sect. The daughter of the world's #1 martial artist. The unique saintess of the Tenryu sect. Xiaohua, aren't you the son-in-law of the Tenryu sect? Zhang Xiaohu murmured, You won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Zhang Xiaohua really despised her second brother, not only the son-in-law. As long as I, Xiaoxia, want to be Di Shirtian in the future, it's not impossible. You want to be Di Shirtian? Haha. Zhang Xiaohu grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and laughed. I'll be the leader of the Misty School and you'll be the leader of the Tenryu sect. We have 2 leaders of the Zhang family. That's great. That's great. Go away. Chang'e nudged Zhang Xiaohu with her elbow and showed the dignity of the wife of the leader. What do you know? The Tenryu sect is an evil cult. It's not easy to be their Tian. Then she turned her head and asked, "Don't you think so, Xiaohua?" "Well, you're right. I'm now a cultivator of immortality. How can I be the Tian of the Tenryu sect? It's really impossible." "But Zhang Xiaohua, if you don't become Tian, how can you marry Meng?" Chen was very worried about their marriage. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "About this? I can only talk about it. Alas." Then she looked at the sky and said, "Second brother, second sister-in-law, I can't talk to you anymore. It's getting late. I'd better go back to the Guizhuang house first. If I don't go back, I won't feel at ease." Then she took out a jade talisman from her arms and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu, saying, "When you're about to reach the Misty Villa, crush this jade talisman. I'll help you." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.